when there's still so much I can be? Do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Gomo. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Gomo. She don't stop with. She don't stop with Gomo.
Do I stop here? Cut! Next! There's no stopping me. Gomo any way I want, anywhere, anytime. We don't stop. We Gomo.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be, and let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day number 3 here at the Siargao International Surfing Cup. We've got some increased swell on offer, still some pretty strong winds, Di, but it's looking like we're going to get the men's round of 96 underway. We're going to throw out to True Starling, who's out on the tower.
Thank you, Justin. I'm here with Tommy Carvalho. Tommy, you had a surf this morning. How are the conditions out there?
It's really fun. It's on low tide right now, so I guess we'll expect it to get better and better all day, which is great.
And we have a huge day of surfing. Run me through what's going on.
Yeah, well, we have the men's around in 96, 25-minute heats. It's going to be a big day. Everyone's going to be out there, I'm sure, getting bowed and doing some big turns, so it'll be exciting to watch.
You'll be surfing today?
Heat 13, so towards the higher tide, I'm pretty stoked on that, so excited.
Awesome. Well, we've got a big day of surfing today. The conditions are going to get better, so make sure you guys stay tuned. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, thanks, True, and thanks, Tommy. This is a pretty exciting opening matchup. Di, do you want to talk us through who we've got in the heat?
Right, so this morning first heat we have Billy Stearman in red from New Zealand, and Oliver Risenbeek from Australia, Daniel Espejon from Philippines, Diego Cordero from Italy. Well, international heat.
Yeah, this is a really exciting matchup. Billy Stearman, I feel like he's a veteran on the qualifying series. He's been around for a long time. Obviously represented New Zealand at the Olympics previously, and he is just a warrior. He knows his way around a QS 5000 heat. And Ollie Rissenbeck, I've been lucky enough to check out his surfing recently in Western Australia out of the the Newcastle area, Daniel Espanjon, a local Filipino surfer, and our lone Italian surfer, Diego, did a pretty good job in the men's round of 136. So this is where things start to get serious. Obviously, we've got some seated surfers through to this point, but you can see from the amazing drone angle that our 4 surfers are out there. They are set and ready to go. 16 heats in this round, I'm pretty sure, so we've got a big day ahead of us. We're going to try and push through probably till dark. What did you do this morning, Di?
Well, I went surfing at Cloud9, and probably every surfers in this round surfed this morning. It was amazing. You know, the wave was increasing a lot compared to yesterday. It was a lot bigger. It was cleaner. It was actually less wind this morning, so we had a really good surf.
Well, straight into the action here is Ollie. Tries to get under the lip on that one, just gets clipped. He's a pretty big fella, but he will wear the surfboard on the head as he stands up. But yeah, you can see the tide's still quite low. Finally enough water on it to start to get competition underway. You can see these sort of winds out of the northwesterly direction. Maybe not as strong as yesterday, but still pretty fresh offshore. Wow,
look at how much water just goes out right now. I think we're hitting the low tide at the 9:30 this morning.
Yep.
So it's gonna get deeper towards the end. It's so shallow out there now.
Yeah, it certainly is. But a little pulse in the swell. Maybe not as much as we'd hoped for overnight, but it's definitely bigger. And we've got the men's round of 96 kicking off. So yeah, 25-minute heats. We were running 30 minutes yesterday, so I can see that, Ollie's just looking to maybe try and make an early start.
There's a little bit of paddle going on, so there's no priority at the moment. So whoever gets the inside, get a wave. So here is Diego. No, something white up and riding, local guy. Pull into the barrel, but unfortunately it was a little bit too fast.
Yeah, that one clamped him as well, so here we go. On the inside, Ollie Rissenbeck gets one nice little jam in there. Loosens up the tail, but unable to complete that second manoeuvre. So, bit of a slow start. Nothing really to bother the judges just yet, but I'm sure the Pacific Ocean is going to stand up, deliver some really good waves in the not too distant future. And that is what you see a lot around Siargao Island. These cool old school little boats that putt around. Looks like there's some surfboards on there, so maybe they're heading out to one of the outer reef breaks to try and catch some waves.
Wow. Well, they have a lot of surfboards on the boat.
They do. Wow. So
great. So there's so many outer reefs as well on this island. I've never been there, but I wish one day on the board, get a good wave, probably on a day off.
Yeah, we went for a little mission, got up bright and early and went and hunted some waves and got pretty lucky actually. We had nice light conditions earlier and here we go. This guy has been busy. Ollie pulls in, gets a nice little bit of cover there. Big powerful surfer, and that was a good end to that wave.
That's a nice one there. And here's Billy up and riding. He's looking for the section to hit. That was a huge hack straight into second and third. That was a great surfing from Billy.
Yeah, I think that's a good start, Yeah. 3 turns right in the pocket. And I guess our veteran New Zealand surfer, he's a wily cat when it comes to competition surfing. Certainly no stranger to the competition rash vest. And he is ripping straight into that. His opening wave of this matchup.
Here's Daniel, local guy, pull into the barrel. A little bit hit by the rip. Unfortunately, went down.
Yeah, well, if you're tuning in, this is probably the best wave ridden so far from our surfer in blue. Ollie was recently over in Western Australia competing in our Pro Surf Series, so good to see him here in the Philippines for this QS 5000. And Billy here cracking it twice. That second turn was really nice. Floats the boat for a finish, so the judges will be just setting their scale based on probably Ollie's tube and Billy's turns, and we'll get some numbers out to you as soon as we possibly can. I want to send a big shout out to my hometown, my home state of Western Australia, so to all my colleagues probably back at Surfing Western Australia who are tuning in, good morning. The good thing about being here in the Philippines for me is it's the same time back home, so 10 o'clock at home and 10 o'clock here.
There's no difference.
No time difference.
Oh, it's 11 o'clock in Japan, so only 1 hour difference. So
okay.
It's good for us too.
Nice.
People can tune in and, you know,
watch all the action. It's super exciting. Some numbers are starting to filter in. Looks like straight into the lead, a 4.83 for Billy Stearman. He has taken the lead on the strength of that 3-manoeuvre wave. Ollie Rissenbeck has locked in a 3.33 for his second wave. And I think Daniel Lesman-John a 0.73 and a 0.63. So the local surfer, he's had a couple of attempts. He's fallen on both waves. But I'm sure he is no stranger to this lineup. Very familiar with all conditions here at Cloud9. Last night was a really cool night, Di. We got to go into General Luna, sort of the main town here on Siargao Island. And what did you think of that opening ceremony?
It was amazing, actually, all the performances, and I really loved every single bit of it. And we had a free, dinner, free drink. Dinner. It was nice.
Yeah.
It was nice to, gather up and, everyone's cheering for each other. It was a great time.
Yeah, it was a full-scale production. There was singing, there was dancing, a lot of speeches, and a lot of representation from all the surfers as well. So it's always good to see them come. But probably the longest opening ceremony I've been to.
That's what I was thinking. But it was good to see the history behind this, Siargao International Surfing Cup, how it just building up all the cultures in surfing, and it was loved to see. It was great to see the history behind it.
Yeah, well, this is the 28th year this event has been run. Hasn't always been sanctioned by the World Surf League, but for the last sort of 7 or 8 years it has been, and this year it has reached its pinnacle being a QS 5000. So the biggest surfing event ever held in the Philippines. And there is so many competitors. It's hard to think that we've already done 2 rounds of the men's, and we're only at the round of 96. So there is a lot of competitors here, a lot of locals, a lot of internationals, and the ladies, they put on a really good performance yesterday in some tricky conditions. But the good thing is there seems to be a little bit more consistency in the swell this morning. So the men's round of 96 is out there. And we've still got seeded surfers into the round of 64 after this. So just shows the depth of talent that is assembled here on Siargao Island for this really important first of multiple Asian events. You can see Ollie just asking the question maybe there to the priority judge.
Right.
On our screen it shows that he's got second priority. Green has first priority. He is the only surfer not to have caught a wave, so that's why he has been awarded first priority. Third priority with Billy, fourth priority with Daniel. So I think they've sorted that out. Did you get any good ones out there this morning?
Well, not really. Because I was kind of stay away from the crowd and watch everyone surfing and what it's like to be in the water, because this was I surfed at Cloud9 yesterday, and this morning was my second time. So I just wanted to get a feeling of the Cloud9, all the reefs and how it breaks. So I just stay away from the crowd. But I got a good ones inside, so it's all good. It was fun. Fun watching everyone's having great surfing.
Who was the standout free surfer this morning? Was there anyone that caught your eye or caught a really good set?
All the locals, probably.
Yeah, the local
Yeah.
surfers here from the Philippines. They're an emerging surfing nation, but they are well represented on both the men's and women's side of the draw. Time check, just under 15 minutes, and the amazing drone footage. I never get tired of seeing Ryan's work on the drone. He can, I don't know, he can get that thing anywhere. He can just circle it on a dime, and you can see a couple of spectators under the tower. The sun is out today, which is good to see. Yesterday was a bit overcast and cloudy, so I'm sure the beach is going to fill up once the word gets out that competition is back underway. But Di, you said it's your first time here to Siargao, and I think something about the opening ceremony last night was so cool, was to see all that old footage, you know, to see, you know, the innovation that has come into bringing professional surfing here. You know, there wasn't even a road here, you know, 20 odd years ago, and the boardwalk, it's sort of changed. The tower used to be a lot bigger. Typhoon Odette back in 2021 just devastated this beautiful little island. So you can see some of the remnants of the old tower scattered there on the low tide. So, yeah, this place got absolutely smashed, and it's just been such an encouraging thing to see how resilient the Filipino people are, the Siargao people in particular, who've been able to rebuild these amazing beachfront sort of setups, their little restaurants, resorts and everything. You can see the coconut trees just swaying with this stiff little bit of breeze that we've got on offer, but right now it hasn't really affected too much. Yesterday was a bit windier, and you can just see how beautiful this place is. Originally, I was told this island's main sort of income source was coconut farming, and now it is surf tourism.
Right. You know, there's a lot of surf schools, surf shops, restaurants, and accommodations, and it's so busy. Even though, you know, we are the competitors in WSL stuff, but there's so many.
Yeah, we're a small fraction of the amount of people who are actually here enjoying this beautiful part of the world. So, yeah, it is. It's definitely now on the map, and you can see why. Just because there is so much natural beauty, there is great restaurants and really cool little homestays and resorts that you can check out. There's a lot of boats around as well. You can see that catamaran anchored off just down there. Looks like a couple of surfers surfing that little inside right.
So that's Quicksilver, and I forgot the name in between, but next to it, it's a little Tahiti.
Yeah,
I really love the name.
Jacking horse, it's called.
Jacking horses. There's 3 other spots next to Cloud9. I didn't expect there's so many places you can surf, actually, especially on low tide as well. You can go up north. That's where you went this morning, right?
Yeah, we jumped in the car bright and early, and got there right as the sun was sort of starting to rise out behind the clouds. And yeah, we surfed for a couple of hours because we knew the call wouldn't be straight away this morning given the tide. But yeah, we're here now, and the first heat of the day, the men's round of 96, has just ticked past the halfway stage, so 11 minutes 20. It started with a bit of a flurry, but the ocean's just taken a breather for a moment. Right now it is Billy Stearman, the Kiwi surfer, leading, but looks like scratching here is Daniel Espanjon, the local Filipino surfer.
That was a great one time, but it was, you know, he only got like 0.73 and 0.63, so he needs to get in the rhythm, probably just get in the small ones, get back out, trying to get as many as he can because it's only just over 10 minutes remaining.
Yeah. Well, here's the replay. A smaller inside wave. You can see the ribs and chatter on the face due to this wind that we've got on offer. But a 177 for Daniel, his best wave so far. I think he just wanted to get rid of that 0.63, sorry, that he had. His requirement now just a 2.94. Diego Corderio, our Italian surfer, he hasn't caught a wave yet.
Wow, he's been waiting for the big set probably. But just, this heat is really slow right now. Here is Billy up and riding into the barrel, traveling
Oh,
quite a long time, but unfortunately he caught behind, probably fumble. Oh,
yeah, Ollie Risenbeck. That's his second tube. So the tubes are out there, and that is why people come to Cloud9, because it is a very picturesque location, but every surfer loves to get barrel, don't
right. Oh, it was a great tube riding. It wasn't on a bigger size set, but still managed to travel in the tube quite a long time. How is this drone shot?
they? Yeah, he did really well to get his board back under his feet there. Just sort of had to, push pretty hard, but Ollie Risenbeck is going to go into first place because he's going to improve on that 1.73. Billy Stearman had a really good attempt. He came from deep on the peak, and he was driving through that thing, but unfortunately didn't make it out. So right now, Diego in the green is going to surf a 9-minute heat because he's dropped anchor. He's waiting for a set wave. So we'll wait and see if he's able to open up in the next few minutes because, time is starting to tick away quite quickly.
Right. Yesterday was 30 minutes heat, and today we're going to have 25 minutes heat. So now we have extra 5 minutes has gone.
Yeah.
So all the tactics comes in differently for all the surfers.
Well, Ollie Risenbeck, a 4.0 has locked in for him. He's moved into first position. He actually stayed with one of the biggest and best surfing families while in Western Australia. So the Flynn family, big shout out to them. So Macklin is here. Macklin Flynn competing in this event, and Ollie Risenbeck was hanging with Macklin back in Western Australia. And he is here competing in his first QS 5000 as well. So it's great to see a lot of young Australians, many international surfers coming, and Billy is scratching hard for this one. No barrel on offer, unfortunately.
But he's trying to get rid of the 1.10. Probably he's done that with this second maneuver, I would say. So just over 7 minutes remaining. He just wanted to make sure that he's got 2 waves on the scoreboard.
Yeah, well, we've seen, as we look at the replay, the wave doesn't barrel on the takeoff, but Billy, he is a smart and wise enough competitor to know that, hey, I got a 4.83 on my opening wave, which was all turns, and goes to the turns again to hopefully improve on that 1.10, which he does.
2.63. Now he's in the first. And Oliver now in the second. So White needing 5.56. Diego needing 7.33, and he hasn't got a wave yet. Just under 6 minutes and a half seconds remaining.
Yeah, so Diego's going to have to start to get a little bit of a hurry on. He needs a 7.33. He could do that in either 1 wave or 2 waves.
Right.
So right now, it's taken him the best part of, 20 minutes to catch anything. And he's now got pretty much 6 minutes to try and catch 2 waves. But this is a good-looking set.
Here is points the barrel, traveling a long time, and comes out clean and float to finish off.
Well surfed wave. Daniel responds right behind him. And links through the inside section well. So this heat is on as Ollie Risenbeck swings on his 4th wave. Wow.
Air.
Unable to ride out of that one, but I was getting a little bit worried for Diego because he hadn't caught a wave, but I think this wave was well and truly worth the wait as he just stalls on the backhand, disappears, and a nice little backside floater there to complete what I think may lock in as the best wave ridden of the first heat of the men's round of 96.
Really love his backhand barrel skills, and as well as the I love how he finished it off with a big float in the end section.
Yeah, well, 5 minutes. The green flag out on the tower will be swapped to the yellow flag to let surfers know we are now under 5 minutes. And for our viewers at home, we're waiting on a score for our Italian surfer in the green, Daniel Espanjon, local Filipino surfers, trying to keep busy on the inside, smaller waves, but he's got a good board under his feet and making the most of that opportunity. So as soon as we get some numbers in, we'll let you know. I'm sure Diego is nervously awaiting the announcement of his score as well from our beach commentators. But Di, it always seems like the last few minutes of these heats get more and more exciting, don't they?
Yep, it's just fun to watch. But this is going to be definitely his best score because he managed to put a couple good turns in and he finishes off nicely. So now he's in the back in the game again. 4 minutes remaining. Wow.
Yeah, Billy putting the brakes on. And, whoa, there is not much water over the reef there, so didn't have much of a cushion for that landing. But, yeah, the judges, they're going to be busy in the next 4 minutes because we're waiting probably 4 or 5 scores to lock in. I think there's 2 scores for white to lock in. There is a score for green, which has come in at a 3.67. Here he goes again. He wants to repeat the dose. That one doesn't barrel, so
that was a little bit of mistake, I would say, because he hold on to the first priority, and he needed the one more wave. So the first one comes in 3.67. Now needing exact same score to go into the second.
yeah, this is getting tight. We've got a couple of scores to lock in for white. Here goes Ollie stalling and disappearing behind the liquid curtain there. Chucks a big roundhouse cutty, and this one looks like it might offer him one more opportunity to lean into a big, strong, powerful turn. So, there is numbers to drop.
Right.
And we'll keep you all across it. Diego now stalling. Oh, it's a little bit tricky on the backhand to be able to drive through the barrels when it's this size. He knows he's just chasing a good second score. Espanjon now quick in and out right in front of green. So there might have been some quieter moments during the start of this heat, but the last 6 or 7 minutes it's been non-stop wave catching. And the judges will be busy out on the tower locking everything in.
We're still, waiting for the couple of scores to lock in for red and, for all the surfers. So 2 minutes remaining. Pressure's building up for every surfers.
Yep, this was the last of reds. Billy's. If he'd stuck this air, it would have been a really good wave. This is the last of the Newcastle surfer slots behind there. So our screen is showing we're waiting on what is 5 scores. So 5 scores to lock in before we know the accurate situation. This is going to go down to the wire.
Love to see back-to-back replays because now you can compare each of the tube riding so that you can get an idea what score they're going to get.
Yeah, the judges would be doing this exact same thing, looking at the replays, assessing everything based on Billy's 4.83. Was it better? Was it worse? How deep were they in the tube? How critical was the takeoff? So, yeah, with less than a minute to go, it's a tight little heat. I can't tell you anything more than what you see on your screen right now. Billy Stem and the New Zealand surfer is in the lead. He's got first priority. You can see everyone just paddling for this set wave. Billy swings and goes. The Kiwi surfer hard off the bottom. Nice slashing maneuver. That was a
really nice wave for Billy. And there's one more wave behind.
I don't think Daniel's going to come out of that one. So, wow, just seconds remaining and still awaiting some scores. So I really can't tell you who's going to make it through the first heat of the men's round of 96. But it is over. We're awaiting scores. There is the tower, so pretty much in front of that media backdrop is where the judges sit, and they look pretty much directly into the wave, so it's a really good vantage point. The surfers are super close to them, probably less than 100 metres away from the peak to where the judges sit. We're going to go to a short commercial break, and we'll be right back and let you know who is progressing through the first heat of the men's round of 96.
With GOMO, I use data any way I want, all in one app. I can easily transfer and track my no expiry data. I GOMO any way I want. We don't.
Welcome back. I can confirm results from the last heat. It was a real nail biter. They're going to come up on your screen very shortly. It was Billy Stearman taking the win out on the strength of a 5.27 and a 4.83. Ollie Rissenbeck finished in second. Third place was white. Fourth place was green. But I'll welcome into the booth for her first heat of the day, Jessie Starling. How are you?
I'm good. I'm really good this morning. I actually missed that first heat, but I heard it was a bit of a kind of spicy finish to the end of it.
It was. There was a few waves ridden in the first few minutes, and then a little bit of a sleepy middle part of the heat, and then 8 minutes to go there was just non-stop wave catching going on. So who have we got in this heat?
In this one we have a couple Aussies. So Xavier Bryce taking on Macklin Flynn, Kyan Falvey and Jomar Saavedra, who has moved through the first two rounds. So Jomar, the sole Filipino. Xavier is from the Northern Beaches of Sydney. He's actually here travelling with a big Northern Beaches crew: Dylan Moffat, Axel Carota, Saxon Reba, Kobe Clements. It's actually Kobe's birthday today as well, so happy birthday, Kobe Clements. But this guy, our sole WA surfer in this heat.
Yeah, Mac Daddy, Macklin Flynn, he is a real tube monger. I think this wave perfectly suits his style of surfing. Macklin hails from Cowarramup in Western Australia, right between Yellingup and Margaret River, and this is one of the things that he has on his repertoire, a really strong air game as well. So good barrel rider, good aerialist. So I'll do a big shout out to the Flynn family, big time supporters of our events and programs back in Western Australia. Dad Rory, Mum Nicole. He is one of four brothers. So
is he?
Yep.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, so they all surf. And Macklin, the oldest one, he's just a good West Aussie boy. I really like him. He's a member of our WA state team this year. And right now, he's taken an early lead on the strength of a 4.0. The throwaway air reverse, a 0.83. So, yeah, I won't generally be biased, but my two bobs worth is definitely in the blue corner for this one.
Yeah, well, I feel like you're from WA. You got to support, your hometown friends. And Macklin, he's still a junior as well, so got second in the Aussie titles last year, lost to another competitor in the draws, Eden Hassan. He competed yesterday in the last couple of heats of the round of 128. But looking at that .83 of Macklin's, you could tell he was eyeing off a bit of an air section. I feel like he might have watched Dom Thomas yesterday. Dom locking in a 9-point ride, first heat of the day for a pretty big air and a very sucky, hard section. So I feel like Macklin maybe drawing a bit of inspiration from Dom Thomas yesterday.
Well, I think that's the perfect combination. If you can get a good tube ride and finish with something innovative like an aerial manoeuvre, Dom Thomas, who was also recently in Western Australia, locked in a 9.0 for that. So I think that sent a clear message that, hey, if you can get a good tube and you can finish your wave with a high-risk manoeuvre, the judges are definitely going to reward you. So right now, I think that might be sitting in the back of Macklin's mind. He finished with an equal third at our recent Cape Naturalist Pro in Yellingup, and he got a 5th place finish up in Mandurah, a town that he grew up in actually. So they've moved down south to get the better waves and better conditions, and it has really helped his surfing.
3rd place is his career best as well, and I feel like it doesn't matter what age you are, if you're getting 3rds or 5ths, I feel like if you're getting to a part in the draw where you have a final next to your name, whether it's quarterfinal, semi-final, that is really great learning. And it was a QS 1000, but the draw, it's as hard as a QS 5000. So for him to get a 3rd place there, absolutely incredible. He's up and ready again, 3rd wave of this heat, only surfer with waves so far, so he can barrel. He's got a really great air game, like you said, but I also love his rail work. I feel like it's really classy, it's really mature for his age, and yeah, he's just looking not like a Grom in this heat at all. Like, he's looking pretty mature.
Yeah, he has surfed a lot of competitions over his time, and for me, he is looking really sharp. As I said, this wave really suits him. Crouches down low to get behind that one and goes to a few turns on the inside. So yeah, I'm sure a lot of people back home are tuning into this heat. Macklin's been here for probably close to 5 or 6 days now. He was one of the surfers unfortunately affected by the delay in his surfboards getting here. Actually, when we checked in to Manila to fly out here to Siargao, his boards were still sitting there. So we're going to throw out to the tower with Dai Wacko and the winner of the first heat.
Alright, so must be really hard heat with slow in the start, no waves counts, and it's your first heat. So how was it out there?
Yeah, it was tricky. All morning it's kind of been pumping. Went for a free surf, got a couple this morning, but yeah, just kind of stopped as soon as the comp started. But yeah, I kind of felt good that I adapted on my feet and kind of went to turns. There wasn't too many waves, so kind of needed to get going after about 10 minutes, and yeah, managed to find a little barrel and kind of get it back up, and I think I surfed a pretty good heat.
Right, so what was your actual original plan? Because you were surfing this morning, probably you wanted to get barrel from the set, but what was your original plan?
Yeah, this wave's so much fun. This is my first time here, so I'm really enjoying the Philippines. Yeah, and this wave is just epic, so I really wanted to just get barrel, but yeah, unfortunately we didn't get many sets, but fortunately for me I progressed, so hopefully we get another chance tomorrow and the waves are picking up and hopefully get some stand-up barrels.
Alright, so you've done your job today. You got so much time today, but what are you going to do after this?
Yeah, I'm probably just going to go home and relax. It's pretty hot over here. Another friend, another Kiwi, Caleb, is up soon, so I'll come down and caddy him and support him and kind of, yeah, hopefully give him some tips and motivate him. But yeah, kind of just cruising, enjoying, checking out the Philippines and eating some good food and kind of just enjoying my time.
Nice. So you want to shout out to your family back home?
Yeah, hey to my friends and family back in New Zealand, and happy birthday to Vicky as well, my dad's partner, my stepmom, so happy birthday to you. I know you guys are in Bali cruising, so yeah, cheers for the support everyone at home, and hopefully we can make a few more.
Alright, congrats and good luck next heat. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Dai, and well done to Billy. I feel like Billy's been around so long. He's a really wise competitor, and I'm surprised to hear it's his first time here in the Philippines.
Yeah, the Olympian. 2 times Olympian for Billy. All-round great human as well. He is probably one of the friendliest. I feel like all the surfers are super friendly. Like, there is no one that you're not going to get on with in this draw, but Billy just has this extra friendliness about him. I don't know, he's just like a golden retriever. He's just awesome.
What, likes his food or likes his belly rubbed? What?
Just friendly, just all around friendly. Wants to say hi to everyone. This is our local surfer, Jomar. Can't get the finish on that one. But Justin, you and I were going berserk during that interview because Macklin Flynn caught about 17 more waves. I feel like he's caught so many waves in this heat. Xavier Bryce got his first score on the board, and then so did Kyan Falvey. So we've got a heat on our hands, Justin.
We do. And one thing that Macklin is not afraid of doing is catching a lot of waves. So he's one of those guys that keeps busy a lot of the time. He's a momentum surfer. I'm sure we might get a replay of one of his waves that we missed during the interview with Billy. The board just not sticking to Kyan's feet there on that one. But yeah, Mac Daddy, he is a great surfer, a wily competitor, as I've said. He's done so many events, and this is one of his 4 waves. So we're saying maybe taking some inspiration from Dom Thomas. A nice little cover up into a nice little straight air there.
Yeah, then this is Xavier Bryce, so kind of getting a bit of a cover up there, going for that signature Cloud 9 layback carve after the barrel. That is just something everyone seems to do at the end of their waves here, but I am a fan. And then Kyan getting his fair share, got a cover up here, had one of the highest heat totals of the day. I believe it was the first day he competed. He did a huge alley-oop, and then this was our local surfer, so this is more like the Cloud 9 we're used to seeing. Gets a turn in after here, goes for the end turn, but just loses a bit of footing at the end. You could see he kind of pumped up himself after that barrel as well. So I feel like we're going to have some good scores locking in. It's a 3.2 for Xavier and a 3.56 for Kyan.
Yeah, I think Jomar, however, managed to find probably the biggest wave that has come through in the first sort of 9 minutes of this. Second heat of the day here at the 28th Siargao International Surfing Cup. Jesse, I did ask Dai Wako, our Japanese commentator, what he thought about the opening ceremony, and I know that you and True are big fans of what they do here as far as welcoming surfers. It's a proper show that we saw last night, wasn't it?
Oh, it's the best thing I've ever seen. I absolutely adore everything about the Philippines, but one thing I love so much is the opening ceremony, and highlight the dancers. They are just so amazing. They go above and beyond every year. They welcome us with the biggest arms. They are just the best humans, and think loud, think bold, think colourful, over the top almost. That's what we get every year we come to the opening ceremony. I had high hopes because last year's was so good.
Yeah.
And this year's, yeah, definitely lived up to it again. I absolutely love how much the community gets around this event.
Well, I think you and your sister love it so much. You were actually on the front row.
Yeah.
You were, you know, I was a couple of tables back, but I could just see you front and centre of the action. And my goodness, you know, a lot of speeches, a lot of singing, a lot of dancing, but it is something like I've never seen before. So coming off a recent run of WSL events, I'm glad I don't have to put on that sort of fanfare to welcome competitors. So yeah, super impressive, very, very fun evening in at General Luna.
Yeah, I feel like if it came down to it, WA could put on a show like that too.
Oh, might have to get you over there because you're a big fan of singing and dancing, but
I don't know about that, but I would definitely, if you needed me, Justin, I would be there.
All right.
Heartbeat.
Good to know. Good to know. Well, here goes Kyan. A quick in and out for White. Doesn't like what he sees on offer.
Yeah, Kyan getting a bit of experience in the Australian Board Riders Battle this year, represented Cabarita, and they did really well, actually. I think they ended up with a semi-final. It was their best result in the ABB in history. They had a really good team, Josh Fuller, Zali Kelly, Fletch Kelleher, so I'm sure the Cabarita Board Riders are watching on. They are huge supporters of Kyan. I'm sure Kyan's coach as well, Jared Tatiri, is probably looking on. He's my coach too, so hey JDT. And yeah, I think Kyan's got this really awesome community around him. Like, he has so much support, kind of like how WA gets behind Macklin, Northern Beaches they get behind Xavier. The North Coast and Cabarita, they have this love for Kyan. He's a pretty lovable guy. He's just so kind, but he's also so extremely talented. And as you can see right now, pretty deep barrel there for Kyan. Comes out, goes for the air. Oh, I almost wrote him off. That's just then. And kind of said, Macklin Flynn, watch this, I can do it too.
Wow, I think he was lucky that little bit of wind blew the board back under his feet. Replay straight here.
That was nice.
It was nice, but some good strength in the legs just to pull the board back under his feet and right out of that one. So, yep, 11 minutes on the clock, and this is starting to become a tighter matchup. I'm sure everyone back home in WA was happy to see Macklin sort of lock in a couple of fours off the bat. Oh, Jomar.
Ooh, you can tell it's the low tide because some of those inside ones, they do definitely funnel very quickly off the end there. I feel like Xavier was just a little bit off balance the whole time on that one. But, yeah, Jomar's, it just kind of ran away from him, got really small. You'd have to be a piece of origami to kind of get through that last little bit. But 4.73 for his first one. It's a 1.17 just for that last one. But Kyan, 5.67, locking in. So he goes to second, only now needs a 3-point ride. If I'm being honest with you right now, Justin, you can't ever go into a heat kind of expecting things, but there's 10 minutes to go, but I was really thinking that Xavier Bryce was going to come out of the gate swinging. He's really good in Indonesia, and it's a kind of similar wave to Indo. But not only that, he's had some pretty good results this year. Got a 5th in Krui, got a 9th place at Surfest, and I felt like this year he was really starting to find his groove and like get his paces up when it came to heat surfing. But he's definitely had good wave selection based on that last one, but just kind of couldn't pull it off. And he's on a high. Just released his first film.
Okay.
Yeah, it's all
cool.
happening for him.
Well, I'm glad that you're so across it. We were just talking before about how much we appreciate the help of you and True, setting, commentators' schedules, doing your research. You've always got your notepad out with little things written down about surfers. I've been around the surf game for long enough to know bits and pieces, but I might have to sharpen up my research to catch up to you and True.
We do. Most of our research just comes from chatting to everyone in the surf. And Xav, we grew up in the same region as Xavier, so we know him pretty well. And then now we actually live, I'm not even kidding, 6 houses up from Kyan. So we're neighbours. So it's good. We kind of know everyone. But I do need to get a little bit more accustomed with my WA friends. I'm good friends with the Hardys. And then obviously the Durants. I absolutely love Coral. She's one of my best mates. But when it comes to the WA men, I need to become a bit more friendly in the free surfs. I think I can find out more.
Yep, I reckon you
Stay
can.
tuned.
Stay tuned. I reckon the boys would be crazy not to chat to you in the surf. Did you have a surf this morning?
No, not this morning. True and I just kind of cruised. We found a gym, went to the gym. We've kind of got this morning routine. She gets a coffee, I get a juice, and then we go down to this other cafe because there's a waitress there we absolutely love. And we just go hang out with her for a little bit and then mosey on up, call mum and dad, call the family back home. But I definitely think with these later starts, we need to start getting out on the boats. I heard a rumour you went out on a boat this morning. Am I right in saying this? No,
the boat, a bit too windy for the boat, apparently, as we see Xavier unfortunately unable to connect with the board there. He goes, Kyan Falvey doesn't like what he sees, pulls through the back. So priority now with Macklin Flynn, the young West Australian. He's currently leading the heat. We do have a friend here. Big shout out to James O'Donnell. I'm rocking my KS Surf Shop hat this morning. His partner Marja, their son Mac, absolute legends, and they are part of the reason I come back to the Philippines at any opportunity I get. But yeah, James has got a boat, but you can see just the white capping out the back. It's a little bit windy, unfortunately. So yeah, we decided to jump in the car and head up the coast a little bit, and yeah, we got some.
Where'd you go?
I'm not going to name names. You can't
off
do
air,
that.
Off air.
Yeah. I'll let you know off air. But myself, a couple of the officials loaded up, and we went and found some pretty beautiful waves.
Oh my goodness! I've got to get involved.
You've got to get around it. James is the guy. He is the man in the know. He's just an amazing fella. So big shout out to Jimmy. And right now we have just on 6 minutes and 40 seconds.
Yeah, 6 minutes 40. Looking like our local surfer pulling the trigger here. Needs a 368. Pretty deep in this one. Comes out and goes for a bit of a tabletop floater. Came out with speed. See if we can get anything more off the end of this one. Looking like the young WA surfer, Macklin Flynn, tucking in, gets out before it runs off on him. So he needs to improve right now. He needs to kind of get rid of that 4-point ride, because a 3 for a surfer like Kyan isn't too much. And then Joma only needs a 368. I want to see that wave from the front on angle, because it looks pretty deep from the drone angle. You see, it's different from all the different angles.
It's deceiving. So I feel like they always look like they're right on the foam ball. But Macklin, he's got a really good read in the tube, and he could just see that section ahead of him was going to shut down. Don't think personally it's going to improve on the 4.0, but yeah, I am hoping the next 5.5 minutes that the rotation of priority swings around in his favour, because yeah, right now our young West Aussie in the lead. But the requirements are the things that have me a little bit nervous, you know, like all these guys totally capable of the requirements next to their name. So White needs just a 3.0 to move into first. Jomar, the local Filipino surfer, chasing a 3.68. And here goes Kyan. Oh, had to readjust in the barrel and did it pretty nicely.
I was a bit nervous there. I was like, ooh, is this a bit of a fumble right now? But he managed to pull it together. So, yeah, it's funny because you look at the drone angle shot and you're like, wow, they are so deep. And sometimes then it shifts to the front angle and you're like, oh, wait, maybe they're not. And it's funny when you think they're not deep, they end up being deep. I don't know how it works out. So, yeah, it's good that we have all these different camera angles. We can really assess. The judges have a good look at these as well. Not crazy deep there for Kyan. He needs a 3, so just to jump into the lead. So it's definitely not a massive score. I think that one's come in at a 273. But I feel like they're all on the right path. And just to add to what you're saying, on all these guys, extremely talented, so capable of making it through this heat. Even Xavier needing a 5.21, like the last couple of days, a 5.21 has seemed like a really big score.
Yeah.
But I feel like the waves are more performance. They're more typical Cloud9 to what we were used to seeing today. So 5.21, that could just be a really solid deep barrel with a good intersection turn. I mean, Kyan with his 5.67, it's doable.
Oh, these guys and girls who are here in the beautiful Siargao area, they are all so capable. And here goes Xavier. Sets that one up nicely. Quick in and out. But yeah, that drone angle, as you said, so deceiving, because you think they're right on the foam ball, they're sitting really deep, but that's because the vision, you're looking straight into it. So you don't really get that depth perception to be able to know how far behind the curtain they actually are.
Yeah, but I do love this drone angle shot. I feel like I'm right out there with them, because they are genuine. Like from where we are, we're right on the shore here at Cloud9. They're a fair way out to sea from where we are. Here we go, Macklin Flynn, just trying to get undercover there, but couldn't quite pull it off at the end as well. So just going to be a little throwaway score there for Macklin. 3 minutes on the clock. Everyone's starting to get a little bit fidgety in the water right now. I feel like decision making is not lacking. Like people are obviously making decisions, but maybe making quicker ones rather than thought out. So we'll see how Kyan can pull off the rest of this wave.
Yeah, well, it's a tight heat. Got a big score. That's a nice aerial grab there. I think is that a slob grab, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and only needs a 3.
Yep, let's have a close look at this. Not much water on the reef, so I'm hoping his equipment's okay. Yep, seems okay. So here he goes. No barrel, but straight into the air. Nice height, clean grab, and a clean finish. So, whew.
It's so funny trying to score. Like, you know, you always try and mentally score waves, even when you're commentating, to try and get a gist. But when you come to a wave that is so, like, everyone's looking for the barrels, but then you pull out an air like that, you're thinking, oh, yeah, that's a 6 score. But I feel like when it's a wave like this, like, I still haven't quite grasped my bearings into where people are placing scores on what. But you'd think that that's a 3-point ride. Like, that is, surely, that's a 3-point ride, you know?
Oh, yeah. You know, critical section. Nice elevation. lands cleanly in front of the whitewater and rode out. So under 2 minutes and still awaiting a couple of important scores in the context of this heat. Right now, priority sits with Green. Second priority is with Macklin Flynn. And third priority with Red. Fourth priority with White. So, yeah, I'm hoping that not many more waves come, but we're waiting on scores. So
you are holding your breath for your fellow WA surfer out there, Macklin Flynn. Xavier has slightly chipped away, so now only needs a 4.74. I feel like he's probably looking for waves like he was getting in his recent surf film. He made it with a local filmer. His name's Will Somerville, so he's probably tuning into this. A really incredible piece. You can find it on Xavier Bryce's Instagram as well if you're a bit of a surf movie fiend and you want to go and watch some great surfing. Xavier gets some pretty good barrels in it. So we'll see 40 seconds on the clock if he can find himself a wave like he kind of did in that film. Looking like Macklin is playing defense right now, so uses priority over Xavier, gets a bit of a barrel there, brings it back around. Gorgeous surfing. I really love the way he surfed this heat. Kept himself really cool, made really good decisions. Last wave for Kyan, a 4.9, so he now goes into the lead. Macklin down into second. Green looking for a 3.94. Xavier Bryce looking for a 5, but there is just about 10 seconds on the clock. You can see Xavier hunting for a wave, but I think your little WA mate is going to be okay.
Wow. I was nervous there. I was holding my breath, but another entertaining heat. We're going to go to a short commercial break here from Siargao. We'll be right back very soon.
With GoMo, I use data any way I want, all in one app. I can easily transfer and track my no expiry data. I GoMo any way I want. We don't.
Welcome back, everyone. We are at the beautiful Cloud9 here in Siargao, Philippines, for the men's round of 96, heat number 3 for the Siargao International Surfing Cup. On your screen right now is the results of that last heat. So Kyan Falvey, Macklin Flynn moving on through. We did say goodbye to one of our local boys, Jomar, and Northern Beaches surfer Xavier Bryce. I'm sure we'll be catching up with those guys in Taiwan in about a week's time. I feel like it's not long till we head over there, maybe 2 weeks. But right now, we have True Styling back in the booth. Welcome back in the booth, Truce.
Thank you, Jessie. It's nice to be back here this morning, and the surf's pumping out there.
Yeah, it's absolutely cooking. Definitely the best day we've had so far. It is a little bit windy, but it's kind of playing into the surfers' favours. We've seen some pretty good airs this morning, a lot of really great barrels. Right now, we have an all-international heat, so Bronson Mady out there representing Indonesia. Rafael Castro is from America, but he also crosses over to Brazil. Jose Andrade is from the Philippines, and Arashi Kato is from Japan. So we have a pretty solid hit on hand. Arashi looking very strong the other day. He actually was just competitively maybe one of the smarter surfers in the round before here. So excited to see him compete again. And this guy, Rafael, cannot take the points. So he's on the fun tour.
I love that. And wow, isn't he just doing exactly that? Gets a float. I mean, look how clean it is. It's such a different day compared to yesterday, but still really fun.
Yeah, definitely super fun for all of our competitors this morning. So back down to 25-minute heats today. We were running at 30-minute heats yesterday when the conditions were a little bit slower. We've had a little bump in swell. Here's the replay of Raphael. So just tucking in here. This is kind of what we saw him do in his round before this. Got a heat win. And yeah, he just had a lot of fun. He brought airs to us, barrels, huge turns, a lot of tail drift turns actually. I feel like that's probably his repertoire. Kind of gives me a surfer skater kind of style in his surfing. So first wave looking like it's a 373 for our surfer from America. He was actually over there in Nias as well. So he's just kind of surfing where he wants to surf, throwing the rushy on wherever he can, and I feel like if that's the way you want to go about it, for sure, let's go.
Yeah, you know, it's nice to surf these pretty amazing places with no one else out or just 3 other people, and being able to have that kind of priority rotation where you can take turns is super fun as well. So yeah, as you said, the fun tour for Raphael. Why not? You may as well if you're here and there's an event on, then that sounds great to me. And he got a really nice looking first wave, and you can see the conditions have changed a little bit more. That wind playing a little bit of havoc this morning, but as Jesse mentioned, there's still some really good waves out there. Raphael won his heat yesterday, so progressing through to the round of 96, which is the 3rd seeded round, I believe. And then we have the next round, the round of 64, where we'll see the last round of our seeded surfers. We'll start to see some of the Challenger Series surfers in there. But this is a great heat and up and riding. We've got Arashi Kato just in and out of that one.
Yeah, Arashi just getting a quick little cover up. Probably not going to be a massive score, so he definitely knows what he's doing though. Spent a lot of time on the QS. This guy, Bronson, not scared of a barrel, not scared of a reef break, from Indonesia. He actually was part of Billabong's most recent film that they just released. So Bronson is a pretty good looking surfer right now. He's got a couple good results over there in Indonesia. Actually got a 10 in their local event there last week for a really cool air, actually. So hopefully we see Bronson bring out a little bit of that today in this heat, but that was a really nice second wave for Bronson. He already had a 117 locked in. Oh, and he's up and riding again. So I asked for airs and I get what I want. Oh, 2 on 1.
Double trouble.
I'll take it.
Yeah, Bronson, we know that he's good for that. He has such a strong air game, and he's really capable of pulling them when he needs to. You can see him gaining some speed, perfect timing.
Sick.
And gets a second one in. I mean, Bronson is just looking really comfortable out there. He lives over in Bali, spent a lot of time on reefs, and he's able to just really tune in out here as well and just dial everything up. You know, this is what we expect from Bronson out there today.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Bronson, although he's still young, I feel like his name has been around for quite some time, and he's definitely been competing for a lot of time. He's been doing a bit of free surfing, dropping edits like I've been saying, and yeah, I just feel like Bronson, he has the ability to go really deep in the draw, but maybe he's still trying to figure out how he likes to surf heats, because it's not been a lot of big QS events where we've seen him kind of travel really deep in. I mean, he did get a 9th place at Nias, which is still pretty great, but I feel like Bronson has the potential to go really deep in the draws, quarterfinals, semifinals, and we haven't really seen him do that on such a big scale of a co-sanctioned event like this just yet. So I'm hoping he figures it out, because I think with someone who has such a big bag of tricks like Bronson, it would make sense to see him in the quarterfinals and semifinals.
Yeah, for sure. He's got such a great variety in his repertoire, in his back pocket. So, yeah, it's, you know, we want to see him in those, just like everyone else who has such a great surfing style. But Arashi Kato, he's spent 15 years on the QS as well. So he's got so much experience. He knows what he's capable of and what he can bring to heats. You know, he's definitely a name that we're used to seeing. And he's got such a smooth, seamless style. I love watching him surf, so I'm excited to see him in this one. He's actually 3 times back-to-back Japanese champion as well.
He is from Chiba, so kind of the surfing hotspot of Japan. It's the Gold Coast of Japan, I would say, Chiba. That's what I likened it to Daya. So he goes, that's exactly right. I was like, I am onto it. No, just kidding. But Yeah, I feel like any surfers that are kind of coming out of that Chiba, they're getting a bit more experience surfing with each other, maybe having some mock-up heats in free surfs, getting to train with more like-minded people. Not to say the rest of Japan isn't amazing though, but this is a bit of a front-on replay from Bronson's first wave. Got pretty deep, so got covered up there. That carve just got a bit hung up. He's looking again right now. So our Indonesian surfer trying to get a little cover up, couldn't quite. There's the first turn, gets hung up a little bit. That one's not going to go into his top two, so he has a 483 and a 393. Does have him in the lead right now. But yeah, I feel like if he can keep this momentum up, he could just keep building a house right now, because Bronson, like I said, I think he's extremely talented, and I think it's really surprising we haven't seen him go deeper in a draw just yet. In saying that as well, he has people like Raphael who are here on a fun tour who can't take the points that almost act as a bit of a roadblock. They're almost like, no, I'm here, I want to have fun, I want to make some money. But yeah, it is kind of just a bit of just another obstacle for them.
Ooh, Raphael locking in, gets a turn to complete as well. We'll see when we get that front-on replay how deep he got. Bronson out behind him.
Non-stop.
Also getting tubed, gets a cover up, goes to the air, gets a completion. So maybe not as dynamic as he wanted for that air, but he got the grab. So Bronson locking in another score. He's just maintaining the momentum in this heat. He's just catching heaps of waves. So it's exciting to see that. And you can see this angle here. Raphael gets deep, doesn't fully disappear, but gets that second turn to ride out. That was really nice to watch. And then Bronson out behind, also locked in. You can see him put his arm in the wall, just trying to slow himself down. Gets a grab for the air, so he'll lock in another nice score.
Yeah, Bronson's caught like 13, 14 waves. No, I'm exaggerating. He has been non-stop. He's kind of reminding me of the way Macklin Flynn surfed his last heat. I mean, Macklin caught a lot of waves, kept building momentum, and there is no point not to out there. There are so many opportunities, so many good waves, and I feel like if you can surf a wave as amazing as Cloud9 with no one out, why wouldn't you turn as many waves as you could? So these guys definitely know what they're up to. This is a bigger looking set we've seen come through. Arashi going straight down. Didn't paddle hard enough into it. That wind is definitely playing into it.
Honestly, that happened to me yesterday.
Yeah.
It's kind of like crazy though. It's not that big out there today. It's maybe like 2 to 3 feet. But the sets that come through, they definitely still nail you. It's power. It's coming off a low tide, so there's definitely still some push. But as it gets through to the high tide this afternoon, I think it will start to get better. But yeah, it's we have such a strong pool of talent in this event. And to see that happen, it just shows how difficult this wave can be to surf, and you really have to be onto it all the time.
Yeah, I would be lying to you if I said that hasn't happened to me a couple of times out here as well. Just haven't paddled in hard enough and I've gone straight over the falls. But, it's a humbling experience. But here we go. This is our American surfer, Raphael. He goes down as well. So that was one of those ones that raced off really fast along the reef on that inside section. So they slowly start to stop doing that when we do hit a little bit more of a higher tide. So we are coming off a low tide this morning, hence why we did have a bit of a later start. So low tide, it was a 0.2 meter low tide at around about 9:30. So we are almost 2 hours off the low. I honestly think this mid tide is when we get the best of Cloud9. But before I continue on with that point, Justin, take it away. I believe you're with Kai and Falvey.
Yeah, thanks, ladies. Here with Kai and Falvey, the winner of the second heat. Mate, it's a little bit blustery out there, but you found the barrel, you took to the air, repeating your performance from the round of 128.
Yeah, it was a pretty grindy heat, but stiff offshore on it, and I think I just lucked into a little wide nugget, and that was pretty much what got me through, and a little ollie towards the end of the heat.
Mate, you just get through heats. Have you competed in QS 5000 before, and how does it feel to progress through to the round of 64?
Yeah, this is my first year doing all the big QSs, and I did the Indo ones earlier in the year, and this is it's probably the only spot I've been other than Indo, so it's unreal coming to a different country and getting really waves. Yeah.
What do you love the most about the Philippines so far? What have you been embracing? What have you been soaking up and enjoying?
Well, I've just been soaking up all the good waves and being able to get barreled on tap out the front here is like, it's pretty unreal. It's a crazy setup here.
Mate, you probably want to do a shout out to your friends and family back home watching.
Yeah, big shout out to Build Cert. They've been helping me out this year, and I wouldn't be able to be here without them. So big thanks to you guys, and yeah, cheers.
Well, we'll throw back to you ladies in the tower, in the booth, I should say. Sorry.
Yeah, swap that one around. No, we love the tower, but we also love the booth. So Kyan, one of the most humble humans I know. He is just so. He just served such a good heat. He was like, yeah, locked into a couple, got a little ollie. It was a really sick straight air at the end of that heat. So he's just being
Sounds about right.
very humble. It does sound about right. We had a lot of waves going on during that interview. So Bronson getting one there. Feel like he didn't get super deep in that one. Not sure if it's going to kind of jump ahead of that 393 he has. We saw Arashi Kato, unfortunately, again, not paddle hard enough into one. But if he had of, probably would have been a really good drainer. This guy, Raphael... Oh, I was going to say sneaking through, but just couldn't. A lot of travel time in that one, though.
Yeah, that was yeah. He was so close to making that. That would have been a really good score. He got a good one before and just snuck out through the little chandelier section. But, I'd love to see a deep one with a clean exit. Haven't seen that this morning. I mean, I haven't had a chance to get my eyes on the ocean for the first two heats of the morning, but I have seen some really good waves when I was watching the free surfing come through, so I do feel like we've got some great surfing to come today. And 25-minute heats are a little bit shorter than what we had yesterday, but there's still so much opportunity.
Yeah, definitely. I actually think I prefer the 25-minute heats as well. I feel like it ups the ante for everyone.
Yeah.
There's 30-minute heats, as amazing as they are, sometimes I feel like the competitors can almost be in cruise control for the first 10 minutes because they're like, oh, sweet, then I still have another 20. But the 25 minutes forces everyone to be a little bit more high intensity. And you can tell in this heat, I mean, Bronson's had so many waves. Raphael's had so many waves. It's just Arashi, he would have had a couple amazing ones, but unfortunately couldn't quite get into them. Here goes our local guy. Just a quick up and down. So I believe we did have a little bit of a draw change as well. So Saxon Reba was initially in red in this heat, but he has moved on through to the next round. And this guy is looking to get there as well. So Raphael, this is the type of surfing we saw from him yesterday. A lot of tail slides, a lot of drop wallet carves, a lot of barrels, and he just looked like he was having fun, and then quote unquote called it the fun tour after that. So he's definitely looking like he's just enjoying himself out there right now. But True, I want to know,
yes,
if you were in Raphael's position, okay, and you could travel to any QS around the world, maybe you couldn't get points, where would you head off to? What QS around the world really tickles your fancy? Be like, oh, I wish I could go there.
Oh, that's a really hard question. I feel like
Ooh.
is there a QS at J-Bay?
That was going to be mine.
Yeah.
I was like, if there's a QS at J-Bay, I would be there in a heartbeat.
Yeah, if there's a QS at J-Bay or just any, I would be there. When I went there, you know this, when I went there, I absolutely fell in love with the place. I fell in love with the waves. So if I could go back there, I would. But I mean, this place too is pretty amazing. Look at this shot. That is Raphael just really laying into his rail. That was a nice wave for him. But yeah, I think, J-Bay would be the place where I'd go on the fun tour for sure. Or maybe, I'd say so. What do you reckon? If you can't say J-Bay, what's your backup?
I would love to travel to Mexico. I don't know if there's even any QSs in Mexico, but Mexico's definitely on my list.
Yes.
Or Morocco. I'd love to go to Morocco.
Yeah.
Don't think there's any QSs there either, but they are both.
We're making them up in our head.
Yeah. Guys, if we could, this is where we would go. I feel like, we got to travel here last year, even though we didn't get the points, we still competed in this event, and this was such an amazing trip. So even if this went back to not being co-sanctioned, I still would come back here in a heartbeat and compete here.
Oh, 100%. This wave is so fun. I feel like, Kyan said it perfectly. You can get tubed on tap out there. And especially on days like today, there's so many opportunities to lock in and get some really long barrels. And, it's hard. I don't know. Correct me if you think I'm wrong. Give me a different opinion if you have one, Jessie. But getting barreled in heats can be quite daunting because if you don't have good barrel riding ability, it can be quite hard. I mean, this guy is making it look so easy. Bronson, oh my goodness, that probably would have gone pretty high. You can see Arashi Kato up and riding straight up into that first section. Airdrops down, gets the second one in there, but unfortunately comes unstuck. Maybe could have had an opportunity. I don't know. Here we go. Raphael falls into that first tube, comes out, gets the second turn in there, and he's just flying down the line to throw the tail. Gets a rotation, but maybe not a completion.
Yeah, maybe not the ride out, but I just love the, I want to say springiness that he brings to his surfing. He's really just electric on his feet. Bronson, though, this was an incredible ride. Came out. If he had landed that gave me Dom Thomas 9-point ride kind of flashbacks. Huge. So that was a huge air. That was a massive turn there for Arashi. So this is going to be his best wave of the heat so far. Feel like he definitely can bring more out. And then, yeah, Raphael kind of dropped into that barrel, got a huge tail slide, went for an air, but I feel like, yeah, that's not going to classify as a ride out. But the damage was done before that for me. He needs a 4.6 to try and move into first. I'm thinking Bronson may better the 393, but Justin and I were talking about this in the last heat. The different camera angles really do give accountability of how deep they actually were in the barrel, because sometimes this drone angle shot, we're looking at it like, whoa, they are so deep in the barrel. And then you watch it from front on and maybe they're not quite behind it. Yep. So, yeah, I feel like sometimes when I'm like, deceiving. Wow, that could be a 6 or a 7, it probably comes through to 3.5 because the front angle shot, they're not quite as deep as we're expecting. So hoping that the angle we saw of Bronson just then actually was where he was in the barrel, because he looked really deep from the drone angle shot. He is just looking to increase his score, though. Needs to better a 393 because, yeah, Raphael's holding his toes, but kind of right now, Arashi Kato, 4.8, pretty much just for that one turn true.
Yeah, it was a huge turn. You could see that he airdropped down into it. It was super critical. Identifying that maybe that wave wasn't going to offer an open barrel, so he was just gone to turns. I really liked the approach on that wave. I'd love to see him try and get a bigger one and maybe be a little bit busier. I mean, there's 4.5 minutes to go, and I feel like every 3 to 4 minutes we're seeing waves come through, so we could get another opportunity. But right now, Arashi's in 4th priority, and he needs a 277. I feel like Raphael is just going to really limit the ability for him to get good waves.
Well, Raphael still has another score to lock in for that last wave. So he only needs a 4.6 to take him up into the lead. So potentially, if he does get the 4.6, that number is going to increase a little bit. It's not the 4.6 he needed, but it is a 4.4. So it does slightly increase his second place. Now Arashi looking for a 377. You can see there, though, Raphael sitting on the inside of Arashi, probably trying to play a little bit of tactics. He does hold priority above him, but nonetheless, Jose and Bronson hold top 2 priorities. So I feel like any sets that are coming through, we're going to see those guys on it. But Arashi, 3.5 minutes to get a 377. Another turn like we saw in that last one. He is through this heat, guaranteed more points. And that's where everyone wants to get. Everyone wants to make it through to the round of 64. That's where the top seeded surfers are. That's kind of where the challenge is. And then moving on from there, the level just lifts and lifts and lifts again. So 3 minutes for Arashi to try and get himself there. I feel like Raphael, win, lose or draw, he's a happy guy.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah, well, it's a fun tour for him right now. I mean, he wouldn't be doing these events if he wasn't at least a little bit competitive as well, and you can kind of see that in the fact that he keeps catching waves, he keeps trying to better his score, and that's what he's doing out there, so it's cool to see. But yeah, win, lose or draw, he's having fun, which is very cool for Raphael. But Arashi, this event matters to him. These points are important for his campaign to qualify for the Challenger Series. And get himself into that top 4 spot on the Asia Tour. So we'll see what happens with 2.5 minutes to go.
I just thought of another place I'd go back to, or I'd compete at, India.
Yes,
India was amazing.
We need to delete the jellyfish problem.
Yes. If anyone watching has the chance to go to India to compete or surf or just go and travel there, please, please, please take the opportunity. It is the most incredible place. It's so culturally full of life. Very similar people to the Filipinos. They are so welcoming, so beautiful. They want to embrace you in their culture.
Good food.
So, yeah, if you... Oh, great food. Don't even get me started on the food. Here we go. The local guy, Jomar, just kind of... Oh, sorry, Jose, my bad. Just going straight on that one. So potentially not really finding his rhythm. But for a lot of these Filipinos, it is kind of the one event a year they do kind of throw their hat in the ring. Whoa, Rafael deep in the barrel there. Takes to the air, gets the ride out of this one. Isn't looking for a massive score. Needs a 4.37. 1 minute 30 on the clock. Bronson, Rafael is knocking at your door right now. You need to try and better that 3.93. Here's the replay.
All right, locks in, gets a bit of time, undercover, and then you can see him just go to the sky, gets the rotation, and completes it. So that was a well-surfed wave from Rafael. We've just been seeing him kind of get better and better each time, so there's no surprises there that he was able to lock in, get a little bit deeper, and with a minute to go, he's just applying pressure onto Arashi and also Bronson as well, but Bronson holds a lead right now, but we'll see where that last score for Rafael comes in. You can see Jose making his way to shore. He's had a good heat out there, had a couple of waves with 3 other people out. There's not much more you could ask for.
Definitely not. I feel like if you could surf pretty fun Cloud 9 like what it is this morning with no one else out, I would take the opportunity. So, yeah, I feel like unfortunately didn't get through, but still what a fun morning to surf a heat out here. You can tell he's coming in, he's calling it a day. He's saying, yeah, all good. I'm going to probably head back out there soon this afternoon with all the rest of the crowd and just hang out with everyone. But 15 seconds on the clock. We are going to say goodbye to our Filipino friend. Right now, this is Arashi's last chance to try and get himself into the top 2. There's the first turn. I just feel like this probably isn't going to be enough because I have a feeling Rafael could get the 4.37 he's looking for. We do have scores to lock in. Bronson Matey, he is up after the hooter, so we're just going to have a look at what he can do here.
Ooh, that was awkward.
Bit of a flyaway air, but we're just, he looks fine, so I think it's going to be all good. We'll see if Rafael gets the score. We're going to go to a quick break, guys. We'll be back with more action right after this.
Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, let's be very honest, Manila Bankers Life, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond. Bakit mahalaga ang life insurance? Yung experience pala na pag ikay nawawalan ng mahal sa buhay, hindi mo kaya mag-isa. Ang lungkot, sasadsad ka, gagapang ka, iiyak ka. Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier para doon sa mga naiwan. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, Manila Bankers Life, para mong kamag-anak, para mong kapatid, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond. Boy Abunda po, para sa Manila Bankers Life, the best way to show your love.
Welcome back, everyone. This is day number 3 of Siargao International Surfing Cup. We are now into men's run of 96 heat 4. So the official result from the last heat first, Rafael Castro, and second, Bronson Matey. And I'm here with True. How are you today?
Hi, Di. I'm really good. How are you?
I'm great, actually.
Good.
Yeah.
It's nice to chat to you on the comms for the first time this event.
This is the number one heat, yeah?
Yeah, first heat.
First heat.
We got a good heat on our hands too.
Right, so we have Taki Kanazawa in red from Japan, Kairi Noro in blue from Japan, Billy Keane in white from Australia, and Gabriel Lirog from Philippines in green. So international heat.
Yeah, it's a bit of an international affair in this one. Billy Keane from Sawtell, the lone Aussie out there in this heat. But Taki Kanazawa, this is his second year on the QS, right?
Right, yes.
Yes, his brother Roy has had a couple of good results. But they both have, I actually really love the way both Taki and Roy surf.
Right.
They have this really beautiful, clean style. I get super excited when they're in heats.
True, and they both charges a lot. They
Yeah.
charge bigger waves, so the wave gets bigger, they can surf like really good surfing, and they have really good tube riding skills. So can't wait to see them in a big surf actually.
Oh, cool. I'm so excited. Yeah, you can see Taki. He's the deepest one
Right.
out there right now, getting the inside, maybe wanting to get a little bit deeper in the tubes out there. You was having a free surf yesterday afternoon, Di. What was your take on the waves here at Cloud9? I know this is your first time here.
It was like amazing. It's a perfect wave. It's not easy, but like if you get right one, it's easy to pull into barrel and just come out so clean. But in a competition, you gotta be in deep to get a score from tube riding. But for free surfing, it's just so easy to have fun out there. So I loved it.
Yeah, it's beautiful. The free surfs in the afternoons and in the mornings can be quite tricky because it's so crowded and everyone is out there. But yeah, I saw you on a couple of bombs. I was like, go Di.
And actually, I stayed on the left side because nobody going for the left.
Yeah.
And I was kind of surprised by this left-hander at Cloud9. I thought it's only right-hander wave.
Cheeky little Di's left.
Yeah, my left.
Di's left. No one surfed Di's left.
It's so much fun on the left too. So
don't tell me that. Maybe I'll come and hang out with
Yeah.
you over there. Love it. Yeah. Well, we predominantly do see the rides here at Cloud9, but there's definitely the opportunities for a left. Maybe a couple of scores every now and then, but you can see Gabrielle asking about the time from the Beast commentators. We have 25-minute heats. We're coming down to just on the 21-minute mark of this one, and no one's had a wave yet, so a little bit slow in the ocean.
It's very slow heat, like the last couple of heats probably. I surfed this morning from like 6 o'clock for like 2 hours. It was so fun. It was so good. So probably towards the afternoon, it'll get better, I think, because the tides come in, more water, probably the more water pushes more swell in, so can't wait to see that.
Yeah, I know everyone that's got the afternoon heats is super excited about it.
So our local guy paddling for this one, but it was just quick in and out. Probably repositioning himself from the crowd a little bit.
Yeah, that wave. It was a smaller looking wave from the start, so I'm not going to question the local surfers out there at all. They know what they're doing and they know what kind of waves that they're looking for. But that one just not really offering too much for Gabrielle. And you can see that beautiful boardwalk there. You can see the surfers making their way up the stairs. It's actually quite slippery once you get down there.
I almost slipped over.
Yeah, me too. Same yesterday afternoon. Yeah, it was pretty crazy. You got to watch where you're going. But you can see that's Rafael Castro. I think in that last heat, making that last heat there, so it was cool to see. He's just on the fun tour. He can't get the points in this one, but he's enjoying his time here at Cloud9. It's a little bit windy, you can see from the flags, but there's still some definite opportunity out there to get some good waves.
They're trying to repositioning themselves because it's a point break, but there's a little bit of a current out there, so you got to be careful with it. You don't want to be always deep inside. Try, there's one wave comes like open, and there's what kind of like one peak and second peak as well. So you gotta watch out, what kind of swell comes in.
Yeah, absolutely. It's you got to be aware of your positioning. I feel like that is a fair chunk of the importance out there is where you're positioning and where you're lined up with. I'm sure the locals have a couple more little inside bits of information that they're not willing to give up. You can see the surfer in white, Billy Keane. He's from Sawtell. Here's a driving instructor, but we'll hold that thought because Jesse is down there at the tower with the last heat winner.
Guys, live news. Raphael actually can take the points. So he represents America but lives in Bali, am I right?
Yeah, that's right. I've been living in Bali, and the Asia tour is like the best tour, so like might as well just do it, best waves, so yeah.
We saw you went to NIAS early in the year. Then they put the event on here at Cloud9. Was that kind of a dream event for you? Because this wave seems to really suit your surfing.
Yeah, totally. Like here, was when I was a grown, when I first started thinking about doing QS, I was like, wow, Cloud9 is like the one, And then I heard about NIAS, like, oh, NIAS too. Like my first barrel ever was at NIAS, so and I was like 8, so I was stoked. Like NIAS, Dream Wave too. This too, like Dream Wave. So yeah, can be more stoked, right, to be here.
So now, living in Bali, you obviously must hang out with Bronson a bit or come up in competition with him a bit to pull a heat with one of your good mates and then get the win on him in the dying stages. Is it kind of bittersweet for you?
Yeah, I'm stoked. Like, he's my friend. We're like, oh, let's go, but we got to make him in you. Like, and yeah, we're good friends from Bali. We surf together, and he's a really good guy, and like, I really look up to him in rips. He's huge airs and like, really good person. So I'm stoked me and him made it. I was second throughout the heat, and he was first, and we looked at him like, yeah. 1-2. I'm like, yeah, stoked. We're already psyching, and then I'm stoked to get my last one that I got into first. So it was like lucky and stoked. Yeah, I'm more grateful.
And then now, moving into the round of 64, it's the top seeded round. Does anything change for you? Or you're going to kind of keep your game plan the same?
Yeah, I keep the same game plan. I try not to think really, just because then you get nervous and just try. Keep having fun, and this wave is super fun, and the boards are really working, and look, I hope it's firing, and then just gotta pick the right ones and get barreled. So stoked. Yeah.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Well done again. We'll see you in the next round. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, JJ. Okay, well, maybe not so much a fun tour for Raphael. He can take the points.
Right. But yeah, he was so psyched about everything, right?
Yeah, that was great.
Surfing against he's one of the friend, and having a great time.
I don't know about you, Di, but if I ever come up against one of my friends, of course you want to be like, yeah, 1 and 2, you and me, but then it's like, yeah, I'm gonna win though.
yeah.
I'm gonna beat you.
That's exactly what I would feel. Yeah, same.
Yeah, it's nice that you both get through, but it's just even nicer when you get the one up on them. You can see the board caddies there.
All right, this is Takumi Nakamura caddying for Kairi Noro, and probably that's Roy Kanazawa for caddying for his brother there.
Yeah, they're just hanging. You can see that it's still a low tide, so they're just hanging out, having a chat, staying nice and cool, or keeping the ankles cool, really.
Right, and I noticed yesterday that the reef is not as sharp as Indonesian reef, I guess. More like flatter.
Yeah, yeah, it's more flat. Definitely not as scary.
Yeah, it's so shallow, but yeah, it's not that bad actually.
Yeah, yesterday I got absolutely pumped, and then I was like, okay, when's the time that I'm going to hit the reef? But I didn't. You can see on screen there, that's Caleb Cutmore from New Zealand, preparing for the next heat. You can see it's going to be an exciting one as well. Heat 5 of the round of 96 says 16 heats of this round, 25-minute heats. So we got a big day of surfing, and look at this dive.
Alright, それでは金沢滝選手、チューブの中にしっかりと消えていき、そこから出てきて綺麗なターンを2発入れてきました。10分経過したところでようやく1本目、これは素晴らしいライディングになったのが金沢滝選手、そしてブルーには野呂海里選手がクレジットされています。Wow.
That was cool.
Little bit of Japanese commentary there.
Love that. Yes, that's super cool. That was a nice wave though from
Yeah,
Taki.
like it was worth waiting for like 10 minutes.
Yes.
He got barrel, got 2 turns in. It was a great start for him.
Yeah, it was. And I could see, like what you were saying, he's sitting a little bit deeper. He's not scared. And he's really good in the tube. You could just see him, just looked effortless out there
that's
for
true.
him. So that was exciting to watch for Taki. And yeah, it's been a really slow heat. We've seen about 12 minutes go by.
Yeah, and we only see one set so far. So it's a really stressful moment for all the surfers. But Taki got a good wave, good barrel. I really love the actually turns as well.
Yes.
Right in the pocket, throw a lot of sprays, and comes in 4.67. That's a good way to start. That's going to be a keeper.
Yeah, I think with the way that this heat is going too, with it being a little bit slower, I agree with you, Di. I think the 4.67 is going to be a keeper for him. Especially with how slow it is right now. I mean, there is good waves when they come through, but it's slow. Let's have a look at the replay. He just falls into the barrel pretty much, gets a quick cover up, and that was beautiful. Grabs a rail and gets a second turn in to complete for Taki. I like the way he approached that wave.
Right. To me, probably he wanted to stall a little bit more longer because he wanted to be in the deeper section. But probably for safety, he just not stalling, just making sure he comes out clean.
Yeah. And I think that's really smart surfing because to get a first good wave, especially after having so many minutes go by, was really cool. And he's up and riding again.
金沢滝選手、立て続けにここは乗っていきます。またチューブをしっかりとメイクしてワンターンを入れていきました。これで2本揃えてきたのが金沢滝選手。このヒートは波数が非常に少なくなってきています。本日デイ3となりますが、ラウンドオブ96すべてのヒートを行っていく予定となっています。
Let's take a look at the replay. Gets a little bit deeper in this one, maybe Justin. That was a nice connection there for Taki, and he kicks out the back. He's looking fired up.
それではノロカイリ選手の1本目のライディング、ここはしっかり深く攻めていきましたが、少し波が速かったかチューブの中でこけてしまいます。That was Kyrie Nora's first wave. It was a little bit too deep, I reckon.
Yeah, I agree. Which was a bit of a shame for Kyrie. I mean, that was, first wave after pretty much 14 minutes. He'd be feeling a little bit nervous.
Right.
And then hearing that Taki's had 2 waves, Taki as well positioning himself so nicely, a little bit wider to pick up the end of that. Maybe Kyrie will catch on to that kind of theme right now. But Billy Keane now holding first priority, yet to open up his account. He hasn't competed in about 15 years. So first time he's put the Rashi on, and I think Josh Kerr may have influenced that with a golf trip. So it's really cool to see him here over in Cloud 9 having fun and making some heats as well.
I saw Billy this morning and he was getting one of the bomb. So he's just ready for this barrel, and here he is. Nice and long travel, but it was a little bit too deep for him too.
Yeah, the tubes look like they're kind of hard to read right now with the wind. It looks like you've got to be really quick off the takeoff maybe. Or, I don't know, just finding one that kind of opens up. They look like they're stretching out quite long, but here we go.
Probably, after you take off the wave, you kind of need a couple pumps to get through the section, actually.
Yeah, get that speed off the start to kind of, propel you through the barrel, I think. Especially with the wind, it kind of creates a little bit of chop. And you can kind of see Gabriel now. He's having a few paddles. Maybe he might be getting a little bit nervous, but Taki, he's got the lead right now and 2 good scores locked in.
467 and 383. That's a good, he's scoring so far. But look at the last heat. Probably one of the guy got 2 fours and got through. So Taki is in a good position right now.
Yeah, he is. The falls are hard out there today with the wind. The conditions are a little bit difficult, but there is some really good waves that are coming through. So I think Taki's in a good position, especially considering where the rest of the heat are sitting. So second is really up for grabs at the moment, and with just under 9 minutes to go, this heat is going by.
So fast.
Yeah, so fast, but also like it would be really slow for them out there as well, considering that this wave hasn't been, this heat hasn't been very fast for waves. They've been coming through a little bit slower, but when we see the tide start to get a little bit higher throughout the afternoon, we'll see the conditions get better, and it's hard to walk away from waves,
right.
So it's good to see the surfers out there in the lineup today, and as you said, you had a surf this morning and it was pumping.
It was absolutely pumping. Like everyone was smiling, just saying, "Wow, it's just perfect. It's just so much fun."
It's awesome. It's so good to see. And Jesse and I were actually having a coffee and watching the free surf.
Right.
And there was some sick ones coming through, and this is a replay.
Really love the angle though.
Yeah, it's a beautiful. That's the drone angle there, and that was a 3.83 of Taki Kanazawa. He's had 2 finals on the Pro Junior Tour. And over in the Maldives about a month ago, he got a finals place in the Asian Surfing Championships over there as well. So Taki is no stranger to being on, in finals day, and I feel like he's hoping to back that up for this event here in Cloud9. There's 5,000 points up for grabs.
Wow, 5,000, serious event for every competitors, to chasing the dreams to be in the CT. You need to be qualified in a CS Tour first, and QS 5000 is the most important event for the ranking.
Yeah, it is, and it's, the stakes are higher. Everything needs to kind of be put on the line a little bit more. I feel like towards the pointy end of the draw, you start to see a little bit of tension between the surfers, and everyone doesn't, they don't want to talk to each other. And a lot of people, Jesse and I think we were talking yesterday how, you can travel with your friends and then draw them in the same heat. Literally first heat, first day, and you're in the same heat with who you're traveling with. And that sucks. It's hard, but it happens.
It happens a lot actually.
Yeah,
especially in the first round. Somehow ended up with a friend, and he's Billy up and riding, racing down the line, but probably the wave just closing out on him.
Yeah, just a smaller wave. And I can see what he's trying to do to just get a bit of momentum and try to kind of force a situation with just on 6 minutes to go. There's not a lot of time. So we'll see what happens. There's still waves coming through, but they just seem to be coming through a little bit deeper than where everyone else is sitting.
But second position is still wide open for blue and white and green. Because no one really getting the right scores at the moment. Only Taki, we got 2 waves. So it's anyone's game now, but just time is ticking.
Yeah, time is the enemy. And it's, I don't know, I feel like when you surf heats, and obviously like you can't control what the ocean's doing. You can't control how quickly the time goes by. And when you have heats like this where you've got 25 minutes and the ocean's really slow, it can get quite difficult to maintain the frustration, don't you think?
I do agree with that. Yeah. I get frustrated all the time when it's when it gets so slow. Especially you surf in the morning, then it's pumping and there's gonna be a wave, but just there's nothing in your heat. Oh, so frustrated.
Yeah.
But you gotta maintain. You gotta be calm. You gotta control your feelings to get through that emotion and get a wave.
Yeah, I agree. And I don't know. I used to always get so frustrated. I'd be like, wow, like it was pumping the heat before mine. And now it's gone flat. Like, what the heck? But you got to make do with what you have. And there's some really good waves right now. I have no doubt that probably the last like couple minutes of this heat, there'll be waves that come through and everyone will get an opportunity. But there's 4 minutes to go. Not a lot has come through. You can see the boat just passing by, maybe trying to bring some waves in. Gabrielle's up and riding. Takes to the air, just unfortunately not getting a completion.
Right. If I was him, I would probably do turns instead of doing airs because it's only under 4 minutes remaining and no one's got a point yet. So yeah, I don't know. It's maybe a little bit of mistake there.
Yeah, I agree. There was definitely a section there for a turn. Maybe that's a the little bit of inexperience in events showing for Gabrielle. Someone like Taki, who's just so in tune, will probably identify, I only need a 0.54. I'm just going to do a turn and get a 2 or a 1.8 or whatever, because then it's putting pressure. So Gabrielle's probably going to look back on this and be like, oh yeah, I probably should have done that. But they're lessons that we all start to learn, and 3 minutes to go. He might have another opportunity.
Yeah, there is. There's another opportunity for Gabriel. So what he's going to do on this one, probably looking for the air section. And now this time, he right out of it. What do you think?
I don't know. It's real. Let's have a look straight away. You can see him stall. He gets a speed, takes to the sky. Gets a rotation. Oh my gosh. I think he'll get the 0.54, but I don't think they're going to deem that a completion. I mean, I could be wrong. Maybe I'm too harsh. What do you think?
Well, I would say it wasn't completion because you have to come out of the white water to make it, complete for judges. So judges are serious about it.
Yeah, they definitely are, and they're pretty critical as well. He gets a score, 0.97. Kyrie only needs a 0.44, so really small stuff. I mean, Billy needs a 1.21.
It's pretty much like a takeoff and then you get it.
Yeah, this is crazy. And right now, Gabrielle's actually being really smart, getting these inside ones, racing down the line.
This time, can you make out of it? Nice, that was a clean land.
How's a staunch as well. Bit of a stand tall claim. Wow, this heat has been really slow for waves, but Gabrielle just making the most of the conditions that he's had. 3.3 locks in straight away. Talk me through this one, Dai.
Really love how he adjusted the mistake from the last wave. He just come out of the white water so clean so that judges can tell you that, yes, this is completion. Great surfing from the local guy, Gabriel.
And not the highest score for an air, but definitely a good one to have in the back pocket right now. I mean, he's in second, so he'll take it. And I feel like maybe Kyrie and Billy need to come and sit a little bit further in because Gabrielle's on another one. But unfortunately doesn't get a completion with 45 seconds to go. Wow, Kyrie needs a 2.98. Billy looking for a 3.74. And time's ticking away.
Intense for blue and white. If there's gonna be a wave, then they can easily score those score those points. But here is.
Wow.
So Taki let Kyrie go, but unfortunately, he went down.
Wow, that was really unlucky. You can see Taki taking that wave off Billy. Gets a little bit of cover up there, and there's 5 seconds to go. Will Billy get an opportunity with first priority? He's having a paddle. Is he going to get up in time? I'm not sure. Let's see what he can do. Oh, that looks like it hurt a little bit. Wow, that was super unfortunate for Billy and Kyrie. I mean, nothing came in that heat. There wasn't much opportunity, but they did what they could.
So we're gonna throw the commercial break right now, and we'll be right back after the commercial.
With Gomo, I use data any way I want, all in one app. I can easily transfer and track my no expiry data. I Gomo any way I want. We don't stop. We go more.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be, and let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, let's be very honest, Manila Banker's Life, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond.
Welcome back, everyone. We are into the fifth heat of the men's round of 96, and there on screen is Taki Kanazawa, your heat winner on screen. A little bit of a wave-starved one, unfortunately, but we're hoping the Ocean just need to take a little bit of a breather, and the boys in the next heat are going to get plenty of opportunities. We've got a nice international flavour here. We've got a New Zealand surfer, 2 Indonesians, and the son of a legend, Jay Okalupo, out there as well.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting heat, this one. Caleb Cutmore, Putra, Perma 1, Jay Okalupa and Made Joy Satria 1. So it's an exciting heat. And all 4 of these surfers, this is actually a pretty stacked heat because all 4 of them have been ripping in the free surfs, looking really good. Jayok is supported by Adam Dufner here, the squad, so it's exciting to see all of these surfers have the opportunities. And quite a few waves caught already. Jay has the first priority, and look at this one coming through.
Oh, a bomb. Slips straight into it, stalls, gets the bonus sections. That was a nice one. And rides out of the air reverse, stands tall. I think he might have landed on his knee there, but I think he... there's no bluffing the judges, but that was a well-surfed barrel and a pretty well-executed air reverse.
Yeah, he did good. Let's have a look at this first wave for Made. Gets his arm in the wall and then he's able to get a completion with that nice carve. So Made just showing his experience in the tube, and Jay as well. Wow, this is a well-read wave. Maybe not getting as deep as he was hoping for, but gets a rotation to complete for that area too. And you can see Jay is just, he's super staunch. He's got just, I don't know, he just has this vibe about him where once he feels like he's in a good rhythm and waves and confidence, you can see that in his surfing and in his body language as well.
He's grown up a lot. I haven't seen him for a few years. He frequented Taja Small Fries growing up as a young Billabong team rider coming over there. And yeah, he is like big and strong and yeah, strapping young lad. So it's good to see. I'm sure that the legend himself, Mark Okalupo, is tuning in to support his son. And with 20 minutes on the clock, we'll get a couple of numbers floating through. It's a little bit windy, but you know, I think the swell has come up enough to see more consistent barrel rides. The tide is continuing to fill in over the reef. You can see quite a bit of it still exposed. A few of the caddies were only in ankle-deep water out there earlier today. So, yeah, A 5.33 has locked in, and straight into the tube there is Putra. I feel like he is one of the veteran Indonesian competitors. He's been doing these events for a very long time, but you can't buy experience, and he's got a bunch of it.
Yeah, he definitely does, and he just showcased that on that wave there. He got really deep, completely disappeared, and came out. Caleb Cutmore, the goofy footer, trying to stall in the barrel there and goes straight up into the lip for a nice connection.
Yeah, I don't know much about Caleb, but I was having a surf yesterday afternoon and saw him out there. And Mate, gosh, this heat has had plenty of waves. So in the first sort of 6 and a bit minutes, we've seen probably 4 or 5 waves that the surfers in the last heat would have absolutely relished.
Yeah, I cannot. It feels like a completely different day, this heat. It's even more consistent with the waves. And in that last one, the ocean just needed a little minute, needed a breath. And that was just some back-to-back waves of really great surfing. Mate just appeared out of nowhere on that last one, which was cool to see.
Well, the round of 96, super important for people. Obviously the further you go, the more points you accumulate, and a QS 5000, the biggest event ever held in the Philippines, you walk away with 5,000 points. It makes a real difference on the rankings, and hopefully your position in qualifying through to the Challenger Series in 2025.
Yeah, we're so lucky to be here and be able to have this event co-sanctioned with Australia and Asia. There's there's this event, and then we go to Taiwan after, and then after Taiwan, there's also 5,000 in China. So there is a lot of points up for grabs towards the back end of the year, and it's super important for all these surfers. And they know what's on the line as well. Literally the last 3 events of the year in the next pretty much 2 months. It could be make or break for Challenger Series qualifications.
Yeah, so important. A little 3-event series here in Asia. Yeah, I think this has definitely become a favourite spot for many people, as we see Mate Joy on his 3rd wave now. Disappears, goes for the air, but you can see that wind is creating a little bit of havoc. We're going to throw it over to the tower, and Dai Wako is with the winner of the last heat.
非常に前のヒートと打って変わって波が来ないヒートとなりましたが、ヒートの方どうでしたか？
そうですね、最初の方に1本決めようとして全然波が来なくて、とりあえず1本乗ろうとして十分乗れたんでよかったです。
最初の海入る前の作戦としては何を考えてたんですか？
前のヒートはセットの方が点数出てたんで、セットばっか狙おうとしたんですけど、10分ぐらいしたら波来ないかなと思って作戦を切り替えてちっちゃい波を乗るようにしました。
So his original plan was to get those sets to get barreled, but he knew that in 10 minutes the waves are not going to become consistently. So he decided to change the plan, just get as many as he can, and he got those scores. He's super happy about it.
キャディの方お兄さんがされていたと思うんですが、アドバイスは何かあったんですか？アドバイスはなかったですが、セット乗れって感じだったんですね。
So his big brother Roy just told Taki, just get on those bigger sets. That's it. That's his advice for the heat.
それでは、ライブをご覧の皆さんに一言お願いします。応援してくださってるスポンサー家族ありがとうございます。次も勝つので応援よろしくお願いします。
All right, thank you so much. Right, back to you guys.
Thank you, Dai, and well done there to Taki. I love the fact that Dai can get out there and, sometimes the Japanese surfers can be a little bit shy with their English, but Dai is so good. He's multilingual and able to break down the translation so well for us. So well done, Dai. True, we've had a couple of important scores lock in.
Yeah, we have a few solid numbers. Putra got in that 6.33 for that solid deep ride that we saw him earlier. 5.07 for Made. He's backed it up with a 3.83. He's in the lead. Putra only needs a 2.57 to go to first. Jay's first wave, that 5.33. It's going to be sitting pretty in his scoreline, and you can see him having a look at this one. He's using, doesn't fully commit maybe on that wave with the priority. And Caleb Cutmore has had a pair of 2, so looking for a 5.47 to go into second place. And I just can't believe how different, this is a completely different heat. It's like the ocean is just turned off for 25 minutes and it's turned back on and is ready to go.
Yeah, you got to be able to adjust and adapt to the conditions on offer. Obviously, this is the most wind I've ever seen in my time here in the Philippines. It's a little bit on the blustery side, but it's blowing directly into the barrel and just letting it sort of breathe and open up a little bit more. We've seen a lot of really good aerial manoeuvres, so if you can time it between the gusts and the board sticks to your feet, you're looking at some good numbers. So, yeah, I think the forehand surfers are able to adapt, obviously launching and that wind pushing back on their boards has made their job that little bit easier. You can see the boardwalk. We've just come off the weekend, a big weekend crowd here for the first 2 days of competition. It's a little bit of a sleepy Monday, sort of approaching lunchtime here on Siargao Island. True. What have you really enjoyed about your time back here in the Philippines?
I think just being back here has been enjoyable for me. I was so excited to come back. The surf, I had a surf yesterday afternoon, the first surf I had, and it was really crowded. I'm not going to lie, it was hard to get waves. I got pumped, but it was fun. This is Putra right now. He's just having so much fun out there. Gets so deep and comes out and lays down the rail. So that was a nice wave. That'll back up that 633 nicely, and Caleb out the back, in and out. It's hard. It would be hard to be a goofy footer out there on a day like today, but then we see some really great goofy footers that can lock in their backside tube rides. We saw Annie get an 817 yesterday. Just a little bit deep there for Caleb.
Yeah, but Putra, I think he is on his way to another good number. We'll confirm it at the moment. He's holding on to a .90. And here is the replay. Love this drone angle. You can see how deep he is. You can see the foam ball just slapping up around his ankles. But yeah, this guy's got a lot of experience. And he manages that well. Jay Okalupo now stalls on the takeoff, completely disappears. And maybe got a little bit greedy in there, just trying to extract maximum tube time in the second section. Clipped him and sent him down. So that's his second scoring ride. Unfortunately unable to make a clean exit, but Putra Hermawan, a 6.77 backs up his 6.33. A really good performance from our surfer in blue so far.
Wow, a lot of actions in this heat compared to the last one. There's not much waves in the last heat, but turns out, this heat is so many waves ridden.
Yeah, they've had plenty of good ones. No shortage of opportunity thus far. I can see that the Indonesians have both ridden 3 waves each. Caleb Cutmore's ridden 3. Jay Okalupo has ridden 2. So, yeah, a busy start to the front end of heat number 5 here in the men's round of 96 at the Siargao International Surfing Cup. It's a bit warmer today, isn't it, Di? It's hot.
It's been hotter than last 2 days, definitely. The sun's out.
We've just had to turn the fan on in our commentary position because, yeah, it might be a little bit breezy out in the ocean, but where we are, we're not getting too much of it. So, yeah, you take a walk out to the tower and you get back and you're quite wet. My shirt is sticking to my back. And here we go. Jay Okalupo sticking to his guns.
Wow.
And, throwing down a really powerful finishing maneuver.
Really love how he stalled so much. Just trying to be in the deepest spot in the barrel and comes out so clean. So much technique. Stalled so much so he can be in the deep section of the tube and comes out and do the layback thing. It was great combination from Jay Okalupo.
Yeah, so his second to last wave locked in at a 1.27. He will improve his situation as soon as his last wave locks in. Requires a 3.57 and it comes in at a 3.70, so enough to move him up into second position. The requirement now for White, a 3.97. He has first priority, and Caleb Cutmore needs a 6.36. And you know, when you've got competitors who've got 6s and 5s in their scoreline, he pretty much needs to find a really good wave or improve on the couple of 2s he's currently holding on to. Still a bunch of time remaining, 9 minutes. Di, we've been chatting so much the last few days. It's been a pleasure to get to know you. Obviously the Philippines, you said it's about, what, 7 hours away from Japan, is that correct?
Around about 7 hours
Yep.
away from Japan.
The next event,
right,
Taiwan, is that a little bit more accessible for Japanese surfers? Is it somewhere they go more often?
It's more like popular destination for surfers from Japan, definitely, because it's a lot closer than, you know, Philippines, and because we eat kind of same kind of food, and actually there's they use same writing as we do. So
Oh, really?
Not exactly the same, but we do understand a little bit of the writing as well.
Okay, there you go.
So we have a similarity. So yeah, so a lot of Japanese just traveling to Taiwan for surfing as well as just tourism.
Okay. And how far is the flight from Japan down to Taiwan, roughly?
Roughly about 4 hours, 5
Okay.
hours.
So a bit closer.
Mm.
Well, it is a very exciting leg of events we have here in Asia, all QS 5000, so really big and important events, but this seems to becoming everyone's new favourite stop on the qualifying series. As we hear the wind just whistling through our microphones, I think it's almost windier than yesterday, yeah?
To me, yes, I would say yes. Especially when I'm walking the walkway, so windy.
Well, it hasn't really affected the surfers in this heat too much. We've seen a lot of good scores. Putra Hermawan sitting on a combined total of 13.10. And here goes the Kiwi surfer, Caleb, just a bit too deep on that one. Able to improve his situation.
Well, Mighty Joy stalling into the barrel, traveling, comes out, but comes unstuck actually. Well, that's really unfortunate. That was a really big barrel.
Okay. Yeah, you could see it really threw hard that first section, and he had to sort of get under the chandeliering lip to get in there. And I think the foam ball was just spinning so hard it just knocked him off as he came out. So he's holding on to a 5.07 and a 3.83. He's chasing a score just under 4 points to move up into second spot. So he probably would have gone close on that wave, unable to make a clean exit. So with 6 minutes on the clock, and we can see our surfers in heat 6 of the round of 96 making their way on out. Brody Williams, pretty sure that's Troy Espanjon, Alakala and Cannon are very, very famous names here at Cloud9. So 3 Filipino surfers and 1 Aussie. I reckon Bodie would be feeling a little bit nervous. These guys, they're pretty lethal when the surf's like this.
It's going to be interesting heat. Probably every competitor's, watching next heat, because 3 locals here, they can show you how to ride this wave, where to sit. So, well, it's going to be interesting heat.
Well, it's been an interesting start to the day. There's been a lot of good performances. The waves have definitely built in size. The wind is still pretty stiff offshore, but it doesn't seem to be bothering our competitors at this stage. Everyone's powering through that little bit of chop and sort of ruffle on the surface. There's still barrels on offer. There's still big ramps and sections to destroy. So with 5 minutes remaining, it is the Indonesian surfer in the lead and with first priority. It's always a good position to be in, leading the heat, He's got the 2 best waves and he's sitting in first priority. So he really doesn't need to do too much right now.
He just needs to wait for the best one because he's already locked in 2 6s. And probably this total score is the highest total score this morning so far. So he's in a good position right now.
Yeah, Jay Okalupo currently in second. Needs a big total to move up into first, but you can see Mate Joy, he is starting to get busy, hoping to find that 3.97 he requires to go into second. Maybe not the greatest wave selection. It was a smaller wave, tight little barrel, and he got clipped on that one.
Right. But he only needed 3.90, so he could get a little bit of barrel, and after that he could go into the air. And if he makes it, probably he can get 3.97. So probably stick to the getting smaller waves. Now that was a great turn from Mate Joy. Goes to the air. Can he? That's unfortunately.
Caleb Cutmore. You can see him just weaving on the backhand. A little bit more difficult to navigate the tubes when you're a goofy footer and the swell is at this size. When it's a bit bigger, I think the goofy footers might have a slight advantage because there's that perfect little sort of TP part of the wave where it peaks up, and sometimes we see the goofy footers able to really control that takeoff and get maximum tube time. So you can see there on the foreground, that's Billy Stearman. He was the winner of the first heat of the day. He's holding Caleb's backup board, and it's great to see such pride and support for all the different nationalities we've got here. The caddy role super important. In the foreground there as well is Macklin Flynn, maybe just trying to keep cool. Checking out what's going on in the water right now with 2.5 minutes on the clock. We ran 30-minute heats yesterday, Di, and 25 seems to go so much quicker, doesn't it?
So much quicker. It's already like heat 5. Wow, it goes really quick. Probably, especially for surfers too, in the heat. You know, especially when there's no wave and long downtime. It feels like going quick.
Yeah, 4-person heats. We will get to surfer on surfers, but that's still a few rounds away. So, you know, you've got to pretty much be in the top 2 positions to make your way through to the round of 64. And with 90 seconds on the clock, right now we need something for white and something for green if they're going to hope to make it through to that round.
So no takers on this one. Wow, it looks super great still. You know, when the condition like this, you gotta be careful. You know, you can be too picky on a wave because every wave can look perfect.
Yeah, there's certain ones that hit the reef just at the right angle that allow a clean entry and exit from the tube. There's ones that run a bit quicker that clamp on the second section, making the tube ride a little bit more difficult to exit. However, right now with 45 seconds on the clock, Mate Joy will be hoping something pops up, as does Caleb Cutmore. Putra and Jay would be hoping nothing comes their way. You can see how close Jay is to Mate Joy. They're standing up on their boards just to see if anything's coming. And Jay is following Mate Joy in the white. So Jay's got second priority, so he can keep white off any wave really. A little bump here. And looks like Jay is going to use his priority to keep white off this wave.
Whoa!
Wow! Oh, that was
almost.
That was like in a really difficult part of the wave, you know, to pull out that air rev right in that first section. Super difficult. Just checking the equipment. But there we go. Heat number 5 of the men's round of 96 is done and dusted. We're going to take a short commercial break and be right back after this.
With Gomo, I use data any way I want, all in one app. I can easily transfer and track my no expiry data. I Gomo any way I want. We don't stop. We Gomo.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be, and let yourself
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, let's be very honest, Manila Banker's Life, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond.
Well, there we go, the results from heat number 5. Well done to Putra Hermawan and Jay Okalupo, moving through to the round of 64. Heat number 6 in the water. It's going to be an exciting matchup. I always get excited when we have a previous event winner in the lineup.
Yeah, I feel like Piso, he is so talented. He's coming up against Benjamin Cannon, Troy Espadron, and Bodie Williams, the sole Australian out there. Sometimes I feel like when you're the only non-local in a heat, that is almost more daunting than just pulling like your mates. I feel like, say you go somewhere, say I went to WA and I pulled 3 WA competitors, I'd be like, ooh.
Oh no. They know the lineup, they know the conditions. A little bit daunting, but Bodie's a good enough surfer. I'm sure he's going to put his best foot forward in the next 22 odd minutes. So here's the replay. This is what we missed while away on a commercial break. Troy Espadron, nice backhand tube, good backside hanger there as well. So he's locked in a 4.17.
Yeah, one of the many Espadrons in this division. They're a very big family, but a very talented family at that. They're a local family around here, similar to the Alapayos. There's lots of them, but they are all just the most beautiful people. And a 4.17, not a bad start for Troy, but yeah, I feel like Piso, he was the gun guy here for so long, and he still definitely is one of the top dogs. But he, for comparison, was kind of like the Marimar before Marimar became him. So he was the guy who was winning everything. He was super dominant. He's won this event twice before. And I know after speaking to a couple of the locals, he was actually super smart when it came to his prize money and winning. I'll get back to this in a second. Oh, there we go. Troy just going down. But yeah, Peso, he basically, when he won, instead of going and blowing all his prize money on, partying, he ended up putting it all together, bought a bike, and put some money down on a house.
Wow.
And was really smart with it, and pretty sure he does a little bit of surf coaching. But yeah, from what everyone says, he's a really smart guy, both in and out of the water. So hopefully see him. I'd love to see him go deep in the draw again. Last year he kind of didn't get too far, but he's talented enough to do it, so let's see it.
Yeah, well, it is a little bit of a party hotspot. On the way back from the opening ceremony, there was just bars and restaurants and venues just overflowing with people, so it could be quite easy to sort of get caught up in that party scene coming off a big event win here at Cloud9. Here we go, the goofy footer heading left, maybe one of the first lefts I've seen ridden of the day, and Bodie tags it a couple of times.
Claiming.
Maybe wasn't totally happy with something out there on the peak.
Ooh, oh, you're kidding. I literally was about to say, here he comes, the event champion, prior event champion, but unfortunately just getting a little bit stuck at the end there. That very signature polka dot board. Can spot it from anywhere. He's one of those guys out in the lineup who just is constantly getting waves, but he also would love, you know, you to get waves as well. He was calling me in a fair bit in the week I spent here before the event started, so thank you so much for giving me a couple waves. Very, very stoked by that. And then this is Benjamin, so he has been moving through the rounds. He's tucked in deep here.
He has that really unique sort of stance when it comes to backhand barrel riding. And a little bit of a flurry here. Unfortunately, Troy Espinjo, John just gets a little bit high on that, sucked up and over. But how cool is that little backhand barrel ride stance that we saw there from Benjamin Cannon?
Yeah, definitely not your typical kind of backhand barrel ride stance. Let's get up with these waves. So Pisa, that was close. I mean, feel like that could have been a pretty good one. But look, his 2 feet are almost pointed forward next to each other. So it was almost like he was in an Indo squat, kind of in the barrel there.
Quasimodo stance or something like that, I think they call it. But yeah, that was super unique. You could see how he just pushed all the weight forward on the board to get that momentum and drive through there. Pretty unique, pretty cool.
I've never actually seen that before.
It's impressive. That takes skill and a understanding of the wave and your equipment to be able to hop so far forward and distribute weight, you know, with your feet sort of parallel.
Yeah, and we can see competitors in white and red paddling back out, so probably a few waves to catch up with then. Right now, though, live action. Oh, Benjamin going down. So that's going to be his second score, though. I feel like he's going to get a pretty nice score for his last one. Deep in the barrel here. Troy, you just never know. I'm holding on because you never know if they're going to make it or not. The amount of times in the free surf I rode them off. Oh, no, they're not going to come out of that. Next minute just gets so spat out. Here he is, our previous event champ. Nice deep barrel there, straight out. Loving the barrels that we're seeing right now.
Yeah, we're going to throw out to the tower, and we've got True Starling and the last heat winner.
Hey guys, thank you. Wow, you got 2 6s in the heat. You probably had the best heat so far, probably the best total score so far this morning. So how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling great. Thanks. Sorry. Waves really fun.
So is it like similar to your home break?
Yes, similar to my home break last lesson in Lembongan Island. Yeah.
So you really like the Cloud9?
Yes, I really like it.
Is this your first time or second time?
No, many times.
Oh, so many times. How many times did you come to this place?
I came here every year. Yeah.
For the comp, yeah?
Just for the comp.
All right. So what kind of board are you using for that kind of condition?
My daily board, normal board. I don't use any any dimension. Yeah.
All right. So you wanna probably, is there anything you wanna say in Indonesian back your home, friends and family?
Terima kasih banyak untuk semuanya yang sudah mendukung saya, sponsor saya semuanya, my wife, my family, and Lemon Surf team. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you so much, and good luck next run. I can't wait to see you surfing again, and thank you guys. Back to you in the booth.
Thank you, Putra. Lombongan. Have you been over there, Jess?
No, I haven't. It's funny, I've been to Bali so many times. Been a fair way around Indo now, but never got myself to Lombongan. I hear it's amazing though.
Yeah, it's a beautiful spot. Feels like, Bali was maybe 10 or 15 years ago. Not as busy as sort of Bali is these days, but they've got really good waves. There's good waves, good food, good places to stay, and obviously a much smaller island than Bali is itself. As we see Bodhi on the replay here, came out of the tube really nicely, compressed well, so this heat is well and truly alive. We've got 14 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock. We were talking about the polka dot board of our competitor out there in the white. You're quite handy with the the spray cans and the Posca pens. Do you always do some artwork on your boards?
Yeah, I never have plain boards. I actually can't even think back to a board that I haven't had a spray on. From my very first fiberglass board, I think I've always done sprays. It was a fun kind of hobby I got into with my dad, and I always would just draw and doodle, and then my dad's really creative and he kind of showed me the ropes, and then now I actually do it for a lot of my friends. So they get new boards, they bring their boards around, and I end up spraying it for them. And it's probably, obviously everyone wants to ride their new boards, they get excited, but I actually think that is my favorite thing about new surfboards, is the fact that I get to get super creative and just make my boards different.
Do you go for the deck? Do you go for the bottom? Do you do both?
Never the bottom.
Oh, okay.
Never. Only ever the deck, and I'm very particular about how high it goes on the rails. I just think no spray paint on the bottom. In my head, it slows you down. I don't know why. And no spray paint too far on the rails. I just like it at a very specific point.
Okay, there seems to be some rules to this surfboard art game.
You could ask anyone who's probably sat with me and watched me spray boards. I spend so long on the rails just making sure they're perfect. But this guy up and riding, Bodhi Williams, he's got a bit of colour on his board too. I'm liking it here from Bodhi. 423.373 has him in the lead, and he's going to town on the back of this wave right now. So Bodhi, originally from Victoria, recently moved up to the far north coast maybe 2 or 3 years ago, around the same time that my sister and I decided to make the move north, and I feel like it's really paid off for Bodhi. He's gotten stronger, his surfing's gotten better. I feel like he's around a lot more of his competitors, so he's kind of surfing with them. And Bodhi used to get really frustrated in heats, and I feel like make really rash decisions right at the end of heats, when if he had just maybe taken a breath in, he would have found his way out of it. But over the last, I want to say maybe year, I feel like Bodhi's competitive approach has really matured, it's really grown, and I saw him in Surfest earlier this year, made a couple really good heats there, and he's definitely filled out a lot. So I've actually been really looking forward to this heat, just because I think Bodhi's really grown as a competitor in the last 12 months. He's also here with mum and dad. And we spoke about this yesterday, that feeling of having family with you when you travel and you're competing. It makes life better. For me personally, I love traveling with my family, but I definitely think it helps.
Well, here we see White barely paddled at all for that wave, and wow, he was travelling so deep in that tube. He is currently leading the heat, looking to improve on a 4.47. The surfer you were talking about just before, Bodhi Williams, is currently in second position, holding on to a couple of fours, a 4.23 the best of it, a 4.07 his backup. Benjamin Cannon locked in a 5.77 for that very unique backhand tube. I loved it. The thing that I like as well about the Philippines is they've got some longboarders competing on the higher stage as well.
Yeah, they do. They are such beautiful surfers. I'll get back to this in a second. This replay of Bodhi's, I didn't realise how much grunt that first turn had until I've rewatched it now. That is so much power. He's displacing so much water. As I said, he's filled out. He's a bit of a bigger guy. Looks very strong on his feet. So Bodhi, that one, I think, coming in as a 4.07, so potentially ever so slightly improving his scoreline. But Yeah, the Filipino longboarders are absolutely gorgeous. One that I'm quite close with, Josie, she has such a beautiful style. Like, I haven't had too much to do with longboarding in my time surfing, but I could watch her surf all day. I just think she is so graceful, really feminine, really elegant when she surfs, but can turn these huge boards. Like, the way that longboarders look at waves compared to how we do, it's so different, but I actually have a lot of gratitude towards them because I think they look at it in a maybe a bit more of a breath approach, like they can take it in and then go. Where sometimes we're like, yeah, let's go, up, let's, and like they really match this beautiful energy. And I love it. I love the Filipino longboarders, and I'm going to commentate a lot. My first longboard event next year, actually.
Really?
So I'm very excited. Hopefully I'll see a few of them in it.
Yeah, 100%. 9 and a bit minutes remaining in this one. Requirements pretty low, in fact. Everyone's got at least one keeper. Right now, everyone's holding on to a score in either the 4 or 5 range. Right now, Benjamin Cannon looking for a 2.53 to move into second, and Troy Espinjon chasing a 4.14. So still plenty of time on the clock. And here we see two-time winner and heat leader racing on this one. He had fourth priority, so he had nothing to lose there. Just a quick in and out.
If I had fourth priority as well, like, look at these waves going unridden underneath everyone. There is still crazy good waves out there, and if you have fourth priority and you're in the lead, I think it's a pretty smart approach to kind of keep turning. There's no point really sitting still, holding hands with everyone out there. It's just the one takeoff. So, trying to turn and maybe go for a couple airs, get a couple bigger scores to try and inch away from the rest of your competitors. I think it's smart. But I also know that even in the free surfs, he never sits still. He's always catching waves, so this could just be a personality trait of Piso.
Pretty hard not to catch waves when they're as nice as what we've seen right now. I'm saying probably the biggest day we've seen so far, day number 3. And here we go. This is Benjamin trying to shuffle forward his very unique backside tube stance. Unfortunately, didn't pay off there for him. Was chasing a 2.53. Troy Espinjon now. Whoa, that was cool. He was gone for all money for mine. I thought the foam ball was going to chew him up, but...
See, this is what I was saying before. You never really know with these locals. You're like, oh, no, they're gone. And then they just come out. And I love the way he faded left to come back right. He was super deep in that. Maybe one of the deepest barrels we've seen today. Probably was sitting right on the foam ball. Then came out, got a couple turns afterwards. So Bodie Williams could be in danger territory right now because I really liked that one from Troy.
Yeah, just great knowledge of the reef. Really well used backside tube stance there. And yeah, I really like that front-on view. You know, the drone view looks amazing because you can just see it all happening. But the front-on view, if you don't see, the nose of the board or any part of the competitor, you know that they're really, really deep. And he popped out when I had, in my mind, written him off. So here's sort of the, not the direct front-on angle. This is more on the 45-degree angle.
Wow.
But he totally disappeared even on this camera angle. So the score has locked in. A 6.47 moves him up into first. We'll get a replay of that. Bodie Williams has gone down into third.
He liked it. Here we go, replay of Bodie. So he gets pretty deep himself, manages to travel, not the cleanest exit, but still manages to get one. Got a carve out of it. You can kind of tell he was feeling it as he came out, almost gave us like a little flick of the wrist. That stand tall pump. You know that feeling? We're like,
the no
that was
claim.
A good one. Yeah. He needs a 5.31. That's a pretty specific score to get out here. Thoughts, Justin? Thoughts on that one? It was pretty deep.
Yeah, it was a bigger wave. He's a big guy, like you said. And it looks like it has locked in as a 4.9. So just marginally short of what he needs. His requirement now a 4.65. So he's probably just getting that information. Shakes his head a little bit going, oh, I thought I had it, but it wasn't the cleanest exit.
Mm.
That was probably my only criticism of the wave. It was big. He got well tubed. This guy in second, utilising priority, and just absolutely locked in. My goodness, it almost looked like he was on a travelator or something there. Like the wave was moving, and he didn't have to do any work.
No, he just honestly had to crouch down on that one. That was so perfect. It was super open, actually, that one. A lot of them do start to clamp on that inside section, but that one stayed really wide for him the whole time. Here's this front angle shot. It gives us a good idea to see how deep he was, and he was pretty deep for 1 second of that. You can see the board caddy's loving it, goes for the air afterwards, so you can tell why he's won events out here before. He's very good at not just barrel riding, but picking those ones that allows him to sit a little bit deeper in the pocket. So, yeah, I mean, that could potentially throw that 447 away, and we could see those requirements kind of creep back up again for Bodhi and Benjamin. So Benjamin, though, I love his style. He does have a 5.77, second highest wave score of the heat, so he's far from out of this right now.
No, every one of these heats has gone down to the wire this morning. Day 3 of the Siargao International Surfing Cup, and there it is, a 6.67 puts him directly into the lead, and I think that is a deserving score because although he might have not been as deep as we've seen in other ones, he certainly travelled for a very long time.
Yeah, definitely. It was probably the most beautiful shape wave I've seen come through, maybe today. I feel like that was pristine, perfect cloud nine. Like, you couldn't have asked for more of a better shaped wave, and when it is those perfect days, that's exactly kind of what every wave looks like. It's mind-blowing. It's a machine out here when it's good. So yeah, that was the most perfect wave picked off on that last one, and yeah, definitely, like I said, you can definitely see why he's won events out here, and hopefully the next 3 minutes play out the way he goes, because I think he could actually be a real threat to a lot of those bigger names who are in the round of 64. You know, you do have those surfers who just spent a whole year on the Challenger Series come off, and probably with confidence because they've been on that high level, but then you put them in a heat against someone like Piso, who is a local and knows what it takes to win out here. That's going to be a really great matchup in my opinion. So 2.5 minutes to tell, but I would actually love to see him get through this one.
Okay, well, we'll wait and see what transpires. It'll be, yeah, very interesting. But your point about local surfers, you know, sometimes we see it on the championship tour, you know, that local wild card's a real threat, you know. Here's some of the best surfers in the world, but you throw someone that has local knowledge, wave experience, an understanding of the location, it can definitely throw a cat amongst the pigeons. So,
Absolutely. Take Fahine Fierro, for example, at
Hello.
Tahiti this year.
Yep.
She wiped everyone. She was so good out there, and obviously it was just a matter of time until she made tour, so now she's just qualified. But even at the Olympics, Cowley, he is so incredible at that wave. And yeah, I think the local wildcards, or just the local people in events quite like this one, they are definitely, I couldn't agree with you more, Justin, they are the biggest threat. And I wouldn't be worried about pulling #1 seed. I wouldn't be worried about pulling my arch nemesis. I would be worried about pulling one of these guys. I would be stressing out.
Yep. Right now, 90 seconds on the clock. Troy Espenjon, a 5.28 if he's going to go back into first. Here he goes, our classic backside tube rider. He's getting all funky. He's trying to stall. He's using his backside. He comes out of it, but maybe wasn't able to stall hard enough on the opening section. Going to turns through the inside now, and I'm not sure who that was. Just getting mowed down on that one. So under a minute remaining. A score to lock in for green. And it looks like that might have been Bodie Williams. Looking at the priority numbers there. Red might have gone, but just got swatted.
Yeah, I'm thinking that was Bodie Williams, but unfortunately, yeah, like you said, kind of just got pushed down. Probably said hello to the reef at one point there. It's still pretty shallow out there, but luckily enough, it's a really friendly reef. It's super flat. Here's the replay of kind of what we caught up with. Went to pull in, but yeah, just... Oh, he actually held on for way longer than I thought he did. Wow, I love when they take you by surprise. But 15 seconds on the clock, that is not going to be the 5.75 he needs. So unless a miracle can happen and he can get a wave under Troy and Piso's priority, which I doubt is going to happen because these guys want to get through. Unfortunately, I think that might be story over for our Australian and for the local Filipino Benjamin. But Troy and Piso, they are looking on fire right now.
Oh, switch foot there from Benjamin. There's a little exit from the event. We're going to take a short commercial break and we'll be right back here at the Siargao International Surfing Cup, the 28th edition, playing out here in the Philippines.
When there's still so much I can be, do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Como. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Como. She don't stop. She don't stop with Como.
Do I stop here? Cut! Next! There's no stopping me. Gomo any way I want, anywhere, anytime. We don't stop. We Gomo.
We are back at Cloud9 Siargao for the 28th International Surfing Cup here. We just saw two of the local surfers moving on through. So we had a past event winner, Piso Akala, taking it out. Troy Espanjon coming in second. So it was a really exciting heat. Unfortunately, we said goodbye to Bodie Williams and Benjamin Cannon. Right now, though, moving into heat number 7, Varun Tanjung taking on Luke Brumbury, Josh Kerr, and Christian Araquil joining me to take you through. You just saw her on screen. True Starling. Welcome back, Trues.
Thank you, JJ. It's nice to be back in the booth for heat 7 of the day. We're almost halfway through this round of 96, which is pretty crazy. I can't believe it so much. This is hopefully going to be a good heat. We saw Josh Kerr, an absolute standout at the NIAS event, getting second. And that was a right barrel. So I feel like we'll see some good stuff this morning. Let's have a look at this replay. Josh just tucks in, gets a bit of a cover up and goes to the air. Doesn't get a completion, but looking fun. I wonder if he's on that magic 20.
Yeah, it looks like the same one from yesterday. So I was chatting to Josh, actually, and I was like, you and Sierra went pretty close to both winning that event over there at NIAS. And I was like, is this now a new career goal? Like, and he's like, yeah, well, not really, but kinda. I was just like, it so is. But this guy right here, Luke Brumbury from the Sunshine Coast of Australia, actually took out a pretty cool local event that we have back home in Oz. It's called the Australian Open of Surfing, put on by Surfing New South Wales. Took out the grand final at Bondi, so that was a pretty big career win for Luke. And yeah, now he's over here competing, and he's already got 2 scores on the board.
Yeah, here we go, live action. Christian Araquil, a local surfer here at Siargao, unfortunately coming unstuck, but gets his feet in the wax for that first wave. And first scores for Luke Brumbury, locked in at a 5.17.
Yeah, he's got another score locked in as well. That we will catch up with very shortly. But yeah, I feel like this is going to be a pretty good heat. Any heat where you pull the name like Josh Kerr is always going to be a good heat. CT experience. Now he's just spent a year on the road for the Challenger Series with his daughter Sierra. Everyone knows the story. Everyone loves the story that these guys are doing it together. This guy, like I just said, from the Sunshine Coast, super deep on this one. So potentially the 517, really nice carve. So that's the 517 locked in. We just had a bit of confirmation. And then here, gets super deep again, a little bit of a smaller wave, almost exactly the same, just a little bit smaller. So that is a 357 for his last one. So Luke is out to an early lead, but someone we haven't touched on, Varun Tanjung, he is so incredibly talented from Indonesia, very used to waves like this, but has to get through the local and the two Aussies. Up and riding is our local surfer. Just finishing off that one there, unfortunately coming unstuck. But yeah, this is a pretty hard heat actually when you look at it. Like this is pretty stacked.
Yeah, it's a really good heat. It's one that I'm sure there's a lot of spectators down there getting ready to watch. All four of these surfers know exactly how it feels to spend time in the tube, so have no doubt we'll see some big scores in this heat. Hopefully the ocean pushes some good waves as well. We saw it a couple of heats ago. It was really slow, so it's nice to see that the ocean's providing more and more throughout the day, especially with the higher tide. It'll get a little bit more consistent. I know that there's a few surfers that are pretty happy to be in a higher tide heat. But yeah, Varun, he's holding first priority, hasn't had a wave just yet. About 6 minutes down in this heat already. 25 minutes, it's a fair amount of time out there.
Yeah, but I feel like the heats are flying. Like, I feel like they're going so fast. That last heat, I just commentated with Justin. We both looked down and we're like, oh, 6 minutes to go. Wow, that went quick. So, yeah, I feel like Varun, you don't really want to be sitting, like in 3 minutes, it would have meant he's been sitting for 10 minutes already in this heat. So I feel like you can definitely be picky, but a lot of the waves are really good out here. He's looking like he might have a swing on this one. Here we go. Our Indonesian surfer in this heat, tucking in, getting a little bit of cover up. So we'll see what the front angle looks like, but tags it twice more. Love the purple. Love the spray on his board right now. So Varun, best mate Bronson Matey did make it through his round earlier. I know these guys love to go 1 for 1, so I feel like that's probably going to be a little bit of a bit of a like pep in his step, wanting to make the heat, seeing as his best mate did as well. But here's the replay boots.
Yeah, so Varun, you could see him try and lock in a little bit earlier, but he gets a cover up there, comes out with the spit, gets a bit of a carve down and jams it for Varun. So that was a well-surfed wave. You could see that he was hoping to get pretty deep. So we'll see where that score locks in. I feel like Varun is just, going to be searching for those bigger waves where he can really lock in and get a bit of time in the tube. I feel like all four of these surfers are going to be doing the same, so I think it's going to be hard for them all to find their best ones, but a 4.5 just locked in for Varun. Josh Kerr holding priority.
Yeah, 4-5 straight to second. And I think as well, like, this is exciting because the last 2 days it's been pretty small. We've been seeing a lot more turns than we have barrels, but today we've definitely been seeing a lot more of that typical Cloud9 we're used to. So we're seeing barrels, we're seeing all of our competitors absolutely going for it. So Luke Brumby, who probably is more so the underdog in this heat, he is sitting in first place. So that 517 for that first wave, very well deserved, very well earned, and I am a huge fan of this underdog story. I feel like if you had have looked at this heat draw before going into this one, my mind probably would have taken me to Joss and Varun, just because they probably have two of the more experienced side of things, but then you can't count out our local surfer Christian, and you definitely can't count out Luke Brumby because he's shown us based on those first two waves, he's very good in the barrel. He looks stronger than the last time when I saw him compete. It definitely looks like he's grown. He looks like he's been training. And I feel like right now, at this point in the heat, this is definitely some of the best surfing I've seen him do.
Yeah, for sure. And it's good to see that. His best result this year is a 17th at the Urban Surf 3000. So I feel like he's looking to better that. Varun as well, he's been putting a lot of time in training. He actually got to go over to the UFC Performance Institute in Vegas earlier this year to do some training, and you utilize the gym over there and kind of be inspired by some different athletes.
Yeah, that is cool.
Yeah, which I thought was really cool, and it's nice to see him putting in a little bit of effort as well.
Yeah, I think if you can mix it up wherever you can, definitely go for it. We are going to have to pause this conversation because Justin is out on the tower with the heat winner.
Yeah, thanks, ladies. I'm here with Piso. Piso, congratulations. That was a good heat.
Thank you, mate.
Sorry, you're a former winner here. How many times have you won the event, and what years did you win?
My first win that was 2008. That was a Billabong Invitational, and then my second win is 2012, and my last win is 2014. So yeah, 3 times.
3-time winner. I'm stoked to be here. Tell us about conditions. A little bit windy, but still some good barrels.
Actually, I don't really surf like this kind of condition because it's too windy. Normally I surf when it's like a good wind and not too strong like that.
So many really good surfers here. How important for you and the local Siargao surfers is it for the event to be a QS 5000 this year, and for all these travelling surfers to be here and you get to see some of the best in the world?
Yeah, very exciting. So excited to be in this event, and yeah, so stoked to make it through this hit.
What sponsors do you have, and who do you have to do a shout out to?
Yeah, I want to shout out to James O'Donnell, the Kodo one, and also the Shaka Coffee with Beans and Yako. Thank you so much, and Liz, and my board also from Bali, my chef. Thank you so much, and to all the locals to support me. Thank you.
Well, there you have 3-time winner. Hopefully you can go 4 times here in 2024. Back to you, ladies.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Justin. Thank you, Piso. 3-time winner here. I feel like the only other people who might rival that could be Marimar. I feel like he's probably won this event around about 3 times. But yeah, he is such a talented surfer, and he was kind of Marimar's idol. Like, he was kind of the Marimar before Marimar really came on the scene and started busting through the gates and winning this event a lot. Last year when we were here, Marimar took the win, so he is looking to defend his lead here, but you know, he's got to get, we've got another round until we see him compete, but he's got to get through all of these guys competing through this round, and who knows, he might come up against Luke Brumby, Varun Tanjung, who knows. So yeah, I feel like Piso, he surfed a really amazing heat in that last one, probably got the best looking wave I've seen maybe in the last 2 years I've been here. It was like a perfect cloud 9 wave, probably 3 foot, just so open, and all he had to do was just sit in it.
Oh wow, that's, yeah, I mean, you expect nothing less from the local surfers to be able to identify the best waves, but you know, it's a bigger field this year. There is quite a few more rounds, and it's, you know, more nationalities out there as well, with it being co-sanctioned. With the Australian surfers, I think, you know, like Marimar, as good as he is here, there's people who just kind of, some maybe fall into luck, but I just feel like, you know, the local surfers here in Siargao do have a little bit of an edge over everyone else. And, you know, in Oz, we always talk about sometimes with events being at your local break, you can feel the nerves a little bit more, but it feels like the local surfers here are just really leaning into that and just being like, yeah, this is my home, I'm here and I'm ready to go.
Yeah, none of them really look nervous.
No, not at all. They're ready and they're excited and they want to surf and show more. I mean, they don't really surf Cloud 9 so windy like we heard from Piso, but you know, you got to adjust, and when there's waves like this coming through, it's really hard to walk away as well.
I think when a local competitor isn't looking nervous as well, trouble for everyone else, isn't it? It's just, that almost makes you feel more nervous. You're like, why are they not nervous? Because I know when I would surf events back home at Narrabeen, I feel like I would almost feel like I was competing for a world title when I just wasn't, you know.
Yeah.
But these guys are using their local knowledge to their advantage, and I just think they're also just really humble, calm people. It's probably just the essence of their nature. So yeah, they've been knocking out some big names. Can't wait to see them travel through more, just like this local surfer traveling through that one. So Christian finishing this wave off. I love seeing the locals do what they do. Out the back, Josh buries the nose and goes down. So Josh Kerr fallen off in what looked like it could have been a really nice barrel.
Yeah, that one was really open and clean. Let's have a look at this last wave for Christian. Smaller one, but he locks in, gets a bit of travel time, and then lays down the rail. Gets a nice one there for Christian, and then out behind him, Josh, you can just see, yeah, just a little bit too far on the front foot. That the nose just bearing a little bit. So uncharacteristic from Josh, but I'm sure he'll be able to recover.
Yeah, if anyone's ever been in a situation like this before, it's definitely Josh. I feel like I was saying to Justin yesterday, take all the heats he's surfed across his career and add them all together, he probably still holds numbers over all of us here. So yeah, Josh, he has more experience than anyone else in this event. He also has coaching experience. I feel like Sierra's probably watching on, and yeah, he's definitely, it's not like he's never been on the back foot before. So only needs a 264 for someone at his caliber. It's absolutely nothing, but true, we spent a lot of time traveling with Dad and, you know, going from event to event, and I know how much we loved it. How cool do you reckon it is for these guys to kind of experience this together? Because I thought experiencing what we got to experience with Dad was some of the highlights of my life.
Yeah, I think, yeah, I feel like you summed it up. I think it's the highlights of their life right now. And, you know, it's cool to see, even watching Sierra at the CT in Fiji. Josh was there, board caddy for her and supporting her. And you know, I think it's amazing the connection that they have between the two of them. They hype each other up. They, you know, probably, you know, make a little bit of fun out of each other as well. They keep it lighthearted, which is really cool. I have no doubt Sierra's very close by watching on and supporting her dad, Josh Kerr. And, you know, it's cool to see that. And I think, yeah, it's a special connection that not many people get.
And what do you think traveling, let's get back to this in a second actually, because Josh Kerr up and riding, makes it out of this one, takes to the air, ooh, lands but can't quite get the ride out. So Josh Kerr, definitely a better looking wave, only needs a 264, probably going to be the score he's looking for. This front on angle definitely shows us how deep he gets. So he got some cover and just couldn't hold on. But yeah, like I was saying, True, what kind of attributes do you think it takes? Do you think it adds to a surfer traveling, not so much with family, but I guess with a parent or with a dad who has been in the sport before?
I think even if it's, you know, parents or, you know, figures that are older and have more experience, even your friends as well. We'll come back to that because this is live action. Luke Brumby using his priority, tucks in, a little bit of a lumpy one, but he makes it out. Driving hard through that first carve, gets a second one in. This wave opening up a little bit more. Josh Kerr out the back, Jessie.
Yeah, Josh not getting too much done on this wave. So that one, he was pretty wide. It was never going to really barrel where he was. Could have had a pretty cool little turn section on it, but he goes down. He'll get back out there. He did just move to second though.
Yeah, let's have a look at the replay though. Luke's wave, you could see it had a little bit of a fumble in there, maybe a little bit of bump in the wave, but does really well to get out of it. He is looking to back up a 3.57, so we'll see in this last wave with Josh Kerr. Not much. But back to what we were saying, Jessie, I think, you know, traveling with people that have experience or just not even that, I think just really good people and really good influences and kind of just want to bring out the best in you, want to bring out the best in themselves. I think it is such an asset to have. Varun is one of those people, and you can see him just tuck in for a nice barrel, gets a quick cover up, beautiful drone angle, just showing what this place has on offer. And out the back behind him, Christian.
The local surfer, getting a little bit caught up in the lip there, so took his line just that little bit too high, unfortunately. Isn't looking for a big score, so come out of that is probably going to be that 3.01 he was chasing. So pretty tight right now between second, third and fourth. Let's look at this replay of Varun. Tucks in, gets a little bit of cover up from this front angle shot, pulls it all the way back around. You can see that wind and you can probably hear it as well. It is quite windy here today, but conditions still look super fun. But yeah, really close between second, third and fourth. Luke slightly edging away with that 5.17, but Varun was only looking for a 1.87 on that last one. So I dare say we're going to see a situation change when that score locks in. And we're going to have Josh Kerr and Christian Araquil back on the back foot. trying to fight their way out of this one.
Yeah, I agree. I think that last wave for Varun will definitely be the score. Locks in 2.67. So applying pressure to Josh and Christian. But I do think, threes, they're not that hard to get out there today, especially if you can find one to lock in. It seems like they're coming through a little bit more consistently. 5.5 minutes to go. Josh has a first priority. Luke is just edging further and further away. His last wave was a 4.83. So he's finding the good ones out there, and so is Christian. He's up and riding.
Up and riding again, tucks into this one. Oh, almost came out, but kind of just got clamped by the end of that one. Love how he's turning waves. I love how he's trying to find this score. Like you said, it did increase. So now Christian looking for a 3.81. Josh looking for a 3.68. So very, very attainable right now for both of these competitors. We're down to underneath the 5-minute mark. And Varun is getting the job done right now. He is in second with that last wave, a 2.67. But I feel like you could not be comfortable knowing that Josh Kerr only needs a 3.68. That is nothing for someone of a surfer with his caliber. He does have first priority too. Varun looks like he's paddling deep for this one. I think he knows, and I think he knows he wants to improve to make Josh's life harder. Isn't going to get any cover up here. Tries to take to the air. So yeah, Varun definitely knows what's going on. He's like, okay, I've got to get this 2.67 out of my scoreline ASAP, because I don't want Josh Kerr hot in my heels, and I don't think anyone would personally want that. So yeah, I think pretty smart competitive surfing. Obviously didn't pay off on that last wave for Varun, but that's the strategy he needs right now. Get that 2.67 away from me, and yeah, let's put the pressure on more.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it's really smart from Varun. He knows exactly what both Josh and Christian are capable of. So I think he's doing the right thing right now, but it's just unfortunate he's not in the best priority rotation. Luke Brumby having a look.
Here we go. Luke tucking in here. He's had a very good make ratio in this heat. He's made a lot of the barrels he's gone for. Feel like maybe 100% of the barrels actually. Look at this wave behind. No takers on that one. It didn't really throw like we're used to seeing, but it could have got a couple turns in. You can see that is Tim Bain in red, getting ready for his heat. He's out there in the next 3 minutes, but here's this front-on angle.
Yeah, you can see Luke. He absolutely completely disappears. Wow, he gets so deep on that one, flies out, gets a carve. That's going to be his best wave of the heat, in my opinion. I really liked it. He had a bit of time in there, fully disappeared. We'll see what the judges think, but I think that we'll see that 4.83 go.
Yeah, I didn't realize how deep he got. I was actually, I think you might have heard me go, oh wow. I didn't realize that was quite the deep barrel, and true, you're right on the money. Comes in at a 6.67, best wave of the heat. And, I feel like it kind of shows, because not a lot of people have been able to get that deep and then sit that deep for as long as Luke did. So pretty smart surfing. Got that one under Josh Kerr's priority as well. So Josh maybe kicking himself a little bit right now. 2 minutes 20. He's up and riding again, trying to build the confidence, just going for it right now, because it's not very often you can be so far out in front of the rest of the field. I mean, second place needs a 7.34. So looking like Luke is just having a bit of fun. Going to try some new things that he probably hasn't tried in heats before. So at 2 minutes to go, the underdog, in my opinion, is sitting in first place.
Yeah, he's come out of the gate swinging, and every heat he's just gotten better and better. Every wave he's gotten better and better, I should say. And it's nice to see Luke attacking out there. So 6.67 and a 5.17. I mean, if the story stays the same, then he will be into that next round of 64, meeting the rest of the seeded surfers. But right now it's second. That's really up for grabs. Josh needs a 3.68 and Christian needs that 3.81. I mean, they're not big scores. They're both in really good priority rotations. I feel like for Varun, he's probably maybe feeling a little bit nervous right now.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you're Varun, how fast is your heart going? Luke just getting kind of caught behind, but yeah, if I was Varun, I would be so uneasy. This next minute is going to feel like 24 hours, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, definitely. When you're in third and fourth, the last couple minutes of a heat goes so quickly. When you're in second, it goes really slow. You can see the next heat there, just sitting a little bit wider. Varun looking to better the 2.67.
Looks like he's going to take to the air. Maybe could have just got a couple turns in on that one, tried to force a 3 to even try and bump that score up that little bit more for Josh Kerr. There's 40 seconds on the clock. Potentially a little bit of a lump rolling through. We'll see if it hits the reef the way Josh needs it to. Needs a 3.68. 30 seconds to go. So Josh sat for the better part of this last heat. Luke kicking to get back out, so the heat is still not over. 20 seconds to go. Can Josh, can Christian find the small score they're looking for? Looking like potentially a little wave starting to roll through. But Josh puts the head down. 10 seconds. And I don't see anyone scrambling for anything. So it is going to be Luke Brumby and Varun Tanjun moving on through this heat. Wow, that was a pretty close one. We will say goodbye to Josh Kerr and our Filipino friend Christian Arakil. We're going to go to a break and we'll be back for heat number 8 very shortly, guys. See you soon.
With GoMo, I use data any way I want, all in one app. I can easily transfer and track my no expiry data. I GoMo any way I want. We don't stop. We GoMo.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be, and let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, let's be very honest, Manila Banker's Life, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond.
Welcome back, everyone. This is day number 3, Siargao International Surfing Cup. So official result from round of 96 is 7. First white and red going to next round, and now we are into round of 96, heat 8. So we have Tim Bain in red from Australia, Miyu Furukawa in blue from Japan, David Perry in white from Australia, PJ Alitayo in green from Philippines. I'm here with True. How are you doing this afternoon?
Hi, Di. I'm doing good. I'm excited. The last heat we had together was a little bit slow, but the conditions have picked up. It's getting a little bit more consistent now.
Yeah, that heat was hard heat actually. No waves, not many waves ridden. But after the heat, actually, right after the heat, so many waves coming through and good scores coming through. So that heat was one of the hardest one, I think.
Yeah, it was slow. It was tricky, but it's nice to see the ocean turn the tap back on right now.
Right.
And we just, maybe it was a little bit of an upset in that last heat. Josh Kerr just got eliminated.
Yeah, I watched the heat from the beginning to the end, but it was tight heat,
Yeah, it was crazy. After getting second at Nias for Josh, we were expecting big things, but sometimes the ocean doesn't work in your favor.
Right. But Siargao will be surfing possibly tomorrow.
Yes.
So he'll be around.
Yeah, he'll be here supporting Sierra, which will be cool. Tim Bain out there in the red. He's from the Sunshine Coast. He's traveling with Tane and Zane. So they're having a bit of fun together, eating together, watching the heats together, surfing together, really supporting each other, which is super cool to see.
It's nice. And yeah, we have one Japanese competitor in this heat, Miyu Furukawa. He's from Chiba area. He's still young competitor, but he's really good at air game as well as the tube riding. But I saw him surfing this morning, and well, the fast wave for Tim Bain in the barrel, traveling quite a long time, but couldn't find a clean exit. But here is Miyu Furukawa 選手、1本目のライディングにテイクオフします。ここはストールをしてチューブに入ってくるが、少しタイミングが合わなかったのか、リップに押されてしまい、ここはこけてしまいました。Yeah, I saw him surfing this morning, and I saw him break one of his favorite board this morning. So he was just went in and come back with a new board, but he said, well, he doesn't want to break this board because he's going to Taiwan after this, and he's only got a bigger board and one, just normal board. So, well, he should, be careful with the board.
Yeah, definitely. I actually saw, I think it was Made this morning, Satriwan as well. I think he broke one of his boards
really?
too. Yeah, I think this morning there was a few sacrifices with the boards, which is a bit unfortunate. But I mean, it's pumping out there right now.
It's pumping out. If there's a wave, you gotta go for it. So here is surfing red again. That was a great first turn and a second turn. So he was looking for the tube for the first section, but decided to go to the turns. It was great surfing, great combination. Surfer from Australia, Tim Bain. It was a great ride from Tim.
Yeah, you could see that he wanted to get barreled at the start, but it didn't quite throw like he wanted. That was a great first connection. Gets the second one in, just lightning fast off the bottom, and releases the tail a little bit for a bit of variety. So Tim will lock in another score. He's staying busy.
Right.
I like that approach.
Yeah, sometimes the heat before your heat can get so many waves, but in your heat, not many. So here is 古川美優選手、テイクオフしていました。一発カットバックを入れますが、足が抜けてしまったようです。Here is a local guy getting a tube.
That was huge. PJ Alapeo.
He loves it. Yeah, he was on one of the biggest sets.
That was great. Yeah, and you can tell look at that. He's so excited.
Right.
He's kicking. He's ready. He's feeling it out there. That was great to see from PJ.
So Alipio is one of the big names on this island.
Yeah, it definitely is. We saw Filmer have a great year last year in this event. You can see that drops in, and wow, he was in there for quite some time. That's PJ Alapeo. Huge turn as well. That was great stuff.
Like, it wasn't easy barrel. Actually, there's so many bumps in the actual tube, but he just managed to, generate the speed and come out of it so clean, and managed to put one more turn in. So it's a great way from PJ Alipio. All right, so we're gonna have Jesse with the last hit winner.
Okay, Luke, let me paint you a picture. You're in the round of 96 and then you pull Josh Kerr. That picture is your reality. Were you freaking out for that heat? Because I would have been.
The further rounds in the comp, like I knew Brian and Josh, and having a local out here. That was just like going into it like it was a quarterfinal or something sort of thing.
You kind of came out of the gates guns blazing, you locked in a pretty good score, and then you finished off the heat really strong as well. Is that kind of the game plan for you, start strong, finish strong?
Yeah, so it's been pretty slow, so good start, and then get to that good priority rotation, and then set yourself up for the back half of the heat was sort of the plan.
You and I were just chatting as well about your board for a while, but is it kind of the magic stick?
Yeah, it's gone good for me, sort of like a bit of a magic board. It's got a few dings in it, but I just keep getting them fixed. It's been going good.
Amazing. Well, you're into the next round. We're very excited for you. Anyone you want to say hi to back home?
See you soon.
Awesome. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Back to you guys.
All right, thank you, Jesse. Oh, he it was a pretty much dream heat for him to get through the really tough heat against Josh Carr and other local guys. So good on him.
Yeah, that was great. And I just feel like, there was I don't know, there was just an air about him in that heat. He was getting better every wave. He started off with a 5, backed it up with a 4, and then he gets another 6, and it was just like, it was really cool to watch. It was great to watch him just feel comfortable out there and confident in a heat where there was some big names in it,
Right.
and for him to take out the win was awesome. You can see right now, Tim Bain, his last wave was a 4.17. First wave for PJ was a 5.17, and he's looking to back it up right now. Tucks in, perfect stance,
Wow.
makes it out. You can just see exactly why he is so good at here. He spends so much time on this wave, and he's just really asserting his local knowledge right now.
Wow, I'm learning so much in this heat from him
Yeah.
because he's a goofy footer, stalling perfectly, staying in the tube. Wow, that was a great technique over there.
Being a goofy footer die, and watching this, what are you taking away, and what will you kind of put into that next surf that you have out here?
Probably what kind of wave you have to catch for the goofy footer. Kind of different approach compared to natural footer, I think. So what I'm taking away from him is what kind of wave I should get at Cloud 9.
Yeah. Yeah, he just seems to be finding the ones that are, I don't know, just tubing a little bit better, and he's able to stall and kind of stay tight to the wall, which is great to see. You can see surfers in the next heat preparing, getting themselves ready. The caddies are going down, and it's a hot day today, so it'd be nice for the caddies to get into the water for about 25 minutes. I mean, the water's still really warm too, but
Yeah, it is so warm.
yeah, it's great.
Alright, here is 古川美優選手、こちらストールして中に入っていきます。そして抜けた後は綺麗なラウンドハウスカットバックをして縦のアプローチ、これもしっかり決めていきます。ここでテールを抜いて回ってきますが、ここは前へ出てこれません。こちらが2本目のライディングになってきました。残り時間13分40秒。本日このラウンドオブ96、ヒート16まで行う予定です。Here isリプレイをもう一度見ていきましょう。これはいい波になりましたね。しっかりとチューブを抜けた後、カットバック、そして縦のアプローチ、必要なところで必要なアクションをこなしていきます。これは彼のベストスコアになってくるでしょう。Wow, that was a great ride from Miyu Furukawa.
That was, and he got kind of deep in that one too. Tim Bain just coming unstuck, getting a little bit too caught up. He got a bit of travel time, but just not making it out of that one, unfortunately, for Tim. But with 13 minutes to go, he has a bit of time. That last wave for Filmer locking in, and it takes him to the lead as well. Sorry, for PJ, not Filmer, for PJ. So that was exciting to see. You can see the next heat getting ready.
Right. So our local guy, PJ Alipayo, has 5.17. He's probably looking for another pretty much same set, but the second ride with the tube riding comes in 2.63, so it's not as big as the last one. Still, he is in the lead.
Yeah, just look, he looks confident and fun, and just ready to go out there. I mean, you can see the local knowledge really coming into play. 5.17, best score of the heat. Tim Bain up and riding. Goes straight for the air, and unfortunately just a bit of a tumble there for Tim.
Really love how he projects his body towards the beach, so that he can get a clean landing. That was unfortunate a little bit because of the wind, maybe. Well, here is PJ looking at it, but just let it go.
Oh. Dave just getting pumped on that one. That was so unlucky for the Australian in that heat. It looks like it was going to be a good one, but it's hard to get barreled on your backhand.
Yeah, probably he wanted to, sit at the back more, and so that he can paddle into it more harder.
Yeah.
Otherwise, That's why probably he just took off on the top of the wave a little bit late and couldn't pull the rail in.
And he had so much speed as
Yeah.
well going into it. It's hard to, it's hard to get rid of that speed, especially going in at that angle. You can't really stall or do anything when you grab at the start. But I'm sure, like Dave, he's a great competitor, a great surfer, so I'm sure he'll make some adjustments towards the back end of this heat. He's been a little bit quiet though. There's not much being seen from Dave Perry, but I'm sure more will come. But PJ right now holding the lead, not convincingly, if I must say. I feel like first place is still within reach for Tim and even for Miyu.
Miyu,
See,
right?
Yeah, this next heat, getting themselves ready.
Okay, so the last wave for Miyu comes in 2.90, the tube and 2-turn combo. So that's saying probably you need to go bigger turns, probably on a bigger set to get 4s and 5s. And here is PJ again, traveling along.
Oh wow.
Oh, that was really good wave.
That was a great wave. I thought I saw Green a little bit closer to the exit than what he was. I was thinking, wow, if he makes this is going to be huge for PJ. And yeah, he does that so well out there, just tucks in quickly. The airdrop down was pretty cool as well, something different from PJ.
Right. Probably he needed a couple pumps more before he, got into the barrel. But still, great technique from PJ Arpaio, holding on to the fast position. David Perry, having a look at this one, into the barrel. This is a good-looking wave. Doggy door it, but unfortunately he couldn't ride out of it.
Wow, maybe just pulling out of the tube there a little bit too early. You can see, he looked a little bit frustrated then because that looks like it could have been a good one. And just getting the lip to the head, unfortunately, for Davey. But that was a good-looking barrel. Take me through it, Di.
Really, how he managed to be really compact, but I don't know. It was great, technique to doggy door it, and I thought he just made it, but just hit, his head, and unfortunately he just went down.
Yeah, that was such a shame, and it looks really tricky to be on your backhand out there. Like, it looks quite hard. Hats off to all the goofy footers that are here. It looks hard, but you guys are making it look pretty effortless, which is cool to see. Oh my gosh, that was really close for Davey. I mean, to get that completion there was not much in it. Wow.
And actually, it was on a priority, and he got that wave, and he only he needed was 3.65. So if he made that, tube riding, then he would have got that score requirement.
Yeah, I agree. He would have got the score for sure. I mean, he's definitely not giving up. There's 7.5 minutes to go, so there's still time for Davey to lock in and get a good score. Mia only needs a 2.68. It's Tim Bain right now. He wants to better that 1.4.
Right. He's already locked in 4.17, which is pretty good score. It's for sure that it's gonna be a keeper. So, he really wanted to get rid of the 1.40. But now, Miu has a fast priority. Just looking for those bigger sets and deep barrel or big turns. Probably now he knows that last wave comes in 2.90, so he will be adjusting. Here is Tim Bain, important wave. Little tube, little covers, good cut back, straight into the third turn. It was a great combination from Tim Bain. Probably get rid of the 1.40 now. And here is 古川美優選手、こちらチューブに入ってきます。そして 大きなカービングパワーゾーンに戻った後にもう一度レイバックターンを入れていきます。 2.68 で第2位のポジションに上がってきますが、セケンレッドの選手もこの前にライディングをしていました。
Yeah, this is Tim Bain's last wave. Just a quick tough cover up, but drives hard through that carve, gets that nice snap there for Tim. He's looking to better a 1.4. I think he did that. Talk me through this one.
Yeah, a little cover up from Miyu again, and really love the big carve back to the power zone and doing the go-to layback.
Yeah, he's really good at that. I actually don't know too much about Miyu. I know that he's from Chiba, but that's about it.
Yeah, Chiba, and well, he's competing since he was a kid,
Yeah.
and he's working at a surfboard factory, doing repairing
Oh,
as
wow.
a job. Yeah, and he's practicing every day.
That's so great. I love that. If anyone needs some surfboard repairs here,
Right.
hit up Miyu.
That's so true.
Yeah. I'm sure he's brought the tools. No, just kidding.
Probably he's not gonna be able to, fix his board though.
Yes, yeah, everyone
break
will be
in
like,
half. So
please help. Well, with 5 minutes to go, we got some scores to lock in for Tim and for Miyu, and also a quick one there for Davey, but unfortunately he came unstuck.
Well, the last wave for Miyu comes in 2.67, not enough for moving into the second place, still needing 4.50. Wow, PJ Alpaio has priority and sitting in the lead comfortably now.
Yeah, he's looking pretty good to make this heat for PJ, and I feel like he's just going to hold that priority for the rest of the heat until a good wave comes through. And then it's just been so exciting to see him out there, and to see him absolutely charge on some great waves. That 517 was awesome to see, and he's just showing all the goofy footers how to do it out there, Di.
We are learning so much.
Yes, it's good. It's
as a goofy footer.
Yeah. It's fun to watch these heats too, because I feel like everyone has a little different take on how to surf this wave and the best way to do that, and it's cool to watch PJ go hard out there and holding the priority and the lead. He's in a really good position for first right now. You can see him there. Ooh.
Going to the air. He goes down. He's in the second, needing to get rid of the 3.23, chasing 3.64 to go into the first. But probably looking for a wave to get rid of the 3.23 to, extend the lead to blue and white.
Yeah, wanting to make it harder for Miyu and Davey.
Well, here's a local guy, PJ. He's having a look, paddling so hard, getting to the tube again, stalled, nice style, traveling, and comes out of it clean. Put extra bonus turn, and another one.
Whoa. PJ just stamping his authority in this heat.
Right. Definitely he's get rid of the 2.63, but let's have a look at this again.
Yeah, he gets in it. He's trying to stall to get a little bit deeper. Comes out nicely off screen there, and you can see him get two good turns to finish. So I feel like he's going to say goodbye to the 263. Davey up and riding. Nice backside snap. He's got that beautiful drop knee style as he goes off the bottom into those backside turns. I love watching that. The goofy footers do it so well. Ooh.
Yeah, it looks like finally David Perry, find one wave to get back in the game. So there's still 2 minutes remaining. Probably he needs to go back out again and get one more wave.
Yeah, he's looking for a 5.47, so he might have hopefully got deep on the last one that he had and making it out. Let's have a look.
Whoa.
Air drops down, gets a cover up, and then comes out. Gets that nice backside connection. Tries to get a bonus one. Doesn't offer too much more, but that'll be Davey's best wave of the heat, in my opinion, with 1:20 to go.
Yeah, I totally agree. It wasn't deep as PJ's wave, but still he got covered and he managed to put one turn in, so it's gonna be his best score. So it comes in 2.87. Now needing 4.53 to go into the second, but the time is ticking, just under a minute remaining.
Yeah, this is the nervous moments of the heat. Tim holds first priority, needs to make sure he keeps everyone off what could be the best wave. Miyu having a look.
古川美優選手、これが最後のチャンスになるのか。大きなエアを入れてくるが回りきれず前に出てこれません。残り時間35秒。さあもう1本乗れるのか。Well, he needed the score 4.50, so he needed to go, big, and he did.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, he kind of stuck on the top of the wave.
Yeah, that was, I agree. I liked the approach. He had to go for it. He had to go big to get that 4.5, which is a difficult score to lock in today. And with 10 seconds to go, I don't think he'll get another opportunity, but he definitely gave it everything he had towards the end of that heat. Davey's last wave was a 2.87. It was his best, but he won't get another opportunity.
Well, looks like our local guy PJ and Tim Bang got through this heat, and we're gonna go to the short break and we'll be right back.
When there's still so much I can be, do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Gomo. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Gomo. She don't stop with. She don't stop with Gomo.
Do I stop here? Cut! Next! There's no stopping me. Gomo anywhere I want, anywhere, anytime. We don't stop. We Gomo.
Well, welcome back, everyone. On screen there is PJ Alapeo, your Heat 8 winner. Tim Bain joined him to advance through to the round of 96. My name is Justin Majex. Alongside me is Dai Wako, and Dai, we're just saying how warm it is. I'm sweating a bit in here.
Yeah, I'm sweating. Nice and hot. Nice to have, get in the water.
It would be. I think on my next break, the board shorts are going on. I'm going to go have a little dip in the lagoon. Right. But out in front, we've got Dylan Will Coxon, who was an early standout. We've got Eduardo Elquiso. Probably someone you know is Raiki Masuda. And I'm stoked to be in the booth to call on Alex McGuffin's heat. He's a surfer in white. He's from Western Australia. And in the break, it looks like Dylan Will Coxon, who's only 15 years of age. His brother, Jaden, the 12-year-old, sort of, broke hearts and stole the show a few days ago. So imagine being 12 years old and competing in the QS 5000. It's pretty amazing.
Yes. And at Cloud 9, that's so amazing. So this is our local competitor, Edward
Yeah, he's one of the bigger, stronger, one of the Siargao locals. Al McGuffin here stalling.
Wow, what a style.
And just does enough to stand up. So not a super clean exit, but I'm sure his mates back in Margaret River are tuning on. He works at the Rip Curl store there, so we'll check this one out. This is Eduardo driving, just such solid footing on his board, and
Really love the Ocean cutback. Like I saw him surfing this morning. He's getting the best, tubes at Cloud9. He's very technical. He has the best tube techniques right there.
yeah, he's big, he's strong, he's powerful. He can probably throw his weight around in the lineup a little bit, so that is one guy you don't want to be even looking to drop in on. Dylan now racing.
Wow, that is a huge air.
Whoa.
And clean landing. That's going to be a big score. Wow, that was a huge airborne. Is that what you call it?
Yeah, it was big.
Straight air.
He's just checking the equipment. He might have creased the board, but check out this. You can just see him eyeing down the line. Just pop that one up and over. I think in his downtime he must be a pilot for Philippine Airlines because he took flight.
Took a flight and it was a huge straight air. I really love people doing straight air these days. Wow, it's gonna be a pretty good score to me. But first wave comes in 3.17 and the fast wave for Edward comes in 4.83. We're still waiting for the last of green, that big airborne.
Yeah, well, a lot to like about today's conditions, although it might be a little bit windy. The swell has definitely jumped up. There's some nice tubes and some big ramps out there as well. So,
wow.
Super impressive. You can see Dylan Wilcoxon there, still just checking out the equipment. He got that high and projected that far.
Right, it comes in 6.67, one single air.
Yep.
And comes in 6.67 is really, actually, it's rewarding. Judges are rewarding the big air. So now he's in the lead with 667.317. Here is Japanese guy 増田大輝選手、いい波にテイクオフしていきます。ここは際どいところ縦へのアプローチしていきますが、少し波の後ろに置いていかれた形になりました。残り時間18分。So Raiki Masuda is from Miyazaki.
Okay.
It's like central surf town in west side of Japan.
Nice.
And
well, we're going to throw over to True Starling, who's with PJ Alapeo.
Thank you, Justin. PJ, what a great heat you had. You kind of just showed them local knowledge. Well done.
Yeah, it was good, and I was lucky to have a good one, and I made the first wave, and after the wave, gave me more confidence and just to stay calm and sit in the right spot and just another good one. Yeah.
Dai, who is one of the fellow commentators, he's also a goofy footer, and he was watching you out there and taking in a couple of little notes, spending so much time out here on this wave. What is something that you try and focus on when you go into heats?
Basically, just try to sit in the right spot and choose a good one, and yeah, that's it.
And being here as well, being able to represent the Philippines and the local surfers of Siargao, how special is that for you?
It feels amazing, and I would like to say thanks to our Congressman Bingo Matogas for giving us the opportunity to join this such a big event here at Cloud9. So very thankful.
Thank you so much, PJ. Back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, True, and well done. PJ's a bit of a big fella, but he's lightly spoken, so just taking it all in his stride. He is through to the round of 64. Al McGuffin here.
Wow, how was that takeoff? Really take off, but straight into the rail game, and that's a great takeoff from
Alex McGuffin. So Eduardo Elciso open with a 4.83. The local Philippine surfer in red sits out there with first priority. We've got a couple of smaller scores in a 3.57 and a 1.37 for Al McGuffin. I'll do a shout out to his dad Mark, who I'm sure is tuning in right now. He's a big time frother, and Alex has been part of our Western Australian system for a very long time. Grew up in the Metro Beaches, a former student at CBC in Fremantle. He's moved down to Margaret River just to focus on his surfing, and he's been doing a lot of these Asian events for a long time, and yeah, he's a great surfer. This wave is a little bit similar to a wave back in Margaret River called Gas Bay. Al going for the air now, unable to stomp that one. His focus right now will be to improve on that 1.37.
まず来季選手、こちらの波テイクオフ中部に入ってきて抜けた後セクションが出てきましたが、ここは早めのプルアウト。今のライディングはこのチューブライディングに点数がついてきそうです。現在第4位のポジションですが、まだ1本2本とライディングを重ねている最中ですので、この後どんな波に乗ってくるのか期待していきたいところです。
Approaching the 14.5-minute mark, and the famed stairs onto the boardwalk. I think thousands of people must walk up and down those things over a week.
Right.
You know, so many people. That's the way you get off the boardwalk and down into the surf. You go underneath the boardwalk and make your way across the reef and into the lineup. So a very unique part of this location, Cloud 9, is the boardwalk, is the stairs, and is this amazing little bit of reef that produces some world-class barrels and some really big air sections like we saw from Dylan Wilcoxon. A 6.67, that sends a signal to me, to competitors, that hey, you might not have to get tubed to necessarily get a good score.
Right. You might have to do big airs. And earlier the heat, there's one guy getting, one big maneuver, just one solid turn, and get around about like fives. So anything you can do, like anything big turns, will getting rewarded. So you don't have to focusing on getting tubes. Well, here is the set. 増田来輝選手、この波にアンダープライ寄りしながら乗ってきます。しっかりとチューブの中、先ほどの波よりも少しディープめに、ライディングをしていきました。立て続けに乗ってきましたが、先ほどのライディングが 1.83 というスコアを、出してきています。
Here's the front on angle from Masuda. Not super deep on the barrel, but right now he's just looking to improve on some low scores. And I think he's done it there. I think that is a 2.63, replaces a 0.83 that was in his scoreline. The requirement to move up the leaderboard, just a 2.32. So a bit of a close matchup between white, red and blue right now. Dylan Wilcoxon stomped a massive forehand aerial, nice big straighty, and his backup is a 3.17. So heat number 9 in the water now. We've got 16 heats in this men's round of 96, and it's just gone past about 1:30 here local time in the Philippines. And yeah, it's hot. I think I'm going to be doing that in a couple of heats time. I'm going to put the board shorts on and jump in that beautiful little lagoon as we see.
Here is Eduardo up and riding again, traveling in the tube quite a long time and doing a chop hop. Finish it nicely, but at the back, surfing green, Dylan getting a great tube riding and a layback. It was a great 2 waves. And at the back, Alex is in the tube. It was really deep.
It was. So it was El Ciso first, it was Wilcoxon second, and McGuffin on the third wave of the set. Probably get some time to break these waves down again, Di, but I feel like the conditions, you know, approaching the fuller tide, are starting to see a bit more water over the reef and some really good scores starting to flow on through.
Let's have a look at first wave. That was a really, deep barrel riding from the Eduardo. And at the back, I reckon, wow, it's nice to see back to back. But the size-wise, probably the Dylan's wave was a bit bigger. But about the tube riding, I reckon Eduardo one's a little bit longer traveling in the tube. So I'm not sure who gets better, but both of the ride were amazing.
Yeah, a 5.60 for El Ciso. It has moved him up, well, did temporarily move him up into first, but a 7.0 for Will Coxon. He has been, I think, one of the form surfers of the event so far. He's been really consistent behind the lip. He's young. He's got a lot of natural talent, I think, because everything has looked pretty effortless.
Yeah, right. So and he's still 15 years old.
15 years of age. So
he's doing great. He's doing smart heat. Oh, he must have a lot of experiences in the competition.
Yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting. You'll get the opportunity to have a chat with him, but potentially, if the situation doesn't change in the next 9.5 minutes. But yeah, it'll be nice to know, sort of where he's from, where he hangs out, who his mates are in Indo.
Right.
And he has put some scoreboard pressure on his fellow competitors. So El Ciso chasing an 8.07 to go into first, so an excellent number required. Alex McGuffin in third. White needs a 6.86. He's currently holding on to a 3.57 and a 1.37. And looking at the numbers above him on the scoreboard, he needs to pretty much replace both of those if he's going to hope to make it out of this. And your countryman in the blue, he's got priority. He needs to, do a little bit better. A 7.80 will get him directly from fourth into second place. But if he replaces that 1.83, his job will be a little bit easier.
Right. If I was Rikey's situation, probably trying to get rid of the 2.63 first, so that requirement get less. But here is McGuffin going to the... Well, he was looking for the ramp, but probably at the back. 増田大輝選手、これは深くチューブの中に入っていきます。しっかりとメイクしたと。さあここはフローター、そして最後のセクションまで果敢に攻めていきます。これは一度ビーチを見るような形で、どうでしょう。本人も気に入っているようなライディングだったかと思います。現在第4位のポジションにいる増田選手、 7.80 をスコアすると第2位のポジションに上がってきます。まずはこの 2.63 を上書きしていきたいところです。
Masuda. He looks quite tall for a Japanese surfer.
Right, probably 5'11".
Yeah, he looks like quite a big guy.
Managed to travel quite a long time in the barrel and managed to put a couple turns in after the tube ride. It wasn't as big as Dylan's wave, so I don't think it's going to be a 7, but it comes in 4.93. Now he's needing 5.51. 増田大輝選手、先ほどのライディング 4.93 をスコアし、その差を縮めます。現在第3位のポジション、必要なスコア 5.51。Well done to Reiki Masuda. The last wave comes in 4.93 now, needing 5.51.
Yeah, I think that's the best spot to watch the surfing from, being a caddy. On the left, I'm pretty sure that's Jack Thomas from Yelling Up holding Al McGuffin's board. I think that is Jaden Wilcoxon on screen holding his brother's backup board.
Right.
I can't tell you who the guys on the right-hand side of the screen are, but looks like they have the backup equipment. you know, Cloud 9, it packs a punch, so you don't want to break your equipment and then have to make it all the way back to the tower. So that's why the caddies can have the backup boards in there on the shallow part of the reef, and you know, they've got front row seats to one of the best shows in the world right now.
Right.
Approaching the 6-minute mark, it is Dylan Wilcoxon, the Indonesian surfer. He's had a really, really good heat. Whether behind the lip or above it, he has strung it together for a 13.67 two-wave combined total. Local surfer in the red, El Ciso, is chasing an 8.07 to move into first, but he has first priority, so he'll just be waiting for the next set wave. Both blue and white, requiring some mid-range scores if they're going to flip the result. And there we see just the beautiful drone work once again. Our production team have been putting on some amazing imagery, so big shout out to Ryan. There we go. So the drone gets that close that people can certainly send some messages back home. And there's a few waves going through unridden, so the guys being super selective. I know they need something to make it through to the round of 64.
In this condition, when you need, you know, score like 8 and 5 and 6, you gotta be very selective. Otherwise, you don't really. You gotta have either deep in the tube or one solid turns to get, you know, 5 and 6s. So you need to be on the right wave. So you gotta be careful with the wave selection. It's gonna be a key.
Yeah, so my watch is indicating that high tide is around about 4:18 p.m. this afternoon, so still a couple of hours of the incoming flow of the tide. And here we see fourth priority. Wow.
松田大輝選手、この波4番目のプライオリティながらゲットすることができましたが、このチューブの中で惜しくもメイクできずこけてしまいました。残り時間まだ4分あるので、まだまだこの波に乗れるチャンスは残っているでしょう。
Yeah, well, he did pretty well. He was travelling through, and it's just like the bottom of that thing just fell out beneath him. Here we go. Local surfer tucks in deep. He has a big frame. He's got a lot of power behind his turns.
He's looking for a wave to get rid of the 4.83, you know, to put more pressure to blue and white. And here he is, Dylan again. Relaxed style in the tube.
And an air to finish. He just looks so casual. He just looks like, hey, this is just like, you know, a training run for him. This is El Ciso's last wave. Gets really compressed. Throws a big turn in there. Hurts my knees looking at that turn. He's super limber and very fit. And Wilcoxon, as I said, just looks like he's just in cruise control. There is an absolute ease to the way he's gone about this heat. And look at this, just, no worries. Just, out he comes and
really,
pops a little ollie.
Really love the dropping knee style in the barrel. It's so cool.
Well, 2.5 minutes. Don't think that last score for Wilcoxon is going to improve his situation, but it looks like he's having fun out there.
Right, he's just having fun. 7.0 and 6.67. That's a, you know, all the computers want to get those scores. So,
yeah, today to get a 7 and a 6 is job well done. 13.67, his two-wave combined total. 2 minutes on the clock, and he is sitting a long way away from the 3 other guys who are currently chasing him. So the target is on his back, but he's just sitting on the inside. He doesn't want to bother those 3 guys who are scrapping it out for that all-important second spot right now.
Important moment for blue and white. Just over 19 seconds remaining. まず来季選手残り時間1分30秒になるところ、現在第3位、普通のスコア 5.51 となっています。本日はこの後ヒート16まで行っていく予定となっています。Like he is repositioning himself a little bit towards the left side of the point. McGuffin holding on to the first priority. Looking for 6.86 and 1 minute to go.
Yeah, these 25 minutes heats go really, really quickly. You know, there's 4 guys, they're all hungry for waves, and although today is probably the best of the conditions we've seen so far here at the 28th Siargao International Surfing Cup, it is still a few steps behind probably the all-time Cloud9 we've come to know and love. So this guy currently in second, looking to improve on a 4.83, goes for the air. Eduardo unfortunately cannot stick it, and his scoreline will remain with a 5.6 and a 4.83 as his best 2 attempts. 24 seconds. I'm sure everyone's hoping that Masuda and McGuffin get one more opportunity, but it looks like Eduardo's called it a heat. He's looking over his shoulder and probably can't see too much, so he's going to progress through to the round of 64. And this heat number 9, has had its moments, but just none in the end when it mattered for blue and for white. We're going to take a short commercial break and we'll be back right after this.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be, and let yourself.
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
Fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
With GoMo, I use data any way I want, all in one app. I can easily transfer and track my no expiry data. I GoMo any way I want. We don't stop. We GoMo.
Welcome back in, everybody, to the Siargao International Surfing Cup. On screen, Eduardo Alciso, who moved through that last heat alongside Dylan Wilcoxon all day. Dylan, unfortunately, Reiki Masuda and Alex McGuffin bowing out. Sad face for our WA fans. Big one next to me right now.
Yeah, I'm a little bit upset, but this is, you know, a really big competition. I'm just stoked to see so many West Australians here, one of them being Alex McGuffin. But straight into it now is Alan. He is a local, the Churcho. And this guy I really love, Matty Job. He is from the Gold Coast of Australia, and he is a nice bloke and an even better surfer.
Yeah, that was really nicely done. I feel like the second carve out of the barrel, it kind of made me go, oh, that was sick. So, yeah, Matty, this is that drone angle shot. So, gets a bit of a cover up here, comes out, bit of a tabletop floater. This turn, I love, really rips through it, comes back around the inside here. Looks really lively on his feet, like looks really switched on right now. So, Matty Job getting his heat underway. We also have Zaina Sink from the Sunshine Coast and Harley Walters from Angari, younger brother to Dakota Walters, and I know those two are loving spending some time together. Harley, was I with you for Harley's heat?
We did it together.
Very impressive.
Yeah, it was good. It was, late in the afternoon on day number 1, I'm pretty sure. And, yeah, he just sort of came out of the gates and showed the judges what they wanted to see. He got tubed and, really whipped some nice turns. So, a highly touted young talent out of the Angari area. And on screen there, Al McGuffin hands his rash vest back, and we'll be looking to consolidate over in Taiwan as we see Harley kicking off where he left off back in the round of 128. And that's got to feel good. Getting tubed in a competition must feel really, really good.
So sick. And I feel like Harley is still super young. I mean, that last heat, we did see a 15-year-old take the win. Harley, he's around, I'm going to say 17, 18. Like, he's still pretty young, competed in the World Juniors this year. And you'd be surprised because he's extremely tall. Like, he makes me feel miniature. But with surfing like this, he's well beyond his years, gets kind of behind it. So I definitely think he wants to get a little bit deeper than what he did. But for someone who's so young, he's such a smart competitor. He definitely knows exactly what he's looking for. Zane Asink, on the other hand, he is same age as me, and he's been doing it for a little while. He loves to have a dig. He absolutely charges when it gets big, so would love to see him out there when the swell gets a bit bigger. It is wave galore right now. So many waves back to back to back. A couple scores starting to lock in as well.
Yeah, well, we are sort of like a couple of hours away from the high tide, so we're just continuing to see water push in on the reef, and yeah, it is. I think the last few heats have had some really, really good waves, so I love the fact that we have called the men's round of 96 on. Interested to see if we can get through another 6 heats after this one. We'll throw over to True at the tower, who's there with Dylan Wilcoxon.
Thank you so much, Justin. Dylan, you had a great heat in that last one, a 7 and a 6 in your scoreline. How did you prepare for that heat? Because you absolutely blitzed it.
I don't know. I just watched a couple of YouTube videos, some people ripping, like Ethan Ewing and stuff. Got psyched and went out. Felt like I did pretty good, and can't wait for the next heat.
You're 15 years old, and here competing against some of the best in the Asia and Australia region at a QS 5000. Are you here to make some points or get a little bit of experience?
I think I'm just here to get some experience.
How have you enjoyed your time here in Cloud9 and Siargao? Is it your first time here, and what's been your favorite part?
Yeah, it's super fun here, really good vibes. Waves are sick. It reminds me a lot of the waves back home. And yeah, it's been super fun.
Awesome. Thanks so much for having a chat, Dylan. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, True. And Zane just muscling his way, unable to really get in front of the foam ball there. So a couple of numbers have locked in. No absolute keepers right now. The best of them are 3.83 to Maddie Job. Harley Walters has got a 3.37 and something around the 2 mark.
Yeah, these guys definitely looking to get a little bit deeper in the barrel. It's super early days in this heat still. We're looking like our local surfer, Alan, is going to pull in. Wow, super deep. He was right on the foam ball there. Unfortunately, did kind of throw him off a little bit, so he did bounce off that one. But Alan, that was a really cool style. Again, we've seen a lot of cool, unique Filipino backhand styles, I want to say. I mean, the forehands are great, but the backhands kind of make you think about how they do it. We obviously saw one earlier where it was almost like the front 2 feet were facing directly next to each other, facing forward. I've never seen a barrel technique like that. And I was like, well, it definitely makes you think, doesn't it?
Yeah. Benjamin Cannon. Yeah, I guess these guys just become so familiar with this wave and how to get as deep in there as possible. As we see Alan swing again, tucking forward, but that one a little bit too small. He just gets pinched. 17 minutes on the clock, and this is the 10th heat of the men's round of 96. The man on screen is representing the Philippines and this beautiful Siargao area.
Oh, I was going to say, looking like Zane Sink, but I was about to say, I feel like that one might taper off a little bit. It had a weird little lump on the edge of it. So Zane, with the third priority, you can tell he's just hunting around, trying to build some rhythm in this heat. He's up and riding now. Maybe going to take to the air here, and he does, but can't quite hold on to it. So that wind is blowing very strong. I feel like if you can use it to your advantage, absolutely amazing. But a lot of the time we are seeing the boards kind of fly away and it become a little bit more unhinged, unrealistic. But I feel like those guys who know how to air in these really strong winds, you can definitely tell they've practiced in these conditions a lot. But right now, I'm loving the barrels. I want to see more. I think it's a really unique wave where we don't get to see too much of this from these surfers. So bring it on.
Yeah, I'm totally with you, Jesse. We don't come all the way to Siargao Island not to get tubed. And I think that's exactly what our viewers and the judges want to see. But I can see what Zane was doing there. He just wanted to, just get 2 okay numbers on the board. He probably watched that last heat and saw that Dylan Wilcoxon was well rewarded for that massive big air that he stomped. But he also got his back up, or he actually got the best score, a 7.0, on the strength of a strong barrel ride. So right now, everyone's stuck in sort of the 3s and 2s, nothing of consequence just yet. So I've seen almost 10 minutes elapse off the clock, and the next 15 are sure to provide some fireworks. Harley Walters, the best 2/8 combo so far. Zane Asink chasing a 4.04. Matty Job just has a single 3.83 on the board. Needs to pretty much just stand up to move into second place. And Alan DeTurcho chasing a 2.55.
And Justin, you've been coming here for 7 years now?
No, I wish it was. I came for the first time probably 7 years ago. So the year Skip McCulloch won, I was here. So I'm pretty sure that was 2018.
Oh, yeah.
I think this is now my 4th trip to Siargao, but I love it.
And out of your 4 trips here, best heat you've seen, best conditions, like any moments that have really kind of stuck out that I should go and watch on YouTube potentially?
Yeah, I reckon the best waves that I've seen in that time was the first year I came. Skip and Marimar had this amazing final. It was unbelievable just to see how good the waves were. And it was probably 3 to 4 times bigger than what we're seeing on screen right now.
Wow.
It was back when the tower was a lot bigger. I'm pretty sure it was a 2-story tower then.
Oh, you saw the big tower.
I did. I was lucky.
Love.
Yeah. And the final was just, a really, really cool matchup. But, Skip from San Diego, he's an amazing tube rider. And to beat Marimar in pumping waves here at Cloud9, I take my hat off to him still to this day. He was so emotional. Myself and my good mate Mark Clift, who's probably tuning in, we were commentating the final, and Skip came to this very location we're in right now, and he broke into tears, and it was a really emotional win. He couldn't believe it. It was amazing. Here we see Harley Walters, big frame, big lanky legs that he has to fold up to get into that little tube. Sprays Alan, our surfer in green, on his way back out. And I think that one felt good. He's paddling pretty fast. He wants to get out there.
Yeah, we had a couple no-makes before that one as well. So Harley kind of setting the tone, finding the exit here. So gets under it. Definitely gets a fair good cover up there. As you said, sprays his competitor, takes that one out. He's kicking to get back out there, and he is extremely tall. Like, I know I'm not the tallest person in the world, but I don't usually feel small. But then next to Harley, I feel tiny. I feel absolutely tiny. I'd say he's in the 6 foot easily.
Well,
so
I don't get to look too many people in the eyes, and I definitely look Harley Walters in the eye. He is at least 6 foot, maybe bigger. But that little guy on screen, I think he's our youngest competitor in the field. That is Dylan Wilcoxon's younger brother, Jaden. and he is just 12 years old.
No way, 12 years old. Their sister Aura is in this event as well. She was the youngest competitor at NEAS earlier in the year. She's just 13, just turned 14.
Wow.
She's competing in the women's side, and she had a really good dig, got through her first round. Here is Zane Asink. Good looking set here. Holds it and comes out for the finish. So I feel like that's going to be a better wave for Zane. Maybe one of the best waves of this heat. Oh, that is an extremely good wave.
Look at it. Unfortunately, Alan went down on the takeoff. Maybe just leaning a little bit too much with his shoulder and just went over the handlebars as we see the replay of Blues. It was maybe more one of those shorter, more intense barrels. The wave didn't have too much wall on it. And out the back, Green just became one with the wave on the takeoff. So, yeah, I liked what Blue did on that one. Zane Asink. Harley Walters has locked in a 3.27. So he has improved his situation ever so slightly. Matty Job didn't come out of a tube and earn a 1.33, but this guy, he's keeping busy on his way back out, goes to turns rather than tubes, gets upside down a couple of times, and yeah, I don't think the judges can ignore that. Didn't get tube, but still got the job done.
It is crazy how the amount of talent that is in this event. You know, not only can these guys get barreled, but then Zane can come out and absolutely tag one 3 or 4 times, and you think to yourself, oh, well, this is an event for barrels, right? But say you're in a turn event, Zane's probably going to go super far. He's got a very strong backhand, and then you look at his results and they probably don't correlate to the performance that we saw on just that wave too. I mean, he's such a talented surfer. He did get a 9th over there in NEAS early in the year, but it mind blows me how talented the field of competitors we have are, and we're not even in the last seeded round yet.
Oh, it's crazy. It is very, very crazy. So, you know, 5,000 QS points, a bunch of prize money, and the opportunity to hang with your mates in a beautiful location like this. Why wouldn't you sign up to compete? So we've got a lot of them here, close to 200 competitors across the men's and women's draws. And a score has locked in for Asink, enough to move him up into the lead. This was his last wave. Beautiful backhand surfing, those 2 turns, releasing the fins on each one of them. And kicks it out there. So, yep, look at that. Gets a better score, I think, for the turns than he did for the tube. So that is really good surfing. A 5 and a 4.7, the 2 best numbers of the heat in quick succession.
Yeah, I loved it. I mean, you can't not pay good surfing. The judges cannot not pay good surfing. Here's Harley Walters tucking into this one, stalls, comes out for the exit. So Harley definitely doesn't like the sound of being in second. He's like, no, get me back to that first place. Loves the feeling of winning. I mean, who doesn't? So 6.33 is what he's looking for. They are kind of tapering off a little bit more, potentially the ones Harley's picking. He's getting the exit, but they're not those crazy long, deep ones. But I feel like his technique is impeccable. He's just got such good technique. I know he surfed a lot of different waves, held out on the competing a little bit longer. And I feel like it's paying off because he looks really calm and composed. And I'd love to see Harley just in one of those big, deep, typical Cloud9 ones when the swell picks up a little bit more.
Yeah, well, here's the replay of his last one. Does so well. He's such a tall guy to compress and get a clean exit there. And this is Alan's best wave by far. Clean exit on the barrel and slides a nice finishing maneuver. So, yeah, this is right now a pretty tight heat. No one has broken completely away from the pack. Zane Asink with a 5 and a 4.7, the best 2 numbers of the heat so far. We're awaiting a number for Harley Walters, the surfer in white from Angari, a former Aussie junior champion, here competing in his first ever QS event.
Yes, very exciting. It was very impressive in his first round heat. Cannot wait to see Dakota compete as well. I'd love to see these two actually match up in a heat. I think that would be a really fun heat for the brothers. I don't know if it's happened in the past. I'm sure there would be a couple border riders heats potentially, but yeah, how cool if we saw a Walters brother heat. I'm sure their dad's probably saying, Jesse, no, I don't want to see that.
Maybe only in the final.
In the final, Walt. We'll get him in the final. But, yeah, I feel like both of them are just so extremely talented and they suit this wave really well. So we'll see how the rest of this heat pans out. Hopefully Harley can keep progressing through. Dakota is in that round of 64, that final seeded round. Zane Asink, though, if he can have anything to do with it, he is holding on to first place. That 5 and a 4.7. Matty Job looks super lively on his first wave, but has gone a little bit quiet. We haven't seen him get away for quite some time now. And then Alan has that really beautiful, typical Filipino barrel style, but has been a little too deep on a couple. So he's definitely looking for a specific type of wave. I feel like he knows what he wants. He's just got to go out there and find it right now.
Yep, well broken down, Jess. 6 minutes on the clock. And it seems to be a little bit of case of heat on, heat off. You know, it's definitely improved conditions. And when they come through in a bit of a flurry. But it's like last heat seemed to have some really good waves, and this one's been, you know, the quality of waves hasn't quite been there for this one, but still really highly contestable conditions on offer. 4 surfers in the water, and they've just got to share the pickings of what comes through in 25 minutes. So right now, I'm confident that at least one Australian is going to progress through to the round of 64.
I think you're right there, Justin. Definitely one. The only guy that can have anything to do with the case if 2 is our friend Alan. And Alan is from this Siargao area. Had a little bit of experience in this event. Like I've been saying, kind of all event, he is one of those Filipinos who throws his name in the ring. Definitely, like most other locals here, this is an event they love to compete in. They love when this event comes to town. And I think it just makes it a bit more fun for them. They probably learn new things from the international competitors coming in. So he has unfortunately been knocked out in this round 2 years in a row. So he's probably like, get me out of this round. I want to make it through. So he's got 4 minutes 40 to do so. And we'll see if Zane and Harley can hold on to second. Matty Job, actually, not sure if you tuned into the ABB this year. He was a part of the winning team.
Gotcha, okay.
So Burley Heads won the ABB, so a big board riders event back home. And yeah, Burley took it out. Matty Job was an absolute powerhouse for them. Got them through a lot of heats where they were looking like they might not have got through, and then Matty Job kind of pulled it out of the gate for them. So yeah, it's a big deal back home in Australia to have a victory in that event for your board riders club, and to be a part of that winning team. It's such a unique experience, and Matty can definitely say that now. He's like, yeah, I've got my club a championship, and I know there's not many other events like that worldwide. So it's
a very unique part of our sport in our country is board riding clubs, and I don't think many other nations really do it as well as Australia has done it. It's this local pride meets, you know, your best 6 surfers. It's a really cool concept. It's in its 12th year this year. Western Australia, we've already run ours, and we had 3 clubs qualify through to the next year's grand final.
Who was it?
Good question. Yelling Up won.
Yep.
Second place was Trick Point. Third place was Margaret River.
The usual suspects.
Yep, all highly competitive. All 3 of those clubs, 2 are in the southwest corner of the state, 1 from the Metro Beaches, but yeah, they are 3 very strong and proud clubs. I think we had 7 clubs in total competing. So in WA, we have this real mix of highly competitive clubs that love the ABB style events, love showing up and banking some cash, and we've got a whole bunch of new board riders who are more about the social aspects of surfing and just getting together with your mates at the beach. And yeah, they'll throw the rashie on occasionally, but it's not all about winning. It's more about just coming together as a community and supporting one another, which I think is super amazing still.
Yeah, I think it's such a unique part of our sport in Australia, and I think it's such a big part of our sport, and I wouldn't have it any other way. I absolutely love the energy that board riders clubs bring to our sport, and I know, and Gary, they really get behind Harley and Dakota, But they actually recently kind of dabbled in Byron board riders, so they get love from two different clubs.
Okay.
Matty Job, obviously, with Burley. Zane, I can't quite remember who Zane's with. I know he's from the Sunshine Coast, but yeah, I am obsessed with my board riders club. I love them to pieces. Here we go, Matty Job up and riding, getting a little bit of cover there. Big finishing turn. He's looking lively, Justin. He's looking switched on.
Well, the long walls of Burley Head are a very nice canvas for Matty Job to do his art on, and that wave, I really liked it. He milked it for everything. He sat with priority for probably close to 8 or 9 minutes, and his requirement was just a 2.81. So here's the replay. Stalls, gets behind, does enough on the outside, but that turn was dynamic. And he just saw this wall continue down along the reef and just went to turns. But, you know, I think that's a 2.81 every day of the week.
Yeah, he definitely didn't need a big score. So if I was Harley Walters, I'd probably be thinking, right, it's time to get another wave. Thing is, there's a minute to go, and like you mentioned earlier, this has been a really slow heat. This is the replay of our local surfer getting the exit there for Ellen. So 7 waves caught for him in this heat. He didn't need a big score either. Priority is with this guy in the blue. So Zane Sink deep in this one, gets the exit and takes it one all the way back around. Eyes to the horizon, because can Harley Walters find himself a wave right now?
30 seconds. Here he is up and riding, taken to the turns, whipping it multiple times on the backhand. Still swinging. There's 20 seconds. He is just extracting everything out of it. Looks at the watch, knows that that is going to be pretty much the end of the heat for him. So we're still waiting on scores. Matty Job's score will be the crucial one. And Zane Sink a nicely threaded backhand tube. So it looks like we won't know the result of that one until we come back from a commercial break. But stick with us. We'll be back right after this.
Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, let's be very honest, Manila Bankers Life, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond. Bakit mahalaga ang life insurance? Yung experience pala na pag ikay nawawalan ng mahal sa buhay, hindi mo kaya mag-isa. Ang lungkot, sasadsad ka, gagapang ka, iiyak ka. Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier para doon sa mga naiwan. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, Manila Bankers Life, para mong kamag-anak, para mong kapatid, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond. Boy Abunda po, para sa Manila Bankers Life, the best way to show your love.
With GOMO, I use data any way I want, all in one app. I can easily transfer and track my no expiry data. I GOMO any way I want. We don't stop. We GOMO.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment.
And we are back for the Siargao International Surfing Cup QS 5000. day number 3 today. You can see the Walters brothers on screen there. Dakota and Harley with Zane Asink. So kind of I think we're just getting the scores coming in for that last one. It was right down to the end. We didn't really know what was happening there. So in this heat, though, we have Rio Inaba in the red, Iko Watanabe in the blue, Kenshin Matsunaga in the white, and Jaden Wilcoxon. Taking us through is Dai Wako. Dai, this is a good heat.
Well, we have 3 Japanese surfers in this heat against 1 Indonesian, Jaden Wilcoxon. But Rio Inaba, he is represented for Japan in Paris Olympic this year. So he was charging. He came 5th place in Olympic Games. So he is one of the most famous and strong competitor in Japan. And then Iko Watanabe, he's still young, next generation surfer, but he is really great at competition. And we have Kenshin Matsunaga, who was represented for backdoor shootout 2023 and 2024 seasons. And his brother Daiki Matsunaga, they both charges a lot, Tahiti, Hawaii, so they all can surf good waves. Here is Rio Inaba. Inaba Leo 選手の1本目のライディング。ここはしっかりとチューブをメイクしていきます。さあ、ラウンド部96、ヒート11、こちらのヒートには3名の日本人がクレジットされています。ゼッケンネットに稲葉レオ選手、ブルー渡辺一行選手、ホワイト松永健信選手、そしてグリーンにはインドネシアの選手がクレジットされています。さあ、リプレイを見ていきましょう。まだフォーメンプライオリティが行われていない中でうまく、波をキャッチしてきた稲葉選手、これは綺麗にチューブライディングを決めてきます。Well, that was a great start for Rio Inaba.
Yeah, definitely. I love his approach. He feel like he's very well rounded. Like I feel like he's got kind of everything in his repertoire. Like he's a very good surfer and he's a very good competitor. This guy, Iko Watanabe, he actually surfed in the Asian Surfing Championships in the Maldives and he got a final finish there.
So wow, this is surfing white Kenshin Matsunaga. That's a solid turns. Probably all the points comes into, for the one solid turn, but it was a big turn.
Yeah, that was a really solid turn. I really liked both of those waves from Kenshin and Iko. Let's take a look at the replay, Dai.
Well, totally different, wave comparing those two waves. So Iko got a good barrel and kind of a chop hop air reverse in the end. And this is a Kenshin. That first turn was a great, solid, powerful turn from Kenshin Matsunaga. 松永健信選手、そして渡辺一行選手ともに1本目のライディングをしていきます。対照的なライディングというような、ライディングになりましたが、渡辺一行選手はチューブライディング、そして松永健信選手は大きなターンを入れてきました。So first wave for Rio Inaba comes in 5.17. That is a good start.
Now tell me, does Iko actually go by Ichi as well?
Yes, that's a nickname.
Ah, I see.
I'm not too sure why everybody calls him Ichi, but yeah, all of his friends call him Ichi again.
When I was in the Maldives, I was commentating the event he competed in, and on the draw it said Iko Watanabe, but then when I was doing some research, I couldn't find Iko Watanabe on Instagram, but I could find Ichi Watanabe. And I was like, hang on a second, is this the same guy? And then it was. And he was lovely. I spent a bit of time with him and Taki Kanazawa over there in the Maldives, and they are really cheeky and funny. So, yeah, I definitely became pretty good friends with those two over there, and they were super impressive. Actually, they both got 3rd and 4th, Taki Kanazawa and Iko Watanabe, and I just really loved watching them compete. Right now, though, Justin is out there on the tower with the winner of that last heat.
Yeah, thanks, ladies. Thanks, sorry, Jesse. I'm here with Zane Asink, the winner of the last heat. Mate, pretty tight little tussle out there. Stoked to get the win?
Yeah, there was a bit going on. It was a pretty slow heat, to be honest, but a couple sets managed to come through and kind of snuck one under priority, so I was pretty happy.
Is it your first time here to Cloud9?
Yeah, it's my first time in Cloud9 and loving it today. I haven't been here before, didn't know what to expect, but pretty happy with how it is.
You're staying right here at Kessa, same place as me, as close as you can get pretty much to the break. Did you do your research when you booked your accommodation?
No, I don't know how we jagged that room. I think one of my mates just booked it and I just transferred him, so yeah, we just lucked into it, I think.
Mate, today's probably the best we've seen of the waves. Did you get here early to prepare, or what have you been doing over the last few days?
Yeah, we got here a few days early. I couldn't really find a wave like in the free surfs. I kind of was just groveling the insiders and stuff. I got like one set, but I don't know. It was just good to have 4 men out there and just pick whatever wave you want when you have priorities. So it was advantage.
Through to the round of 64, a pretty important heat, that one, to get through. I'm sure you got lots of friends and family at home you want to do a shout out to?
Yeah, I want to say hi to my mum and dad. Thanks for supporting me 24/7. My sister, she's probably at work. And yeah, my girlfriend, thanks guys for watching. Appreciate it. And all my friends, thank you.
Well, that is Zane Asink. He's through to the round of 64, and we'll throw it back to you guys in the booth.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Zane. Yeah, seeing Zane rolling around here at Kessa. This is actually where the broadcast booth is. Really awesome place to stay as well. I love staying here. Right on the water's edge. It's beautiful. This is Rio Inaba, though, getting a really long barrel.
Wow.
Look at this one. This is one of the good ones.
He spent a lot of time in Hawaii. He rides for Tokoro surfboard.
Oh, really?
So, he has experience on the barrel kind of wave. And this is 松永健信選手のリプレイです。こちらもしっかりとチューブを抜けてきました。そして1本前の稲葉レオ選手、非常にいいライディングをしてきたところ。そして松永健信選手もう1本乗ってきます。これもいいチューブを抜けてきます。では稲葉レオ選手の最後の波 6.83 をマークし、現在第1位のポジション。So, this is the younger brother of Will Coxon.
The youngest surfer in the draw. He's just 12 years old.
No, oh, really?
Yep, youngest surfer in the draw. Rio Inaba deep on that one and gets the exit. You can tell he spent time in Hawaii. He's very good out here.
Right. So he hang out with Seth, Moni's family, and all the locals in Hawaii. So yeah, he gets the experience. And this guy, Kenshi Matsunaga, has a lot of experiences in a big wave, Hawaii and in Tahiti. It was amazing. It was crazy how he can charge. It was a great shoe riding from youngest surfer in the event.
Yeah, Jaden, he looks very comfortable. So these guys leave in the mental eyes. But Rio on that wave powered through that closeout kind of end section. A lot of people have been getting caught there as well. So Rio did well to get himself out of there. But he just looks very strong. Like he looks like nothing's going to throw him off.
Probably latest clip that he made, his friend made. He was, focusing on training a lot, so probably he's very strong and healthy. And this is Iko Watanabe's last wave. Wow. Really love the layback. How do you call that thing? Like you're doing layback and in a barrel.
I would just say layback barrel. That's what I would say. But
that is so stylish and cool.
So stylish. I love it. I actually haven't seen that in competition for a very long time. So thank you, Rio, for pulling that out. That was awesome. This is a super late drop too, Jai. You can see he pulls himself up. Wow. Kind of clips it under the lip and then lays back. That was so sick. You have to, as we were just saying, you have to have a very strong core to be able to do that. So Rio Inaba, and you would have had to practice that a lot of times as well. So he did very well to pull that one off.
Even he was in Japan, he was always looking for the great waves with his friend called You ever heard Shumurakami?
No.
He was competing in the I reckon CS a couple years ago,
Yep.
but now he's focusing on the free surfing. So Shun and Rio, they are good friend. They're always searching great waves in Japan. So he's really good at tube riding, bigger waves, doing airs.
And you mentioned that Rio spends a lot of time in Hawaii. Is this kind of a theme for the Japanese surfers? I feel like I always seem to see a lot of them over there just trying to get comfortable in those bigger waves.
Right. It's kind of tradition for us to go to Hawaii in the winter season. That's like a main road to the professional surfer. So every winter you need to go to Hawaii if you want to be a professional surfer.
Yeah, well, it's paying off because Rio Inaba is not only winning this heat, but he's also an Olympian. And went further in the draw than Conor O'Leary, who's probably had more experience in that wave than Rio. Went further in the draw than Kanoa, I believe, too.
Right. So I believe he got higher places than anybody else. And I think he got married or he proposed.
No way.
Lately. Yep.
Oh, congratulations, Rio. That's awesome. Well, let's take a look at these scores because he has a pretty big one locked in, Dai, a 6.83. So 6.83, 517 does have him out in the lead. Kenshin is just behind him with a 4.33 and a 4.17, needs a 7.67. What are your thoughts on that, Dai, based on Kenshin's ability?
Right.
Is a 7.67 really achievable for someone of his caliber?
Yeah, that's for sure. It's so achievable for Kenshin Matsunaga, especially when he can put together the barrel and the turns, and probably he is capable of getting 7.67 easy.
Now, Iko Watanabe or Ichi Watanabe, whatever you feel like calling him, he needs a 4.28 to get up into second. We know that is well achievable, but the dark horse in this heat is Jaden Wilcoxon. He needs a 6.27, very, very achievable, 12 years old. Absolutely outrageous how young he is and how much talent he has. So I'm looking forward for these next 12 minutes because you've seen how talented his brother is.
Yep. And he's growing up in Mentawai, so he is used to these kind of conditions, barreling perfect waves.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping to see his skills in the tube.
Now, Dai, yesterday afternoon, you finally got to surf this wave.
Oh, yes.
What did you think?
Loved it.
Yay.
That's it. I loved it. But I wish I could go on the right, but, it was crowded. I would just kind of stay away and just have a look at it. But I actually went left all the
You went well, you are goofy
everywhere.
footer.
I'm goofy footer, so I'm always looking for the left. But I'm so surprised by I can get to surf left at Cloud9 actually, and it was good little tube.
Did you?
Yeah.
Do a layback at the end?
It's a go-to maneuver.
Gotta do it.
Yeah.
Gotta do it. Oh, I love it, Dai. I'm so glad you finally got to surf it because it is such an incredible wave. And the best part is there are so many more around here, quite like this one as well. So we should definitely go on the hunt. We do have no event being run on November 1st due to a religious holiday over here in the Philippines. So there will be no event run on that day. So for all of us here in the Philippines, we're going to go wave hunting. For everyone back home, you're going to have to sit and wait for a couple more days to find out who is going to win this heat or this event. But it's a really long event, Dai. It's a 10
days window. So it's a long date. But it's good though. You can, you don't have to be rushed. You just can, wait.
Yeah, I know we do have to run at least every day for I think it's a minimum of 5 hours, but we did punch out 2 pretty big days the last 2 days, so we've got a little bit more wiggle room, but we do work pretty closely around the tide. Jerry Deegan and Tai Sarati and Tatsuya, the head judge, they really analyze if the tide is too low, because as you've seen, when the tide is too low, the waves run off quite quickly at the end there. So we are kind of working around the reef and the tides here, and hence why we do have a bit of a longer period, because we need a little bit more wiggle room to
Right.
make sure we're getting the best conditions for our athletes. And you can kind of see right now the wind has dropped off and the waves are looking very fun, but it's getting towards that higher tide mark, so we are approaching slightly slower heats. But as you've seen at the start of this heat, the waves are still cooking when they come through.
When they come through, it's just perfect.
Di, you should have entered in it.
Oh, yes. Probably next year.
Next year, we're going to see Di put the jersey back on, and I cannot wait for it. Up and riding right now, though. Jaden,
Whoa.
deep in this one. Oh, he
It
got
was-
right at the end there.
It was really close to the exit. It was a great wave choice, and it was like, because, I don't know, because of his height, it was big wave.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like if he had to come out of that, that would have been a pretty big
Right.
score. Out the back, though, Di.
稲葉レオ選手、こちらの波、しっかりとチューブに入ってきます。これはストールして奥の奥まで行きましたが、これは少し深すぎたか、白波に飲み込まれてしまいました。さあ残り時間8分45秒というところで、現在稲葉レオ選手、第1位のポジション、6.83、5.17 をスコアしています。第2位に松永健信選手、そして第3位、渡辺一行選手。逆転に必要なスコア 4.28 となっています。本日はこの後ヒート16まで行う予定となっています。
We love it. I love it. It's my favorite thing ever. So good. 8 minutes to go in this heat. So that last one for Jaden, just coming in at a 1-2-3, would have been a lot higher than that if he had have crept his way out of the exit, because that was definitely, maybe I'd say, the best looking wave we've seen this heat.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. It was one of the bigger set, and it was a great wave choice. But unfortunately, right in the end, just wave just shut down on him.
Yeah, but I'm sure if he can get another opportunity, it will be a good one. But look how far away Rio and Naba is sitting right now.
There's actually two peaks at Cloud9, right?
Mhm.
The right side and at the left side. There's one like wider ones breaking the left side of the Cloud9. And it's actually a good one too. So you gotta pick from those peak.
And I feel like as well, Di, Rio's a really smart competitor. He's got a pretty solid lead on the rest of the field. Do you think this is potentially a little bit of tactics from him to be like, I don't want to make any mistakes, so I'm going to sit as far away from my competitors as I can to make sure I don't get in the way, don't get any interferences? Or do you think he's just like, I'm going to try and scoot this way and get a couple waves?
Yeah, just because he's forced priority and he doesn't want to probably stay with the crowd. He's just trying to stay away from the crowd. But eventually, there's a little bit of current, to left to right. So even you're sitting in the left side of the point, eventually current will drag you to the point. So now they are close to each other.
Yeah, now he's kind of weaseled his way in back towards the
Right.
crowd there. So where did you say Rio is from again?
Chiba.
Oh, he's from the Gold Coast.
Yeah. He is from the Gold Coast, Japan. Japanese Gold Coast.
The Japanese Gold Coast. So Chiba, and there's not a lot of waves like this around there. So most of his practice would be from Hawaii, I would say. Does he spend a bit of time in Indonesia as well?
I don't think he has spent a lot of time in Indo, but a lot of time in Hawaii. But we don't really get, this kind of waves in Japan. But still, when we have typhoons, especially in like August to October, there's break that has wave like this.
Really?
So probably, Rail is always on the move, just searching for the waves like this.
You can see him right now. He's on the hunt as well. Wants to get a couple more waves. Look at this one going underneath.
Wow, look at this wave. No takers. Left him right and left.
Di's like, get me out there. Out the back though, Di.
松永健信選手、これは長いチューブライドになってきている。さあ、出てくるか。ここはしっかりとメイクしてきました。そしてレールをつかみながらのカットバック。これはいいライディングになってきました。Wow, that was long traveling in the tube. It was deep.
I thought he was gone.
Mm.
I actually, in my head, was like, oh no, he fell.
Completely disappeared for 2 or 3 seconds.
And then came back out.
Have a look at again. He stalled, traveling, and now he disappeared. Wow. I love the carve in the end. But this is gonna be pretty good score.
From memory, he surfed a heat on the first day, right?
Yeah.
And he was saying he actually wasn't going to enter this event.
And actually, this is his first international surfing contest.
No way!
But he's so calm. Yeah.
You can tell he's just cruising right now. That last wave, you can see that big smile on his face. That last wave was sick. Looking at it from the front on angle, he absolutely disappears. I completely wrote him off. I was like, oh, that's a shame. Comes out.
Well, I told you he's capable of getting, 767.
You did say this.
It's going to be close.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be a good score for sure. So 4 minutes to go. Now it's kind of going to, bit of pressure go back towards Ika Watanabe because that 428 is definitely going to go up. That's definitely going to become a bit more of a higher requirement. So we'll see where that last one of Kenshin lands. So, wow. I really cannot believe that just happened. I honestly, in my head, I was like, oh.
You just lay back, sitting lay back and
I was like,
just
oh,
watching.
On to the next wave. And then here he goes. So
somehow he managed to come out of the tube so clean. But here he is. さあ、稲葉レオ選手。この波に再びテイクオフして、これもクリーンに決めていきます。Wow. Like, he makes everything so easy.
Definitely does. I feel like Rio, he just looks so composed. I feel like he's surfing like well beyond this round. He doesn't look like he belongs in the round of 96 at all. He looks like he belongs in the round of 16 and he should just be sitting there waiting for everyone else. He is so good out here. So still waiting for the last wave of this man to lock in.
Wow. さあ、渡辺謙信選手、ここがスイッチスタンスでのチューブライディングとなります。What a performance from Kenshin Matsunaga. That's a switch takeoff in the barrel, comes out, natural footer.
What?
Oh my god.
Yeah, take a look at this. Takes off switch.
I'm curious how, judges gonna
score
that. Because
how do they score that?
It's hard to do it.
Yeah, it's technically harder.
Yeah, harder. Wow. So the last wave of Kenshin comes in 6.50.
Wow, I thought it might have gone
close to 7.
Closer, yeah, but the 6.5 very well rewarded. That was a sick wave.
But the last wave.
Maybe is he going to get a 5.51 for the switch foot barrel? I mean, think about skating and snowboarding, right? Like they do reward switch foot.
Well, probably that was one of my first tube riding, the switch tube riding in the competition.
Yeah, I remember seeing. Did you watch the heat where Cowley Vast did it at Tahiti?
Nah.
No. Oh, it was. I'll find it on YouTube and show you. It was pretty cool, but I really wasn't expecting that from Kenshin. That was. I thought his stance looked weird when he got.
Yeah.
I was like, that doesn't look right. But the judges, they're giving it a 2.6, so deeming it not as impressive as we loved it. But they still got a score on depth, length of ride, critical, kind of how critical it was. So having a paddle there, though. Ooh, Jaden. That could be priority gone, but we'll just see what the priority judge thinks. Yeah, unfortunately, there's a mistake from Jaden, so he goes fourth priority. Here we go.
渡辺一行選手、さあこのライディングでいいスコアが必要になってきます。さあここはチューブからそしてエアーもしっかり決めていきます。インサイドまでしっかりつなげていく。そして2回目のエアーをフル回転ではないですがメイクしていきます。さあこのライディングに何点数がつくのか。しっかりとしたスコアが必要となっています。渡辺一行選手、現在第3位のポジション。
I think he probably knows that may not be the score. Yeah, you can see he's very frustrated. So Ika Watanabe, unfortunately, may not be the score he's looking for. Out the back right now, though, just before the hooter ends, last wave here for Jaden. Big turn in the pocket. 12 years old, guys. Youngest competitor in the draw. Unfortunately, we will say goodbye to Jaden, but he's been nothing but impressive so far. It's looking like Rio Inaba and Kenshin Matsunaga are probably going to take out this heat in first and second. We're going to go to a quick ad break. We'll be back for more action right after this.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be, and let yourself
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
Welcome back, everybody. This is day number 3, Siargao International Surfing Cup. We are now on to round of 96, heat 12. We have True in the booth with me. How are you today?
I'm good, Di. I'm doing good. This afternoon we've seen some really fun waves.
Yeah, it was. I think the condition is, improving a lot compared to this morning, and now we're into heat 12. We have Tane Dobbin in red from Australia, Ben Lorenson in blue from Australia, Joshua Stretton in white, and Yujimori in green. So this is the first wave of the heat.
Whoa! Tane just tucking in. That was such an open, nice wave there for Tane Dobbin. He is from the Sunshine Coast, travelling with Tim Bain and Zaina Sink. So they were all getting ready this morning.
Right, so they are all staying here, right?
Yeah, they're all staying here at Kessa. So they they never get away from it. They hear us talking all day. They sit in there watching it all day. It's funny to see them in the mornings. They're all tucking into some pancakes, which are they're pretty good here for breakfast.
Really love the pancake here.
Yeah, me too.
They are so good.
I'm a sucker for a sweet treat, so I'll take what I can get.
Right.
Well, it's a pretty good heat. Ben Lorenson is also from the Sunshine Coast. Josh Stratton, he's from Port Stephens, which is Newcastle area in New South Wales. Ben is actually surfing with a broken ankle.
Wow.
I know. So
It's broken now.
Yeah, I think it's broken.
Still.
Yeah. So
how can you go into the barrel with broken ankle?
Magic.
So Tane going for it again. It was really deep in the barrel, and it was really close to the exit. But unfortunately, it just shut down on him. Well, that was really deep tube barrel from Tane.
Wow.
Mm.
And the spit, that spat
Yeah.
so hard. Oh my goodness, that was a good one from Tane. He was pretty close to
Right.
making it too. It didn't look like he was too far away from the exit, so that was great to see. And it looks like he's been working on his backhand tube riding specifically for this event.
Right.
It's great to see. What about Yuji? His best results are 13th at Krui.
Okay. Yeah, Yuji Mori is from Shonan. He's very focused, great surfer. I love his style. He is competitor, but he's also known as a free surfer.
Mhm.
He recently, released a new clip of him, documentary. So he is a good competitor, but as a creative side, he does a lot of things, and he's stylish surfer as well. One of my favorite surfer in
Mm.
Japan.
Yeah, I've seen a few snippets
Mm.
of. I was having a look at his Instagram before, and yeah, he makes it look effortless. It looks
Right.
really cool. Yeah, it's such a cool style. So I'm excited to see him lock in this heat. But yeah, wow, how are the conditions out there right now?
It's improving a lot, less wind, cleaner condition.
Mm.
There's sometimes, long wait, but still, when the wave comes in, it's just perfect. still.
Perfect, hey. Yeah, it's cleaned up a little bit. It looks like the wind maybe isn't as into it as what we saw this morning, but the tide is definitely helping.
Right.
It's getting a little bit higher. I know that everyone that has a high tide heat today, they were saying, yeah, we're pretty happy with our high tide heat this afternoon.
Everyone knows what's
Yeah.
gonna happen, but yeah, high tide, when it's high tide, gives you a lot of opportunities. It gives you the barrel time, or it gives you the turning. You can do turns actually, so it gives you a lot of opportunities for surfers.
Yeah, it's great to see, and you can see that people are enjoying their time on the beach as well, getting their toes in the ocean, and the start of the boardwalk there too. It's quite a hot walk to get out to the tower,
Right.
but it's all worth it when you get out there and you can see the athletes preparing, or you make your way down the stairs. This is why we love Siargao, and
Right.
look at this wave coming through.
So this is surfer in blue traveling on his backhand, but unfortunately probably the foam ball caught him and goes down. So that was a bend. He's from where's he from, you said?
Ben's from the Sunshine Coast.
Sunshine Coast.
Yeah, so it's about maybe 2 hours further north. Oh my goodness, Josh
Didn't see the coming.
Wow, I was about to keep talking because
Yeah.
I was like, I think he's got the foam ball on that one, but wow, that was solid. Josh Stratton from Port Stephens. We know he charges, and he's obviously very good in the barrel. We've seen that in Nias as well. I'd love to see the start of that wave. I think
Wow, he completely disappeared for like 2 or 3 seconds.
yeah, that was
And
amazing.
Come out of nowhere. It was so deep here and traveling still, and comes out of nowhere, and he does that big layback and he makes it. Wow, that's
Oh my god, that
That's-
was wow, that was huge. I feel like that's going to be a pretty good score.
Right.
That it was long. He disappeared. It was critical. It was technical. That was great. And while we're waiting for that score, we have Jessie down there with the winner of the last heat.
Oh, we are live. Sorry, guys. All right, I'm with Rio Inaba, who just took out that last heat. Rio, you had a heat with 3 of your friends out there. Did it kind of feel like a free surf for you?
Yeah, definitely. 2 Japanese, and I surf with Kenshin a lot, so that was really fun.
And for those of you who don't know, I'm actually in the presence of an Olympian right now. How was the Olympics for you? Talk me through that experience.
That was really good. Like unforgettable memories, and yeah, that was so fun.
And your first time here in Siargao, is it kind of everything you expected? The waves, the people?
Yeah, it's really nice, but I never catch any waves in the practice, so finally I got some fun waves.
And I'm sure you got a lot of fans back home in Japan. Anything you want to say to anyone back home?
このまましっかりここで結果残して CS 行けるように頑張るんで応援よろしくお願いします。
Awesome. Thank you so much. Congratulations. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Right, Ryo Inaba representing Japan for Paris Olympic Games. Must be a unforgettable memories. I mean, experience.
Yeah, it
to
would
be in Tahiti.
Oh, absolutely. It would be just, yeah, second to none, really, to be able to represent Japan in Tahiti and showcase his surfing would be really cool. And here we go, live action. Tane tucking in. You can see him.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Comes out. That was a good-looking wave. Gets a solid turn in there. And a second one. Third to finish it off. Tane Dobbin, thanks for coming. Wow, that was huge. I think Josh Stretton locked in an 8.5 for his last wave.
I really loved the last wave from Dobbin. That was Tane Dobbin. It was such a long travel. It was deep inside of the barrel, and I don't know how he managed to come around the section, but have a look at this. He did a one pump. Wow, he comes out so clean with the speed. And, there's a bonus section right here. He managed to put 3 turns in, and he loved it.
Yeah, that was huge. That's that's again going to be another good score.
Right.
I mean, Josh, that 8.5 is sitting pretty right now. Tane's got a good one to lock in. I just feel like as well with Ben and Yuji, they've got some good score. Well, they obviously surf really good. They wouldn't be here if they didn't. And I feel like they'll be able to lock into some good scores as well. I think this is going to be a really exciting heat dive.
Right. The last wave from Tane can be, one of the best wave in this heat.
Yeah, I agree.
This afternoon.
Yeah.
So can't wait to see what judge is going to score those waves.
Thinking excellent.
Wow.
Are we thinking it's better than the 8.5? In your opinion, what do you think?
I reckon better.
Yeah.
To me.
I agree.
Yeah.
I think it'll be better than the 8.5 too. I think it'll go excellent for Tane. He did so well to make it out. Let's take another look at it. It's a bigger wave, gets a pump, locks in and comes out cleanly too, and then is able to get a 3-turn combination. I mean, wow, that was huge. And you can see he just looks stoked at the end. There we go, 9.07, goes excellent.
Wow,
Josh Stretton clapping for him.
We can be judged now.
Yeah.
9.07, so better than the White's last wave, 8.50. It was a lot bigger wave actually, and it was steeper section, long travel, and there's an extra 3 turns in, so why not 9.07.
Yeah, it needed to be excellent for sure. And there we go. That is the highest score in the event.
Right.
So far.
Highest score so far.
Yeah, a 9.07. Josh Stretton has that 8.5. We saw Dom Thomas get the 9 yesterday. Yuji Mori, who's also in this heat, he got a 7.5 in the round of 128 as well. So we'll see. Here we go, up and riding.
森裕二選手、これはいい波になってきた。かなりサイズのある波。チューブをしっかりメイクしてきた後にアーリーウープもメイクしてきました。そしてエアリバースもメイクしてきました。
Oh my goodness. Tane behind as well. This is crazy right now.
I don't know what to say about Yuji's last save. That was crazy. That was big tube, big alley whoop, and extra air reverse.
That was crazy.
Wow.
Oh my god.
Hats
I'm
off
with you, Dai.
for Yuji.
Yeah, fully. We're clapping for you here. That was huge. Yeah, locked in for that barrel.
Yeah.
It was clean. He came out clean and then gets those 2 airs, alley oop and then the air rev. I mean, yeah. Well done. We'll see that go pretty high too, I'd say. Let's have a look at the replay, Dai.
こちらがリプレイになりますが、かなり大きなセットに乗ってきた森裕二選手、そしてここでアーリーウープを入れてしっかり決めてきたこの後ですね、ここでエアーリバースも入れてきました。非常にいい波になった森裕二選手、これはいいスコア期待できます。
Wow, that was crazy. Even just watching the replay, like you look at it and you go, yeah, okay, that's going to rifle for an excellent score as well.
So like,
this heat is just...
Tane's last wave comes in 9.07, right? What would you score for Yuji? Oh, it comes in
Oh, here we go. Let's have another look at the replay. He locks in, gets an open barrel, comes out with a spit, gets the alley-oop. Maybe not too high, but he does so well here. Again, just on his feet. That was huge. Tane got a small one behind it as well, locking in. So we have a score to come through. I think it is around the sevens from what we've got from Yuji. And here we go. He's having another look.
森裕二選手、さあすかさず波に乗ってきますが、ここは少しノーズが刺さってしまったようです。
And that's the beauty of surfing.
Right.
733 for that last one dive.
Yeah, because judges are comparing each of the wave, how deep they were in the tube, how long they traveled. So probably it was a bigger wave, but it wasn't as deep as the other ones. So that's the reason that comes in 7.33.
Yeah, and I think maybe not as big of a wave maybe, but we'll see. It looks like Tane had a little paddle but decided he didn't like that one. Look how clean and perfect it is out there right now. I mean, the surfers in the next heat are probably psyching up as well. We've got a great afternoon of surfing on our hands, and we've already got 9 minutes to go in this heat. I mean, this is crazy. Josh Stratton holds a first priority. He has an 8.5, needs a 4.85 to go to first. Yuji having a look.
森裕二選手、さあこの波もチューブにしっかり入ってくる。ここはしっかりとメイクした後、大きなカービング。ここはしっかり決めてきます。さあ逆転に必要なスコアは現在 1.48 なので、ここはスコアしてくるでしょう。残り時間8分40秒を切りました。
He just surfs with a smile on his face.
Yeah. Oh, why not, man?
I know.
It's a perfect day, and he's probably it was one of the best wave he got in this trip.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's have a look at the replay. He gets a cover, comes out, huge carve. I love that. He's got such great technique and driving hard through it. I mean, Yuji is looking solid on his feet right now. 7.33. That last wave was a 2.87. So that got him into second. He's just getting the job done right now, but I feel like he'll find another wave to open up, which is great.
And now, surfing white, needing only 1.70 to go into the second. So this is a really tight heat. But Ben is still looking for first wave to lock in.
Yeah, he's had that 1.27. He's been sitting for a while, not being too busy. Here we go, Yuji.
森裕二選手、ここはアンダープライオリティなので、たくさん波に乗ってくるでしょう。ここはエアーを攻めてきましたが、惜しくもメイクならず。
Whoa, Ben Lawrenson locks in, comes out. He disappears for a little minute, and then you can see him just nursing his foot on his backhand here. But he's still throwing heaps of spray. Ben is such a strong surfer, and yeah, looks like he was in a little bit of pain there. But I really respect the fact that he's here and he still wants to make heats and do well. And I think that'll be a good score for Ben. It was nice to see him on his feet. But right now, Josh Stratton, he holds first priority. Looks like he's having a chat to Tane, which is super cool.
6 minutes and almost 30 seconds remaining in this heat. Well, all the surfers just having a great times in their heat, but they all wanted to, get through, advanced to the next round.
Yeah, this round of 96, and then I feel like once you get to the round of 32, that's when you can really start to rely on, well, even the round of 16, honestly, rely on some good points. I feel like once you can pass that round, getting to the quarters, that you're getting into keeper results to allow you to qualify for the Challenger Series, which this is what everyone is here to do. They're here to qualify for the Challenger Series. They're here to get points, obviously get barreled and get really sick waves in heats. I think we, as commentators, we should have a heat outlet too.
Yeah, maybe one day.
Yeah, maybe every afternoon.
Every afternoon, maybe 2 heats.
Yeah, yeah. An hour heat.
Yeah. Special heats coming up soon.
Yes, stay tuned. Just kidding. the surfers are really lighting it up out there. And I mean, 5.5 minutes to go. I feel like more waves are going to come through. That last wave of Ben's locked in at a 5.17, so he's put himself back in a better spot. Needs a 5.04. 5 minutes to go. There's going to be an opportunity,
Right,
surely.
now he's back in the game,
Yeah.
only needing 5.04, which means he's got to do the same thing as the last one, and he'll get the score. So
Yeah.
he's back, and just 5 minutes remaining, and there's still time. Probably there's gonna be another 1 or 2 sets, possibly.
If you're Yuji right now, what would you
Right.
do? Because he's got second but third prio. Oh, here we go. We've got a paddle. Josh Stretton holds the first priority. He's not going to go.
Is he gonna utilize? Nope, no
Whoa.
ones.
No takers.
No takers, but looking good wave. But here is Yuji's having a look.
Yeah, if you were Yuji right now, in second place, has third priority, backups at 2.87. What would you do?
I probably stay with the priority, try to get higher priority first, but if the time hits 2 minutes mark, then I'll try to get inside once and try to get rid of the second score, because he got the 2 point something as a second backup, so probably try to get rid of that when the time hits 2 minutes mark. Until then, I'll just wait.
Yeah, I agree. I think, he's in second, but it's not very, it's not a very solid second because Josh only needs a 1.7. And that's, that's really nerve-wracking for Yuji right now. Ben needs a 5, and he's well and truly capable of doing that. It's just that Josh holds the first priority, so he's kind of dictating the rest of the heat. He just needs to hope another wave comes through.
If you were Josh, would you go for barrel on the next one, or you go for turns? It's gonna be a hard decision, right? Because he only needs 1.8, but if you go for the barrel and if you don't make it, it's gonna be 1.
Yeah, that's like the hardest thing, it's whether you trust your ability and back yourself or you just go back to turns. I feel like Josh is obviously really good in the barrel. He's well and truly capable of coming out. So maybe I would try and lock in. There's some really good ones here with some clean exits. He just needs to make sure that he comes out, and we're going to find out what he's going to do on this wave. Gets in the tube, makes it out, does a huge carve down there, and gets a completion for Josh Stretton. And he gets a little bonus section here just to really tie the bow on that wave. He needed under a 2. He's well and truly got that. So ball is in Yuji's court.
Right. Now, Joshua's going to be second place, definitely, because it was a great wave, clean exit, well covered, and put, the layback, Gistra. So it's going to be, his second score for sure.
Yeah.
So it's just now all about, Yuji and Ben.
Yeah, it's up to them. That last wave for Josh, a 4.8. So Yuji needs a 5.98. Ben is looking for an 8.14, which, both scores are very achievable out there. We've got 9s and 8s and 7s already on the scoreboard. It's just hopefully the waves come in time.
Right. So with the 90 seconds, is there going to be another set? But I can see some, wave coming in.
Yeah, so the surfer's having a paddle. Yuji needs a score. Doesn't use priority, but Josh has a go at this one.
So he's got to go big right now, but it was just quick in and out. So 1 minute to go. So Tane still holding on to the first priority. Probably trying to, sitting close to Yuji. But here is Ben up and riding.
Ooh, that was really unlucky for Ben. I hope he's all right. He looks like he's nursing a bit of pain. Here we go.
森裕二選手、この波に乗ってきました。大事な一歩になります。逆転に必要なスコア 5.98、 大きなラウンドハウスカットバックですが、前に出てこれず。
Here we go. Josh Stretton lays into his rail. Doesn't get the barrel on that one. He's trying to just better the 4.8. I don't think he will. And with 15 seconds to go, it's now up to that last wave of Yuji.
Well, he needed a 5.98, and it was, there was a tube, but still, I don't think it was a good, deep enough.
Yeah, I agree. I think it was a smaller wave. Maybe if he had made it out of that roundhouse, we'll see. We'll never know.
But it was a great wave, and we had fun to watch. And now probably we're gonna go to a little commercial break, and we will be right back. Be back after the commercial.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be, and let yourself
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
When there's still so much I can be, do I stop here?
The 13th heat of the men's round of 96, and True had a couple of heats off, but in the time that I went for a swim and freshened up, it feels like the waves are starting to pulse.
Oh, yeah, they definitely are. That last heat was such a good one. We saw some excellent scoring rides. A 9.07 from Tane Dobbin, an 8.5 from Josh Stretton. Yuji locked in a 7.33 as well. So it was such a great heat. Benny Lawrenson got some sick ones too. So it was actually a very entertaining heat. I'm excited for this one. It looks like it's, as you said, pulsing. The conditions are getting better, and I feel like these high tide afternoon heats are the ones you want to get.
Most definitely. It feels like the wind's backed off, the tide's filled in, and the swell has hung around. We've got Benny Spence, West Australian, out there in the white, Thomas Carvalho in the red, Jayard Aliso in the blue, and Lamar Delamid in the green. So it's been a busy day, but we're powering through this men's round of 96. We've put ourselves in a really good position to really pick the eyes now out of the upcoming forecast, and hopefully we'll see some finals in some pumping conditions, because I feel like we've broken the back and pushed out a couple of pretty big days so far.
Yeah, it's been a big couple of... the first day that you guys had was a huge day. There was 18 heats or something like that, so that's massive. Yesterday was a pretty big day. We got the women started, but 16 heats today for the men's round of 96. You can see that's the last heat. That's Ben Lorenzen on screen there. He's handing in his Rashi. Zaina Sink and Tim Bain probably going to go and congratulate Tane Dobbin for taking out that last heat. It was a good one. But yeah, I mean, look at these waves. It is absolutely firing out there.
Yeah, shout out to Benny Lorenzen for surfing through an injury there as well.
Yeah.
Never easy, but you come all this way and it's pretty hard not to surf, even with an injury when the waves are pumping.
Yeah, absolutely. I take my hat off to him, honestly. I really respect the fact that he went out there and was surfing through the injury, nursing his way through it, and he's committed to the cause, really. He's here to do well, and he did well in that. He didn't make it, but he definitely made the most of the opportunities that he had, so it was great to see.
Well, the Ocean just takes a breather after throwing up multiple excellent rides in that last heat. Ben Spence, I'm sure, has drawn some knowledge from his West Australian days growing up. This wave reminds me a little bit of Gas Bay, a throaty little ledging reef break in Prevelly. I'm sure Dad Dallas is tuning in, his mum as well, big supporter of that man in the white Rashi. And I feel like Thomas Cavallo has been around these events for quite some time as well. He's a seasoned campaigner. So 2 Australians taking on 2 Filipino surfers. And I'm super excited to see what's going to go down the next 19 minutes. True, what's your dinner plans tonight? Where are we going? What are we doing?
You know what? I was thinking about that earlier because I always have to pre-plan my dinner.
Yep.
Because otherwise it can get ugly.
We don't like seeing True hangry.
No. I actually don't know. There's so many new restaurants that are up and running around here, and I'm just overwhelmed with choice.
It is a bit like that. You can pretty much pick any cuisine you want, and you'll find it within about 5 kilometres of our central commentary position.
Yeah. So great. I saw a Japanese restaurant last night. I was like, oh, I could have some sushi. But then, I'm a sucker for a pizza. I could have it. But I had one last night, so probably shouldn't do that again. So it's a hard question to answer that one. What are you thinking?
I'm thinking, I don't know. I think I'm just going to walk out the front, turn left or turn right, and there's some really good options there.
Yep. Love that.
We'll throw over to Di, who's at the tower with our last heat winner.
Single highest score in this event so far. How are you feeling right now?
I was kind of tripping when I was catching the wave. Like, I thought I was way too deep. Just took off and came out and I was stoked.
How did you do that?
I don't know, just held on, hope for the best.
Yeah, so we knew that it's gonna get better in the afternoon. So you were expecting this kind of wave?
Yeah, I got told it's way better on the high tide. Like when I don't know, because I knew there was a bit of swell coming, and it just got heaps better.
So you're telling me that this is your first time trip to to Siargao, but how are you liking it so far?
Yeah, first time here, so sick, good food, and everyone's so friendly.
So are you planning to come back next year?
Yeah, for sure. We got the flights booked.
Right. So you want to say something to your friends, family back home?
I'd just like to thank all my sponsors, mum, dad, and all the boys at work watching. So yeah.
All right. Good luck next round, and back to you guys.
Well, thank you very much. A great performance. Here's another one that's staying here at Kessa. So
yeah.
I feel like the boys, the Kessa Club, is doing pretty well so far.
They definitely are. They got the good juju here somehow. They're just feeding off each other. It's really cool to see that. And yeah, Tane is a man of few words, but he definitely lets his surfing do the talking, that's for sure.
Yeah, a great performance there. We see our surfer in blue here, just breaking away from the pack ever so slightly. Ben Spence has taken an early lead on the strength of a couple of low scores, but Benny is a bit of a momentum surfer. He likes to start and get some numbers on the board and then build from there. So already the best part of 10 minutes has transpired, and yeah, we've said it before, it's almost like heat on, heat off. So I guess it's hard to watch the heat before yours, see absolutely firing waves, and then sit around for 10 minutes going, where's my turn? Send us a set, Huey.
Yeah, it's like you get super excited about the waves that you're seeing, and you're going, oh, you know, what's going on? Why am I not getting any waves right now? But, you know, Benny's got the 4.67, so he's put himself ahead for right now. You never know what's going to happen. Tommy has travelled here with girlfriend Tess, so I know that he's happy to be here with her and enjoying his time out here. He said he's really loved surfing this wave. I mean, it's hard in the free surfs, but he's been able to get a couple of good ones. And I think being able to surf a 25-minute heat with 3 other people is, you don't get that anywhere else really. And to have it pumping like it is right now, they're so lucky to be out there. And you can see Jayard, he's paddling in nice and quickly to try and maybe sneak this one underneath everyone.
Yeah, he's moved very, very fast. A smaller inside wave, but building speed. Sets up the tube, inside section races.
Wow.
The drone angle there, just amazing. Nice big wraparound, cut back. Throws the tail on the second manoeuvre. And this is what I like about the high tide. The wave continues to run along the inside part of the reef, offering inside scoring potential as well.
Yeah, that was a really well surfed wave. He timed it so well. I mean, you could see that he was able to tell that it was going to peak up. So he just goes to slide in, and then you can see him just... Oh, sorry, that was actually Lamar on the wave behind. So that was a sick one too. Maybe he didn't get as deep as he was hoping for, but he got his campaign started in this heat regardless.
Yeah, here's the front-on angle of the last of blues. Just sets it up. Saw the inside track, and that is a little inside drainer. Really extracted everything out of a smaller inside wave. So that's the danger about the locals. They really know what to do on this beautiful canvas. And the fluoro board just zinging through some inside turns there as well. So well done.
Yeah, he did so well on that wave to know that it was going to kind of peak up and wall ahead of him. Here we go. Benny Spence locks in, gets a tube. Huge carve. Wow, throwing so much spray. Gets a second one in there as well. Ben looking to back up the 4.67. That was nice.
Yeah, I really liked it. It is going to improve his scoreline. And Ben... Yeah, I love his surfing. He is a dynamic surfer. He's been in the Margaret River Pro, won our local trials a few years back. And, yeah, out at Margaret's, he is definitely one of the best. So he's got a big rail game, but also knows his way through a decent-sized tube as well. So talk us through the replay.
Yeah, he just locks in. You can see him dragging his arm, trying to lose the speed. And this turn, I love that. Wow. Just rips through it, really maintains the speed through the second one as well, drives so hard. So you can see he was even hungry for another turn there. But yeah, I really liked that wave from Ben. It'll complement the 4.67 nicely.
A cool thing about Ben that not many people know, he starred in a movie. Did you know that?
I did know that,
Okay,
yes.
Yep, so Tim Winton's Breath. Tim Winton's a pretty famous West Australian author, and yeah, his film made the big screen, and on the big screen now is Thomas Cavallo, double arm dragging, setting this thing up.
Wow.
And grabs the rail. Nice down carve and nice finishing manoeuvre. So we had to wait a little bit for this one to fire up, but I think we are going to see some really good surfing in the next 11 and a half minutes.
Yeah, I think so too. Let's take a look at this. Yeah, gets both arms in the wall and then lets one free and comes out with a spit, grabs the rail for that carve and sets in another snapping turn too. Super feisty surfer. Tommy has so much power and he's so focused and committed. So it was nice to see him start off his campaign in this heat. He had a small score to start, but I think that'll be a nice one in his scoreline. With 11 minutes to go, we waited a while for the heat to kind of get moving, but now that it is, I feel like we'll see some good surfing.
Yeah, the judges will be watching the replays of that last exchange, particularly from white and red. And we've just seen a 9.07, so I think they're going to be comparing a lot of the barrel rides to that. It'll be stuck in the back of their mind, and they'll be seeing how deep and how committed the guys were on the takeoff. But I think on the high tide, you just get that opportunity to get the little roll in, chip in, go behind the peak and backdoor it. So that was a really well executed wave there from our surfer in red. I've really loved seeing these names, these competitors come through the Australian junior pathway, and then here they are all these years on competing on the global stage. It's a pretty unique opportunity that Australian surfers have to have so many events and opportunities to develop their skills in competition.
Yeah, we're so lucky to be able to have that. And here we go, live action. Jayard, wow, locks in, comes out. That was a really long barrel, and he's just using his local knowledge to his advantage. Tucks in again.
Oh.
Wow. Oh, almost, but just not quite coming out of that one. Yeah, wow, that was so well done. And you can just see how they have like just that little bit of an edge over the rest of the surfers in the field.
Yeah, well, here's the replay. Perfect position behind the lip. Got really deep there. You can see on the high tide it sort of split into two. He got this little bonus section, and if one barrel on a wave isn't good enough, what about two?
Yeah, we'll take that. Maybe, I mean, I don't think it'll hinder the score at all, but that was, yeah, to be able to see that and see it kind of peek up a little bit on the inside and to tuck in and see it was going to tube, like, they just have such a great read on this wave, and you know, the feeling out there as well. They're just super intuitive. This is Tommy having a look, live action, tucks in again, racing to find an exit, which he does. Doesn't get as long as the last one, but out the back.
Yeah, Lamar. Oh, it was a bigger wave and just didn't set his inside rail well enough to get behind that one and travel through the tube. I can tell you that Ben Spence has locked in a 6.13 to back up his 4.67. He's hit the double digits, which in the earlier rounds was all important. We've seen a lot of good scores in the last couple of heats, so a 6.13 so far, the benchmark number in this heat number 13 of the men's round of 96. And here we are, a bird's eye view of the lineup of our competition area. And this is Cavallo's last, so a smaller wave. You could see he stalled pretty hard and had to pump through that, so not a super clean exit. Oh. And unfortunately for Lamar, our surfer in the green, he goes down on that one. So some scores starting to lock on in. The leaderboard is going to jump around a little bit. Looks like El Ciso has locked in his best number. Let's put him up into second, and I'm pretty sure we're still waiting. Oh no, that has locked in. So Thomas Cavallo's second to last wave, a 5.67. Still waiting on a number for him.
Yeah, there's so many scores to lock in. JR's last wave was a 6.4. Tommy's last wave locked in at a 2.73, so he needs a 4.47, and you can see JR looking to back up the 6.4 here. Really tucks in perfectly. This one just opening up, but he can't quite find the exit, so that one will just that one won't go into his top two, but he's just having so much fun out there.
He certainly is, and I loved on the takeoff how he sort of paddled left and faded to hook right in underneath that one. He just got a little bit too deep, or the wave raced a little bit too quick for him, so unable to find an exit. He was looking to improve on a 3.73, and he does have the best wave of this heat, being the 6.40 you see highlighted next to the 3.73. So just on 6 minutes.
Wow. 6 minutes. Tommy needs that 4:47. Lamar looking for an 8:03. With the waves that are coming through right now, there's so much opportunity to go into the excellent range. We saw that in the last heat. I feel like this one's it's changed a little bit. Maybe they're not as big and not as open as what the last heat was, but it's still consistent with some really great barrels and definitely opportunities to get super deep. I know it's important, like, for all of these surfers to continue through the rounds. A round of 64 is a pretty stacked round as well. Tommy's having a paddle.
Yeah, scratching hard into this one. Puts the arm in the wall and just gets absolutely slotted. Throws the second hand in there to try slow down a bit more. One final little manoeuvre there. Ben Spence, surfer in white, stalling.
Oh.
Maybe just a bit too much of a stall there, so unfortunately giving away his priority. And he is on his way back out the back already, so this is Tommy's last one. Just perfect little waves on offer right now. It's so nice out there.
Yeah, it looks so fun. Ben out on the one behind. It was a big looking wave. Looks like he just dug his nose a little bit. You could see at the end of it before he disappeared. But he's in the lead right now. I just don't feel like it's a comfortable lead. I think with the level of the surfers that we have in this one, and then we go 4.5 for last of Tommy. He goes into second. But yeah, I just feel like this heat is really anyone's game right now.
Yep. Two wily competitors on your screen right now. These boys have been doing the rounds of the qualifying series. I know Ben moved over and posted up on the Gold Coast for a while just to, be around those East Coast events and get as much experience in competition as he could. As we've said before, Thomas has been doing so many events over the last few years, from the juniors now into the qualifying series. And our two local surfers are, they have done very well to be in this point of the competition. So right now, under 4 minutes. The requirements for red are 5.14. El Ciso in the blue needs a 3.77, and Lamar Delamid has had a bit of an off heat. He needs to replace a 0.60. That is definitely a score you don't want when the heat ends. He needs an 8.07 to move up the leaderboard. And here you see the boys scratching.
Wow, JR using second priority, needs a 3.77. He needs to make it out of this one. Doesn't get a clean exit, but he was in there for a while. He made it. It's a completed ride. Wow, I'd love to see the front-on angle to see how that looked, because I feel like sometimes that drone you see them and you're like, they're so deep, and then you see the front angle and you're like, well, maybe not, but let's have a look. Just slides into it, disappears for a moment and gets so tubed on that, so I think it'll really challenge for that 3.77 for sure.
Yeah, you're right, True. Oh, this is just, super exciting stuff. So if you're tuning in wherever you are in the world, don't go anywhere. We are approaching the high tide, and the waves have really started to deliver. As we see the Kessa crew just making their way back. All three of those boys progressed through to the round of 64. So I don't know if it's the pancakes the ladies are making for brekkie or the comfy beds we've got here. Whatever it is, it seems to be the winning formula for those three fellas who have just walked through. And it's I love the little squads, the little crews that travel together. And I think it's so important to put a good support base around you for an important event like this.
Yeah, for sure, and it's cool to see them traveling together, and I feel like it's the first time that people who travel together haven't drawn each other in like the first heat of the first round. But there we go, 5.93 for last of Jayard. He goes into the lead. Ben Spence down to second. Tommy in third, needs a 5.14, and Lamar chasing an 8.7. With a minute and a half to go, it's completely, the tables have turned in this heat. That small inside wave, it wasn't even small, it was still a really good size wave for Jayard. He was just able to lock in beautifully and get some really great tube time.
Yeah, the exit wasn't super clean, but he got super, super deep on it. And it is the disappearing act the judges like to see. You know, if your board is not visible at any stage during the barrel, they know that you're right behind it. And he did well enough to pump through and find a little doggy door exit. And this final minute, you're going to see white shadow red very, very closely, I dare say.
Yeah, I agree with you. There's 45 seconds to go. Wow. Ben lets Tommy go this one. He needs a 5-1-4. Tucks in. He needs to make it out of this one. He's still in it, but, unfortunately, coming unstuck, that might have been the last opportunity for Tommy.
Yeah, here goes Delamid.
Whoa.
Big wave, big section. Was he in there? I think he was travelling pretty far. We'll wait and see. 20 seconds on the clock. So Ben Spence now with priority. I thought he might have made a fatal mistake there, letting Tom Cavallo go that one.
Yeah, I agree with you. I was like, whoa, that's a very big move to let him do that. But he looked at the wave and trusted his instincts and said, yeah, that's not going to allow for the 5-1-4.
Well, that man on screen has threaded some deep tubes. He will move through to the round of 64, representing not only his home beach, but, this home island of Siargao. We're going to take a short commercial break and we'll be right back after this.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be, and let yourself
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
fly to new discoveries with
Bringing you guys back to live action here at Cloud9 Siargao. These are the results of that last heat. So it was last minute win for Jayard Alciso. Ben Spence coming in second. Tommy Cavallo nearly getting the job done at the end, just coming unstuck. And Lima Delamide unfortunately bowing out of competition again. Justin, that was a very interesting end to that heat.
It definitely was. It was a seesawing battle. I was a little bit nervous when Ben Spence let Thomas Cavallo go on that one, but it all worked out well, and my West Australian buddy will move through to the round of 64. A really clutch performance there from him. In the water now, we've got Toby Espanjon, Mike Cannon, Ash Jenner, and Wembo Bonono.
Yeah, getting this heat underway is Toby Espanjon, so from a very talented surfing family here in the Philippines. Quick start, a bit of a cover up there, going to get back out. He's kicking, he's looking pretty revved up, pretty fired up for this heat. So Bit of a replay. That swell is really starting to fill in now.
It is, and the winds have backed off. The tide has filled in. It is dead set pumping. It is worth the entry fee, the flights, the accommodation bill, everything just to try and score an afternoon heat just like this. So
you can see it. That's the winner of the last heat. It's got the Happy Surfers sticker on the nose of the board, which is one of the local guys, Filma Alapayo. It's his brand. He's got a lot to do with the next generation of Filipino surfers over here. And in saying that, Filma, he is so good out at Cloud9. Like, he is insanely good out there. He's got such a strong connection with the wave. He'll be coming up in the round of 64. So last 3 heats of this round. Oh my goodness, we're almost finished.
Yep. It has been an action-packed day, the men's round of 96. We've seen a bunch of seeded surfers come up against some surfers who've built momentum and form throughout the event. And this features 3 Filipino surfers, 1 Australian. So if I was Ash Jenner, I'd be feeling a little bit nervous in the white rash vest, but obviously priority comes into play. So it's not like a free surf where these 3 boys in blue, green and red would probably control a fair bit of the peak.
And it sounds like we're going to cross down to True, who is with the local guy, winner of that last heat.
Thank you, Jesse. Jaywad, you took out that last heat in the dying minutes. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
How was it being out there representing the local Siargao surf crew? You just looked so in tune with the waves.
Yeah, I'm just waiting there in the lineup. I'm just waiting the small one, but long one, good one. Yeah.
And you were able to, as you said, find those small ones. They kind of peaked up perfectly for you. You've spent a lot of time out here. You must be feeling really comfortable.
Yeah, so I'm local here. I know I know the waves there. Yeah, small but good one. I didn't with the big one because it's very long, the big one. That's why I get the small one and the long one. Yeah, that's why I got nice score.
Well, we loved watching you out there. Is there anyone you'd like to thank on screen?
Okay. First of all, I would like to thank to my sponsor, Happy Islanders, and also JB Surf. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Jaywad. Back to you guys.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Jaywad. Thank you, True. I absolutely love the Filipinos. I got told this saying in an interview I did with one of the local Filipino news, and I was talking about how much I love the Filipinos, how much I love the place, literally everything about it. She goes, you have the Siargao spell cast over you. And I was like, absolutely I do. Couldn't have put it better. I definitely do. So, yeah, I feel like even just watching that interview, I was so invested. I was like, yes, love it. Love seeing a local win.
Yeah, this place has some magical things going on, and it's got some magical surfers as we see Toby making it out of the tube. That's a textbook roundhouse cutback, apart from the rebound there. Here we go. Ash in the white. Oh no.
That was it.
Did all the hard work. The foam ball just clipped him on the ankles, and he made it out. Unfortunately, his surfboard did not.
He was right there, Justin. He was so close. All the hard work was done, but literally just needed to kind of creep out of it. I really like that way from Toby, though. That roundhouse, absolutely textbook. But then it did, like you said, kind of come off at the end. And then Ash Jenner, super deep in this one. Oh, you'd be kicking yourself. You did all the hard work and just didn't make it at the end. I just feel like you hate, I mean, they're 25-minute heats. We still got 18 minutes to go, but you'd hate for that to be like the clincher moment where, like, if I had just made it, you know. So I'm hoping that's not the case for Ash, because he is a really talented surfer from an area where another extremely talented Australian surfer is from, North Stradbroke Island.
Stop it.
Talk about Ethan Ewing.
Well, if we're talking about islands, and if I have to put a second place or a third place Island behind, obviously, Siargao Island.
Correct.
I think there's a tie between maybe North Straddie and Rottnest Island for me.
Oh, I've never been to Rottnest Island, but I would absolutely love to go. So my quick little side note, my best friend lives in WA. She's in the Navy down there.
Oh, wow.
And where she lives, you can see Rottnest Island.
Oh, I should be on Garden Island then.
Yeah, so we were going to do it, but the weather was so bad when I was there a couple months ago. So Rottnest Island is definitely on my list. I want a photo with a quokka.
Quokkas are pretty cute. You can't take them off the island. There
Why?
are a few little pockets on the mainland in Western Australia where you can find quokkas, but they rule the roost over in Rottnest Island.
It's definitely a bucket list thing for me, a selfie with a quokka. It might be a bit dorky, but I want to do it.
Well, look at this. Surfer in green is smiling his way through the tube there. And this is what I like about the high tide conditions. You get the barrel, and then you get these nice running walls where you can just wrap turns and really milk some extra points from the judges. So we know that a majority of this score is going to come from the tube, but how good is it that you can almost ride to the tower on the fuller tide?
Oh, I love it. I love surfing high tide. In the week I spent here before the event started, I did actually plan my surfs around the mid to high tide. I absolutely love them. But Weimar just getting a really nice cover up there. And then when you were talking, I couldn't agree with you more. This wave was one of those typical high tide waves that kind of pitched up on the second part of the reef and just kept going. And, you know, Weimar had to surf through those really tricky conditions on the first day. It was kind of that day was they got to grind through these ones and then you'll get to the better ones. He's reaping the rewards right now. Toby Espen-John got that under priority, but he was pretty close to making it out of that one. I love seeing the locals do what they do here. Looking like Ash Jenner might have got a wave as well. But, yeah, back to that last wave of green. Perfect wave choice. That is the waves you're looking for out here. They're so much fun. And I feel like even if it's crowded, if you can sneak in one of those, it's like it's surf well done.
Yeah.
Job well done.
Yeah. Well, we missed this one while watching Weimer's Jenna. Smaller insider, but completed the tube. Nice little lean back. Cuddy there. So we're going to see some scores start to filter through, and this heat, no real knockout blow moment. Everyone's sort of throwing a couple little jabs. They're sort of sparring at the moment, but give it another 13 minutes and I'm sure they're going to be trying to throw some absolute haymakers at one another, because right now the best score on the board on our screen is a 2.90. Still waiting for our screen to update, but it is Red in first, this guy in second.
Yeah, he's looking like he wants to take to the air here. Kind of had that glimmer in his eye that he wanted to get above the lip. Wind blowing away from him. So even though it is high tide and it looks absolutely perfect out there, it actually is pretty strong wind. We're just lucky that it is from the right direction. So it's coming from the west. And these guys reaping the rewards. Like I said, we've got this typhoon kind of lingering around, which is going to bring in this bigger swell that we're seeing start to build a little bit more now. And from what my predictions have been saying over the last few days, I think we're going to have pretty consistently good waves for the rest of the waiting window. Even the first 2 days, I know it was small, but you'd be stoked to surf a heat in those conditions.
Yep, I totally agree. 13 minutes and 45 seconds on the clock. Looks like all the scores are now locked in. The best of them are 3.13 for green. Toby Espen-John a 2.9 and a 2.17. He has the highest combined total. Ash Jenner a 2.33 and a 2.03. But here we go. This is Mike Cannon, the lone goofy footer in this one. I love the bright yellow board. The fluoro spray really makes it easy to spot.
You know what's so interesting to me is something that makes the locals so special here. I'll get back to this in a second. Deep in the tube there for Mike. It's a shorter one, but technically really great. No takers on the one behind. But when people learn to surf, they learn to turn before they barrel. I honestly reckon the locals here learn to barrel before they turn. Isn't it such a unique part of the world where you learn to barrel ride then before you kind of learn to do a Rio probably?
Oh, well, I think if you can read the inside of a tube, you can read the open face. So it is a very unique part of the Asian surfing community. The waves around here, they've got a little bit of everything. Big sort of slabbing barreling rights and lefts like here at Cloud9. They've got long running points. They've got fun little softer waves around the corner. And here we go. Ash Jenner nice and deep on this one. Locks straight in. And that is a nice rail grab cutty.
I haven't seen a rail grab cutty for quite some time. Oh, couldn't quite pull off the air.
Well, he stuck it, but the judges really like to see you forward and clean of that white water, so he was a little bit stuck in the mashed potato, unable to get free of it. And here's the replay. So nice tube on the outside, nice turn, and unable to stick the air reverse. So just under 12 minutes. Jess, I asked your sister before because you guys, you're not food fussy, but you're quite particular about when and where you eat.
Yes, we are.
Any dinner plans for this evening?
I actually have a friend from home who's here, and we're going to catch up for a little girls' night. I think we might head to Shaka. They do a pretty good dinner option as well. I'm eyeing off the nachos. But yeah, I'm going to catch up with her, and if not, there's a spot called X next door. They do really good pizza.
Okay.
But yeah, no, True and I are both vegetarian, so we do have to kind of pick and choose where we eat. We can't be going to an all-meat barbecue. Unfortunately, we cannot handle that. But I feel like this is such a unique part of the world where they actually cater for so many different people, so many different dietary requirements, and yeah, I'm definitely loving the fact that here, because sometimes you travel to places and you can't really eat anything as a vegetarian, but these guys, it's amazing. Just another reason I love the Philippines.
Well, I think this guy likes to eat up barrels for breakfast, lunch and dinner. That is his second scoring wave. So our surfer in green was in third place prior to that wave. His requirement was quite small. And we'll see what comes of this exchange. Mike Cannon drags but can't find the exit. So Ash Jenner has moved up into the lead. There is 10 minutes remaining.
Now, Justin, when we do look at the drone shot of where the competitors are sitting out there, one thing I haven't done or learnt yet, the wave that is up and around the corner, this way for us. What's
South.
that wave called?
That is called Tauson.
Tauson.
Yep, and I had a little splash around there yesterday, and I think when it's big and the swell direction's a little bit more sort of straight north, it runs along the reef, but I had a surf out there with Alex McGuffin, and he is staying on that very beach, and he called it the lefties of Siargao Island.
I love lefties.
So yesterday, because the swell was quite small, it was like three little peaky running waves, and yeah, you know, there's probably 200 metres of sort of reef, and there was like three different takeoff spots, a deep left, a sort of left and right peak, and then another left further down, which I think gets pretty good when it's bigger. So yeah, it was fun, just good way to dust off the day. So yeah, not epic, but Tauson is what it's called, and I'm pretty sure that Noah Enfield lives right there on the point.
Oh, no way.
Yep.
Local surfer coming through. Noah actually carried the board out last night. So there's a tradition here at Cloud9. Every time the event is run, they bring out a surfboard for the WSL officials, all of the government, all of the congressmen to break, and that is the initial kind of starting of the event.
It's like the cutting of the ribbon.
Yeah, exactly. It's like the cutting of the ribbon. Last night we did have the board breaking, and Noah was one of the two surfers to bring it out and help break the board. And I think that's such a unique way to start an event. Like, what a cool and quirky thing. Like, let's not cut a ribbon. Let's change it up. Let's break a board.
Well, I think Cloud9 has definitely broken a few boards over the years, and I think that is a pretty fitting way. I just love all these little sort of cool nichey things that this event has built into it, and I think the chopping of the surfboard by all the officials is it's just a cool way. Like it's just a fun little thing they do that, you know, has become part and parcel of the opening ceremony at this event, and I loved it.
Looking at a rare Siargao left there, Cloud9 left. Actually not so rare. I take that back. They are quite frequent and they're pretty fun if you can get the right ones. But the right is definitely better. The left is a lot shorter, a lot sharper. But people come here to surf the right. It's a really incredible wave. The reef is absolutely beautiful as well. That is Toby chasing a 317. Goes up and over. So super deep on that one. Uses priority as well. So potentially a little bit of a mistake there because I feel like paddling in, you could kind of see he was going to be super deep on that one too. But 7 minutes is plenty of time to try and chase down a 317. I feel like if he had a rode out of that roundhouse carve, we would have seen his 2.9 go a little bit higher than what it is. But I'm quite surprised. I didn't take into consideration the scores until now. There's nothing over a 4 at this point in time.
Yeah, well, this guy is leading the heat with a couple of pocket threes, goes to the air. Unable to ride out of that one. But yeah, pretty much like you said, no one has broken into the forwards yet. And if they are able to, it could flip the entire heat. So super tight, a little bit wave starved.
Yeah, and considering 2 heats ago we had 9s, 8s, 7s all in a heat. So yeah, I feel like this heat's definitely been a little bit wave-starved in comparison to what we have had. And maybe these guys just really picking the eyes out of it. Maybe they did watch that heat and thought, I am not pulling the trigger until I see one of those waves come through. And if they can manage to find one in the next 5 minutes 40, good on them, because they are the best ones to watch. I don't know if you got to see a glimpse of Tane's 9-point ride.
I missed it, but I'm sure we'll see it on the highlight reel at the end of the day. That one will definitely make its way onto screens as we see Mike Cannon travelling there. You can see that fluoro board through the lip of the wave. And it hasn't been a wave-starved heat. It's just been maybe starved of quality waves, of those bigger sets that have allowed, you know, those big, throaty, deep tubes to, you know, pop up for our competitors. So it's been a little bit scrappy. But 5 minutes, a lot can happen in 5 minutes here at Cloud9.
And not to say, like, they're not having a crack. These surfers definitely are. But sometimes it's... I remember going to Indonesia one time, and I think this local Indonesian man summed it up so beautifully. It was a really small day, and he said to me, today the ocean is taking a breath in, tomorrow it's going to take a breath out. And so sometimes I feel like it can be like that throughout the day, where like some heats the ocean is just taking a breath in, it's taking a moment, and the next heat you could just get lucky. It could be the heat the ocean takes the breath out. And I thought that was a really beautiful analogy to the ebbs and flows of the ocean.
Yeah, so true. And, you know, as much as surfers want the waves pumping from the first heat through to the last heat, you know, we're dealing with an uncontrollable beast that is the ocean, and there are so many factors that come into play, you know, swell direction, swell size, tides, winds, all of these things, you know, they just, you know, they can turn on and they can turn off, and, you know, they just, sometimes all of those factors need to have a little break. This guy in third place, a 317, smaller little tube, but a nice carve to finish. And using his priority over his fellow countryman there. Mike Cannon steams through to the channel, and a bit of a paddle battle on here. So, Toby's burnt him off. I think Mike's given up pretty quick smart there.
He's probably thought, you know what, I'm going to conserve this energy for the last 3 minutes. I love Toby, though. Just put it all on the line. Let's go. Looking like there might be a good wave coming through right now. No takers, though. I bite my tongue. It isn't one of the good ones, sorry. But I actually would still happily go that one in the free surf. Here is the replay of Toby, 317. He got a good tube. I'm not sure if it's going to be deep enough to be the 317. It potentially could be, but I feel like the judges, they don't want to be picking apart threes. They want to see something that really puts someone or a certain wave apart from everyone. Because if you're breaking down threes, you're probably like, well, what's going on right now? You know, so I feel like a 3-1-7, they're probably looking at like, is it a 3, is it a 2-5, or is it a 3-5? And then kind of keeping it in that category. So I don't know if he got deep enough, considering what the other waves are coming in at, but I have been wrong multiple times before, Justin. So
that's why we're sitting in the commentators booth and not in the judging area.
Exactly.
I think judging is, everyone's an expert. You know, there's a lot of armchair experts, but, you know, this international panel, they are getting all the scores right, in my opinion. Here goes red. So Toby, he's keeping busy, still chasing that 3.17. He's got a nice whippy forehand attack. And I can tell you his second to last wave, so not that one we just saw, not this one on the replay, locked into the 2.4.
This one's definitely better. It's definitely deeper, still similar size wave, but I feel like he got a lot more cover time and had it was a bit of a longer barrel as well. So that wave, I don't know, it's so hard to be picking apart threes, but he's obviously got an incredible style. He's got impeccable barrel technique as well. And I think he's definitely one to watch. So I feel like if I was Ash Jenner right now, 2-3-3, see you later, bye. Please get out of my life. Because when my competitors need a 3-1-7 and a 3-2-4, I would just be freaking out. He seems oddly calm for the fact that his competitors need a 3 and a 3. Well, there it is. Last wave was a 3.4. So now Toby jumps into second. Ash Jenner, 50 seconds on the clock, is left chasing a 2.57. So Toby getting that score under priority, that has to sting a little bit.
Oh, my goodness. So close. So you can see, like, anything for anyone under a 3.5 is going to flip the result. So you can see that Ash Jenner, with 35 seconds, is going to go this one using priority. Oh, it doesn't get tubed. One good turn, a strong second manoeuvre, and...
Oh, drop in. He had third priority, Blue has second.
Oh, okay, well, that might be a crucial mistake for our heat leader there. Maybe Ash Jenner's back in the game.
Wow. Okay, so Ash Jenner needed a 2.57, got 2 turns in. See where the judges kind of leave that turns at. Here is Toby's last roll of the dice. That was potentially a big mistake just there from our heat leader. Bit of a slower heat, bit of a smaller scoring heat. We didn't really have any of those good-looking sets come through in that one. These guys did make these small waves look super fun. Let's take a look at these replays, though. That is a definite drop-in. Green had third priority. Blue had second.
Ooh.
So potentially an interference unless he paddled and lost it and our screen was still adjusting. So we're going to see what's going to happen there, but I feel like we're going to have to find out after the break.
We'll be right back after this and let you know who is moving through to the round of 64 out of a really tightly contested heat. We'll be right back.
So many voices. What does yours tell you? Close your eyes. Take a moment to listen. What do you want to feel? Where do you want to be? Listen to the voice inside you. The voice that tells you to wonder, explore, pause, taste, connect. Be where you've always wanted to be. And let yourself
Mabuhay. Welcome to Philippine Airlines.
fly to new discoveries with Philippine Airlines.
Back live on your screen, unfortunately, Weimar Bonono goes from first to last, so gets an interference dropping in literally, I'm not even kidding, last 10 seconds of that heat. So it was Toby Espejon actually taking the win, Ash Jenner getting pretty lucky there, coming in second, Mike Cannon in third, and then, yeah, Weimar making the mistake at the end there, Di. Yeah, really unfortunate end to that heat. Obviously, you'd be really upset and disappointed, but we do have to move on through. So we have Hiroya Miwa from Japan, Kobe Clements, the birthday boy from Australia out there, Dom Thomas, and Kent Brain Soloso, the Filipino. So 2 Aussies, 1 Japanese, and 1 Filipino. Tell me what I need to know about Hiroya.
Hiroya is from the city called Shizunami, where the
I haven't heard of that.
where we have the wave pool. Actually.
Oh,
Shizunami
no
wave
way.
pool.
Is that where Samomo's from?
Yeah,
Oh, I
exactly
have
the
heard of
same, same town. And sometimes actually Hiroya coaches Sumomo for the heat.
No way.
And they grew up surfing together, I guess. I believe so. And he is actually working at the wave pool as an
No
instructor, so
way.
he gets to surf for free, I guess. So
Oh
he's
my
been practicing at wave pool so much, and he was actually in the Stab High. Remember the event
Yeah, at
they
the
had?
wave pool this
Yep.
year.
He was in the event too, so he's very good at air game.
Oh my god, no way. I'd love to see him pull out a couple airs in this heat. He locks in a 1-point ride kind of early on. Kobe Clements, it's his birthday today.
Today is his birthday.
Yes,
Wow.
so big happy birthday to Kobe. Big shout out to the family back home. Thais, Sophie, Steve, Clemo. Felt weird saying Steve, I call him Clemo. I'm sure they're tuning in and watching on at home, and I know that Kobe is working with Matt Granger here at this event. So Matty Granger is a bit of a Northern Beaches legend, and he coached Isabella Nichols to a win this year at the Narrabeen Challenger Series.
Right.
So now he's here coaching a bunch of the Northern Beaches competitors, Kobe Clements being one of them. Dom Thomas just from up the road. So Dom Thomas is from Newcastle. He got that 9-point ride yesterday for that big air.
Remember.
This guy is the sole Filipino in this heat. He has been surfing since the very first round. So he's been progressing through. And I was just saying to Justin, I feel like if you surf that first day, it obviously wasn't the best conditions, but now you're kind of reaping the rewards because today looks so fun out there.
And especially towards the end, it gets better and better. It's cleaner now, so it's a lot easier to ride, come out of the tubes as well because the tide's coming in, a lot of water fills up. So yeah, it's a probably last 3 heats are the best conditions so far. And now our local guy gets tube and come out. It's clean. Good way to start a heat.
Yeah, score comes in at a 2.5, so hopefully we see a couple more sets in this heat because the last heat was a little bit like set starved. I feel like we saw a lot of smaller ones, but looking like Kobe is having a paddle here now. Kobe spends a lot of time in Hawaii, surfs really big waves, like ridiculously big waves. He
Right.
charges. Like when Waimea is closing out, Kobe paddles out.
That's like a 20-foot, 25
I know,
foot.
I know.
That's huge. So this is Miwahiro Hiroya 選手、2本目のライディングになります。こちらチューブ抜けてしっかりと前に出てこれるか。ホワイトウォーターからしっかり前に出てきました。これはメイクとなるでしょう。 Wow, so Kobe is a charger, so there's nothing to afraid of this wave probably. Wow, that was really deep actually. Traveling quite long time.
Yeah, and he got really nice barrel technique. And then I like this one of Hiroya. Kind of that ending, I don't know if it counts as a ride out. Oh, I guess it does, but I feel like the judges might sting him a little bit because it wasn't super clean.
Right. And it wasn't super clean exit as well. So, well, I reckon judges gonna count on that too. If you max out of it clean, you get score. But if not, probably not the high score.
First wave of Kobe coming in at a 3.67. So best wave of the heat so far. Waiting for that second wave of Hiroya to come through. And yeah, did you see that 9 that Dom Thomas threw down?
Yeah, that was
crazy.
One big air reverse.
Yeah, crazy. That was yesterday morning.
Yeah.
So he was one of the last 2 heats of the last round, the round of 128 that we ran yesterday morning before the ladies got out there, and it was huge. It was such a big air, and it was right at the start. I think it was his first wave.
Yeah.
He got a 9-point ride. When does that ever happen?
First wave, probably first wave of the event yesterday.
Yeah, no, you're right. First
Morning,
wave of the event. He got a 9-point ride. We saw another 9 today, though. Tane Dobbin.
Right. That was a different approach, tube riding. It was, long travel in the tube. Comes out so clean from nowhere. It was, great 9.07.
I was sitting in the production room with the team, watching it from there, and I was like, what? Haven't seen a wave like that come through in ages. And, well, actually this event, I feel like we had a bit of swell before the event started, and there was a couple like that one, but now that swell is really starting to filter in, all I want to do is see more of those, because every single surfer is talented enough to get a 9 like that wave. So let's see more. Let's get everyone going. And it's fun. I think it's exciting to watch surfing like that.
Right. And, the forecast saying that it's going to be a little bit bigger. The wave will be increasing for the next couple of days. So I can't wait to see what oceans will offer us tomorrow.
Yeah, we can feel that wind just pick up just then.
Right.
I felt like it might have changed directions a little bit, coming in from the south maybe potentially, but still got west in it, so hopefully it was just a random little gust, because it had really dropped off right before that had just come through. But
it looks like it's just straight west offshore and looks clean.
Yeah, it still
nice.
Looks fine. I'd be stoked with these conditions.
Yes, I wish it was in this comp. It is Dan Thomas up and riding. Wow, that was great technique from the takeoff. It's kind of he faded a little bit and pulled into the barrel. It was a great technique. And this is the local guy, Soloso, getting a tube, quick in and out.
Yeah, quick in and out. I feel like Dom probably getting the best of all of the first waves exchanged. That was definitely a bigger wave. I love how he kind of faded into this one as well. He got a good amount of cover-up time, came back, had a funky little exit on this wave, just jumped straight on his board, tried to play it off. And, yeah, Kent on this one, not a lot of cover time, but beautiful barrel style. I mean, you can tell he's definitely from here. He's got experience at this wave, so Dom Thomas, his first wave coming in at a 5-point ride. So it definitely is the best wave of that first exchange. But yeah, hopefully we see a couple higher scores than that by the end of this heat. Ooh.
It was a smaller size, but still managed to, travel a little bit of tube time.
Yeah, staying super busy. No, so when you were competing, Dai, take me back to your glory days. Take me back to the comp days.
Right.
Were you the type of surfer that just turned heaps of waves? Were you staying busy, or were you a sit and wait kind of guy?
Actually, I'm the guy who's sitting in the water quite a long time and long wait. Only catching probably couple of waves.
Couple
in total,
waves?
2 or 3.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, cool, calm and collected over here. I feel like hats off to anyone that can do that. I was always a momentum surfer. The more waves I caught, the better I got. Here we go, Dom Thomas up and riding again, tucks into this one, smaller one, but still
Wow.
getting some really nice cover there, Di.
Tucks into really well, actually. It was a smaller size wave, but he managed to put himself in the small barrels. So now he gets a backup score. It's a great start for Dan Thomas, already locked in 5.0.
Yeah, Dom.
Yeah.
That was a really nice one. Even though it was a bit smaller, I feel like that was actually a really nice shape wave, and he got a good amount of cover up time. It's going to be a nice backup for him. It's kind of been the Dom and Kent show at the moment. These two guys just going wave for wave right now. Look at this one. Oh, just can't come out of it, but it looks so fun right now out there. And Kobe and Hiroya sitting very close together.
Just waiting for the right ones. So they have first priority and second. So, you don't want to make a wrong choice when you have high priority. So they probably will be sitting in the water quite a long time, just waiting for the right ones.
Yeah, last wave score of Dom Thomas coming in at a 3.2, so does extend his lead. Not an overly high score, so I feel like by the end of the heat, he'd probably be hoping that the 5's the backup score for him.
Right.
Especially when you're locking in 9s, you want to kind of keep on that consistency. You don't want it to be like one fluke thing, kind of want to make a name for yourself. And I feel like with the competitors who aren't mucking around in the 2s and 3s, they're kind of getting 5s, getting 6s. They're the competitors that are leaving a mark on the judges, leaving a mark on us. And yeah, definitely it's good to get your name out there in some way, shape or form.
Well, all the surfers having a look at Horizon. Probably a few waves coming into the lineup now. Dan Thomas having a look again. He goes for it. Up and riding. Tacks into the barrel, but it was a little bit too deep.
Yeah, I feel like Dom's probably just trying to catch heaps of waves. Right now, trying not to stay too selective, but I feel like when you have 4th priority, Di, and you're out there at pretty good cloud 9, and you're out there with 3 other people, and you just, have first priority anyway, I'd catch heaps of waves too.
I would.
Such a good opportunity.
Yeah, such a good opportunity to just feel the cloud 9. So I would be doing the same thing, even though I'm not that type of the guy.
Yeah.
I would be catching heaps of the waves if I was, 4th priority.
So looking like there must be a bit of a set on the way. Kobe paddling super deep right now, using up first priority, tucks in and gets the exit here with a nice roundhouse carve there, Di. Oh, might get more. Oh, no, it doesn't.
That's it. But I love how he stalled as soon as he took off right there so that you can make most of the time in the tube.
Yeah, I really love that replay, that front-on angle kind of showing how deep he got exactly.
Right.
Before we get back to more live action, though, we are going to go and chat with Justin and the winner of that last heat.
Yeah, thanks so much, guys. I'm here with Toby Eswajon. Toby, that was a bit of a scrappy heat. Are you glad to make it through?
Yeah, so stoked to get last wave. Lucky.
The heat before seemed to have a lot of good waves, and then your heat, not so many.
Yeah.
How do you feel like making it through to the round of 64?
I was my plan to, because I'm under priority. My plan to do like busy, because the waves is like so hard to get. Then I got board. My board is too small, so I'm waiting like downstairs. So I'm lucky to have a good one.
Yeah, a Filipino local. I'm sure there's people all across the country tuning in into this event. The first QS 5000 in the Philippines. Would you like to say something to everyone watching from around the world?
Yeah. I would like to thank my sponsor, Half Islanders, Kudo Surf, sa pamilya ko, salamat. Yeah, to all my family, thank you. To the boys, Team Half Islanders, thank you so much.
Well, there you go. Toby Eswajon is through to the round of 64. We'll throw it back to you guys and talk us through this one.
Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Toby. Yeah, very stressful end to that last heat, but Toby coming away with the win, and it was Ash Jenner coming in second. So 8.5 minutes left in this heat. Last wave for Kobe Clements, a 5-point ride for that one, Di.
Right, so same point as Dan Thomas, 5.00. That's a keeper. Definitely, that's going to be a keeper because it's already less than, almost less than 8 minutes remaining. And now Hiroya is still holding on to the first priority, having a hard time to getting a good wave, but there's still 8 minutes remaining, so I'm hoping today's gonna be some good waves coming through.
Yeah, I hope so. I want to see a couple more sets. I want to see
Right.
these guys absolutely going for it. So, especially Hiroya, when he tell me he's got an air game and he's
Yeah.
in stab high. Let's see it. Ooh.
No takers on that one.
Maybe a bit of a priority change there. Yeah, it was. So Dom Thomas now to third. We do have Kent, who has now taken up fourth priority. So I feel like that's one thing some of the Filipinos could probably, who don't have as many experiences as the more well-rounded ones, like your Marimars, your Filmars. I think the one thing they could all take away from this is priority. I feel like they've all lost priority a lot of times. Even in that last heat, I feel like potentially the Weimar who was in the lead maybe didn't look at the priority board, and that's why he dropped in. So yeah, I feel like that's a really cool learning curve for a lot of the local Filipino surfers who maybe don't get to surf as many events as the Filipinos we see consistently in the big events. But yeah, kind of just like Kent, just then, if you don't want it, don't go it, don't paddle for it. So
Using priority is really crucial in the surfing competition area, and this is QS 5000, so everyone knows how to use priority, and when it comes to the last 5 minutes, the priorities is really, really important.
Oh, definitely. Comes into play so much, so hopefully no more priority mistakes in the rest of this heat. We want an even playing field from these guys, but again, it's kind of been one of those slower heats. We did see that set that Kobe got, but other than that, we haven't seen too much come through. Dom Thomas, though, he stayed super busy, and he's got a 5 and a 3.2. That one's stretching along the reef pretty wide, but when they come through, it is still so good out there. I mean, we only have one more heat left today after this one, so we've had another massive day of surfing. Dom Thomas in the barrel, gets the exit here too, trying to get around, gets a turn in, and again. So Dom Thomas, I feel like, obviously he just fell on that last turn, but I feel like he's gone from Grom to not Grom this year. Like he's looking a lot more confident in himself, a lot more mature in his competitive approach, and for someone to get a 9 in a QS 5000, like you've got to be a pretty good surfer.
It's a big deal. Let's have a look at the replay again. It was a late takeoff, but he managed to put the rail in and tuck in the barrel a little bit, and there's a bonus section right there. It was a great ride from Dan Thomas, trying to get rid of the 320. If he beat the 320, if he scores 3.67, then he can't be in the lead. We are marking 5 minutes remaining in this heat.
This is the replay of Kent getting a little bit of a cover up there. I like it. This is better from our local surfer. Oh, and he's gone again. He's up and riding, staying busy.
Wow, he's staying super busy in this heat, trying to get as many as he can.
Yeah, so 4.5 minutes to go. He's trying to crawl his way back in this heat. Here's another replay. Oh, this is the wave that we just missed when we were watching the replay of the one before.
Okay, right.
But yeah, Kent does go down 4 minutes 20. He needs to kind of keep crawling his way in. So that wave prior to the last one, locking in at a 2.43. So one of his best waves at the heat does improve his scoreline. Still looking for a 6.17 though, Di. In your opinion, what does a 6.17 look like to you today?
Probably deep tube riding.
Huge barrels.
Huge barrels. Or one big air.
Yeah, I'll take either one.
Probably combine them will be like 8-point excellent score.
Yep. Let's see it.
But the last wave from Dan Thomas comes in 4.97 now. He's in the lead.
Yeah,
Wow.
he is. So now, Hiroya, he's playing the Daiweko card.
Right.
He's
so
sitting and waiting.
He needs to do something because it's 3 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. But now Kobe is in the tube. It was deep. It comes out of it with a speed. It's great surfing. It was
He
a great
was
tube.
Very deep in that tube.
That's a 6-point ride right there.
Yeah,
to
that
me.
was sick. I feel like this one, you can see the ledge as he's come into it. Stalled, stayed in it, got so spat out of that barrel. Huge grab rail carve. That is a Kobe Clements classic turn, that one.
Right.
I feel like he's had that on lock, I'm not even kidding, since he was like 5 years old.
Oh, yeah?
He's been surfing for so many years. Him and his dad, they're just like best buds in the water. And Kobe's been surfing, I'd say since 5. True's giving me the nod of approval. Maybe even earlier. And we've known Kobe since the day he was born.
Oh,
so we've known Kobe our whole life. So Kobe's dad and True and my dad are best mates. They went to school together. They grew up together surfing, did the QS together.
Growing up together,
Yeah.
surfing together.
Yeah.
That's sick.
And Kobe, fun fact, he's half French. So his mum, Sophie, is from Biarritz, Capriton. Sorry, my bad. True's correcting me. Sorry, Sophie, love you. So bonjour to all of Kobe's French family that are probably tuning in as well. Last wave, 6-point ride. You called it, Di.
Yeah, I called it. That was a 6-point to me. Yeah, it's deep barrel riding. Comes out clean with a speed. Let's have a look at it again. It was really deep actually. He disappeared quite a bit, and did a stylish curve. Here is 三輪博也選手、ストールをしてしっかりとチューブに入ってくる。さあこれは出ていきたいところだ。どうでしょうか。これは少しストールしすぎたか。Well, it was a good way for Hiroya, but probably he stalled too long.
Yeah, he stalled a little bit too long. He waited a long time for that wave to die.
It was worth waiting for, but probably he needed to, stop stalling and generating speed in the end.
Looking like Dom Thomas is having a paddle out the back. These are the sets we're used to seeing. Deep in this one, cannot find the exit. I love, it's like a imaginary rope you hold on to watching these guys, and you're like, yes, make it. Like you're kind of holding on.
Right.
Don't you reckon? Just on the edge of your seats, just like, go, 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 go. So 1 minute, Dom's kicking to get back out there. He wants that first place. Kobe Clements would love the first place on his birthday.
Wow, you would love to do the post interview with him.
Oh my gosh, I'm doing the posting interview. I forgot. Oh, yay. I get to do it with Kobe. Maybe if the next 45 seconds play out exactly how we want it. Dom Thomas up and riding, looking for a 6. Air guy. He's looking for the air.
Wow.
Oh, wow. Kobe.
That's another 6-point ride to me. Big air reverse.
Maybe even higher. Maybe even higher, Di. That was a really good air.
So he needs 6.0 to go into the lead.
I think
Wow.
I think that's a 6.0. That was a really good air. Wow. And we changed cameras halfway through and I was like, oh, did he make it? And then he did. And I was like, oh, that's going to be a big score. 8 seconds on the clock to see if Kobe Clements can potentially get one more wave, because I'm thinking Dom Thomas is going to move to the lead. So there is the hooter. It's going to be the 2 Australians moving on through. We know that. It's going to be Kobe Clements and Dom Thomas. Who's going to win, though? I'm not too sure. So, there was this wave as well, though, Di.
Wow, that was another great tube riding from our local guy. And here is the big air reverse. Wow. I don't know how he decided to go grab it in the air.
He's very good in the air, Di. Like, he's got a really...
There you
go.
Good at it.
Right on cue. Thank you
Right
so
on
much,
cue.
Dom. All right, we are going to take it to a quick ad break. We'll come back with scores and results of this heat and the last heat of the day. Don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be back very shortly.
When there's still so much I can be, do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Como. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Jovo. She don't stop with. She don't stop with Como.
Do I stop here? Cut! Next! There's no stopping me. Gomo any way I want, anywhere, anytime. We don't stop. We Gomo.
Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier. Katulad na lamang halimbawa, let's be very honest, Manila Banker's Life, na nariyan in your moment of grief. The best way to show your love is to assure your loved one that I will not only take care of you during your lifetime, but I will take good care of you in this lifetime and beyond. Bakit mahalaga ang life insurance? Yung experience pala na pag ikay nawawalan ng mahal sa buhay, hindi mo kaya mag-isa. Ang lungkot, sasadsad ka, gagapang ka, iiyak ka. Ang pinakamaganda sa life insurance, it makes life easier.
Welcome back, everyone. This is day number 3, Siargao International Surfing Cup. This is the last heat of the day. And offshore, result from the last heat, Kobe Clement gets a first and Dom Thomas gets second. Those are Australians going to the next round now. We have heat 16 in the water, Kyoshiro Suda from Japan, Taji Stokes from Australia, Aiden Hayson from Australia, Takumi Nakamura from Japan. I'm here with Truth. How is your day been?
It's been really good, Di. It's been so fun to watch all the surfing. This is Eden Hassan tucking in for his first wave. Wow. Wow. He got a bit of travel time in that one.
This was really like deep and disappeared a long time, travel a long time, and comes out so clean with speed. It was a great surfing, and this is surfing red Kyoshiro Suda trying to look for the tube, but I don't think it was. He was in the, behind the curtain. But how good that, the first wave is for Aiden.
Yeah, that was, wow, so well timed. He did, incredibly well on that one. I feel like this afternoon we've just seen some really great waves rolling through. It's been so fun to watch. And you can see it's starting to get a little bit moody out there with the lighting. The sun's going down. It's coming to the afternoons. It's 4:30 in the afternoon here. So this is the last heat of the day.
It was a big day, but it goes quick though.
It does.
それでは中村拓海選手、1本目のライディング、ストールをしてチューブの中に入ってきます。後ろ足が外れましたが、ここはうまく持ち直しました。How is that recovery from Takumi Nakamura?
Yeah, you could see his back foot slip off, and then he just, I don't even know how he did that. Just used his core strength and, recovered well.
Yeah, he recovered well, and he traveled a long time in the barrel too, so it was a good way to start the heat. Let's have a look at it again.
Yeah, you can see, wow, there his back foot just slips and he goes onto his knee, but recovers nicely.
And here he stalls a little bit, probably there. He slips, but probably he put his back knee onto the surfboard. That's how he recovered. But that was, great technique from Takumi Nakamura. Yeah, he's been competing quite a long time. He's turning 29 or 28 this year, but he was competing since he was like 6 or 7 years old, probably.
Wow, so he's been competing for a while.
And he got a one-time national champ in Japan. So he is very strong competitor.
Yeah, really strong, and knows what he needs to do out there. So that was super cool to see. I think we've just had a pretty big score lock in for Eden Hassan. Excellent, a 9.1.
Wow, this is the single highest score so far in this event.
Yeah, that is just huge surfing. You could see. Let's take another look. Talk me through it, Di.
It's just traveling. It's so long, and just spat out. It was definitely the 9.10. It was such a good wave, such a good techniques from Aiden.
Yeah, Aiden's from the Newcastle region, you can see there, eclipses Tane Dobbins 9.07 by 0.03 to get the 9.1 for the young junior surfer from Newcastle. Eden, he obviously has a really strong air game. We saw him use that yesterday. He actually competed at the ISA World Juniors this year in El Salvador, where he got an equal 7th and played a big role in helping Team Australia take away the gold. Here he is up and riding, tucks in again.
Wow.
Disappears, comes out. He is just, having great fun out there.
He was disappeared completely.
Oh,
was
Taj.
really close to the exit. Unfortunately, he come on stuck. But here is 須田清志郎選手。これはいい波になってきそうだ。バックサイドでチューブに入っていくが、ここは出口付近で少し潰されてしまったようです。さあ、本日はこのヒートを最後に全てのスケジュールが終わります。
Wow, that was unlucky for Kyoshiro and also for Taj. Let's have another look at this one. Taj tucks in perfectly. You can see here he gets out. So that was one of his first rides a little bit earlier on. So that was nice from Taj Stokes.
So we have Jessie with the last heat winner. So I'll throw it over to you, Jess.
Thank you, Di. Yes, I'm with the birthday boy. Happy birthday, first of all, Kobe. Good birthday present, heat win.
Oh yeah, thanks Jess. Yeah, stoked. Got a couple of barrels for my birthday, and yeah, this place is amazing. Cloud9, and just to be with all my friends and surfing fun heats and eating good food and good people, and not much I can ask for.
He's a very easily pleased guy, everyone. Kobe, first time here in Siargao?
Yeah, first time in Philippines, and yeah, loving it. So good.
I feel like you lucked in pretty well. It kind of been super windy all day. The wind had died off for your heat, and you just lucked into two really good-looking waves out there. Dreamy Cloud9 conditions. I feel like you guys kind of got the best of it this afternoon. You're stoked that you got to surf on the higher tide?
Oh, super stoked. My first wave, I got a bit too excited and came out way too fast, but it was good to get a little, I don't know, get more opportunity.
I'm sure Mum and Dad are watching back at home. Anything you want to say back to anyone? It's birthday, maybe a quick little hi.
Oh, yeah, thanks for all the birthday wishes. Yeah, super stoked, and yeah, stoked Mum and Dad and Tat and everyone. Yeah.
Round of 64 up next. So we keeping everything the same?
Yeah, keeping everything the same.
Love it, everyone. Kobe Clements, everyone. Thanks, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, guys. What a great post-interview from Jess and Kobe.
Kobe is, as you can probably tell from that post-heat, he's super humble. He, he's happy to have a chat, but he doesn't put any pepper on it. And Kyoshiro coming out of that one, but Kobe actually charges.
Right.
And okay, we'll stick with this one. This is a replay of the last wave of Eden Hassan. Gets the carve in there, so that was great to see. But yeah, Kobe charges, and he's got some pretty incredible stories, and he's kind of telling us through the stories in the nonchalant way that he kind of talks, and I'm like, sorry, what? And he goes, oh yeah, and I'm like, no, backtrack, we need to perfect your storytelling, Kobe, because add a little bit of spice to it. Like, that is crazy. So he's just super humble and just such an awesome human being. And yeah, like Jesse said, he's pretty much like a brother to us. So it was good for us to see him make the heat, and it's his birthday too. So you want everyone to make a heat on a birthday.
Yeah, big happy birthday to him. It was a great win from Kobe. Yeah. Back to the last heat of the day. So here is Aiden up again, traveling in a tube. It comes out of so clean and gets the bonus section right there. Wow, seems like every wave he catches makes a tube.
Yeah, every time. He's
every
just,
time.
I don't know, it seems like he's got a bit of a connection with this wave. And it's so great to see that. We've actually just had a message from Bonnie McLeod, who's part of the team here, the WSL, and we have a 5:45 a.m. call for a potential 6 a.m. start tomorrow. with both the men's and women's on standby.
So we're gonna have all day competing tomorrow, right?
Yeah, I think we'll probably go on hold for the lower tide,
Right.
but here we go. Oh my.
That was a surfer in green, Takumi Nakamura. 中村拓海選手、2本目のライディングでしたが、ここは引っかかってしまったようです。
Taj Stokes locking in, gets a nice connection there, driving through another one. Wow, this wave is just offering so many opportunities for turns after the barrel there for...
That was a really great combination from Taj. Tube riding, couple great turns. It's going to be a good score for sure.
Yeah, I agree. I think it'll come in pretty nicely for Taj. Let's take another look, Di.
Traveling in a tube. Not as deep as the other one, but still, he gets the section to put some solid turns in. 1 and 2 and 3 turns. Finish off nicely, so it's gonna be really good score. Definitely, it's gonna be his best score in this heat. Just under 13 minutes remaining.
Yeah, Eden Hassan with that 9.1. That was crazy.
Right.
His first wave in this heat. I mean, last heat of the day. What a way to finish off the day of surfing that we've had. I reckon by the end of this heat, it's just going to get a little bit dark. 7.17, last wave of Eden Hassan.
No.
He's put everyone in combination for first. He's just looking so good out there right now, Di.
Wow, so he got one single highest score as well as total score. Oh my God.
Yeah.
He's having a great time at Cloud 9.
Wow, that one, no one was on that one. It just spat so hard. Yeah, it's pumping out there today. I'm finding it really hard to be sitting here and talking about, you know, how good the waves are and not be out there, you know.
Right.
As surfers, it's so great to watch good waves roll through, but we want to be on them even more. But you know what?
Definitely.
I'm happy for these 4 surfers because they have the opportunity to get the waves, some of the waves of their life out there potentially.
Even those waves, unridden waves, I love to catch up one of them.
Yes, me too. I agree.
Looks amazing, looks perfect.
Yeah.
But it's a competition. You need to be, getting at those one of the best ones out there. So this is the last heat of the day.
Yeah.
And probably we can get to surf after this. So
yeah, I reckon. Have a paddle.
Have a paddle after this.
Hassle
have
everyone else that's out there.
Have a taste of it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's pumping. Why wouldn't we be out there? There's so much opportunity. Even look at these ones. It's a little one that's unridden, but still fun. And you can see how different the day feels compared to the lower tide.
Right.
The high tide definitely helps push in the swell and just make the waves a little bit more open, which is exciting to see. And as well, the caddies, they're probably sitting out in the lineup as opposed to standing in the reef, which is pretty cool as well.
So, to me, tomorrow first go 5:45 and its potential start at 6 o'clock. And early morning, it's gonna be super fun, super good, because this morning it was amazing out there. It was so much fun. A lot of bigger sets coming through. So people watching from overseas, you guys gotta check it out in the morning. It's gonna be a great matchup.
Yeah, definitely tune in. It's going to be early, but it's going to be worthwhile.
Yes.
You had a surf this morning, Di. Talk me through it, because you said it was really fun.
Yeah,
so
really fun.
talk to me about it.
Lots and lots of good sets coming through. Everyone's getting tubes. Pretty much every single set has the big tubes. So, and less wind. It was so great. So much fun.
That's good. So we're going to have some good opportunity out there in the morning. Maybe the potential to go and hold in the middle of the day. We'll see what goes on with the swell and with the waves. But yeah, we'll have a good day surfing tomorrow as well. So it'll be good.
Right, so back to the heat. Just 9 minutes and 20 seconds remaining in this heat. So far, Aiden has a great heat, and Taj has 4.60, and our Japanese guys, third place, Suda Kiyoshiro needing 5.63, and Takumi Nakamura needing 4.80. So it's a tight, tight situation in between blue and red and green.
Yeah, it really is. There's not much in it. We see like the 2s and the 1s at the start of the heats, and then they kind of get bigger and bigger throughout the rest of the heat, obviously. But, Eden, he's just come out of the gates firing with a 9.1 and a 7.17. Huge scores. And 8.5 minutes. The Ocean's just gone a little bit quiet, but maybe a lump here. Takumi had a look, but he has got 4th priority, so he's able to kind of have a look under priority, sniff around if he wants, but decided that one wasn't worth taking.
現在3番に位置しています須田清志郎選手、必要なスコア 5.63、 そして4番にいる中村拓海選手 4.80 が必要となっています。残り時間8分を切ったところ、これが本日のラストヒートとなります。明日は5時45分ファーストコール、6時スタート予定となっています。ぜひ皆さん朝早く起きて、この素晴らしいシャルガーとクラウド9でのライディングをぜひご覧になってください。
You're amazing, Dai. You know what? Shout out to you because you're just so incredible to work with, to be able to speak Japanese and switch to English so easily. I said this to you before, but honestly, I love working with you, Dai. It's nice to see you again.
You. Like, trying to be, trying to be better and better every day. But you guys, I learn so much from you guys. So thank you so much.
Hey, always. We love you. It's so fun. We have such a good time. Yeah, it's great, and it keeps the Japanese audience entertained too, which is great. Who are watching at home.
I gave a little bit of information about Siargao and this place and what time we're gonna start tomorrow. So those of you watching from Japan, hopefully they appreciate that information.
I'm sure they will. Absolutely. They're probably thinking, when are we going to have someone speak to us in Japanese? So that's amazing, Dai. Hats off to you. You're incredible. I'll wrap it up now.
Okay.
Stop.
Alright, so a little bit of slow heat. The last heat. Not much way, but here is 中村拓海選手、この波にテイクオフしていきます。これはいい波になってきた。しっかりとチューブを抜けた後に大きなカットバックを入れていきます。中村選手は 4.80 が必要。4.80 をスコアすると2位のポジションに上がってきます。
Yeah, that was a nice wave there from Takumi. Locks in for the barrel. Doesn't get as deep as maybe what he was hoping for, but gets a solid connection at the end. I mean, it was still a really beautiful open wave there for Takumi. I liked watching it.
Well, looks like something on the horizon. So Kiyoshiro has first priority right now, but he is letting it go. And Aiden up and riding again. Oh, this is one of... It was a great surfing. I mean, great.
That was
great wave.
Wow, that was huge. Kiyoshiro had the priority there?
Yeah. He just let it go. Probably he was too left.
Okay. Yep. Too wide of the peak.
Too wide.
Wow. That, if he... Hopefully, if he was on the peak, in the right spot, Kiyoshiro would have gone that.
Right.
Speaking to Jayward earlier, he's a local here, he's like, I just wanted to really focus on my positioning out there. And it seems like positioning is key. Let's take another look at this one. Eden Hassan falls into it, comes out with a split. Once again, he's just looking so solid. Putting on a great performance here is a young junior surfer, Eden Hassan. Yeah. Some people are just wave magnets.
Yeah, right.
And he's just been a wave magnet.
Aiden's getting all the good waves right now because pretty much every single wave he gets tube.
Yeah.
And they are the good ones.
Yeah. It's amazing. So we still have that score to lock in. We'll see if it eclipses the 717. I don't know. Do you think it's better than the 717?
I don't think so.
No.
Because 717 was super good.
Yeah.
Like super deep, but it wasn't deep as the last one. So, but still, it was a great wave.
Yeah, it really was. It was great to watch from Eden. That last wave of Takumi was a 2.5. So just not getting deep enough for the judges to be able to reward it anymore. They're really looking for deep critical barrels to be able to score it in the average to excellent range. You know, looking at the 9.1 from Eden, he was deep. It was technical. He had to pump inside it as well to get out of it, which just shows that he was really deep. But Takumi, he's a great surfer. He needs a 4.8. Kiyoshiro looking for a 5.63. They're really achievable scores out there right now. They just need to make sure their positioning is right, because I feel like that is make or break in heats. This one coming through. Any takers?
So again, Aiden up and riding again, but it's just quick in and out. Wow, he is really good position right now. Total score 16.27. Highest total score of the event so far.
Wow, huge. Yeah, he's just showing his expertise. And he's just so calm. I mean, surfing from the round of 128 to the round of 96. I mean, I don't want to talk too soon. There's still 2.5 minutes to go. You never know. Something could happen, but feel like he's well and truly locked in around a 64 appearance as well. And Eden, at the moment, he's just rolling with the momentum. He's able to kind of find the fire in each heat, but still remain pretty cool about the whole thing. You know, he's not getting too overexcited. He's just like, oh, yep, I got pretty tube. That was sick. All right, next wave. So yeah, it's great to see that. And Taj Stokes right now, he's in second with a 4.6 and a 2.7. Wanting to better a 2.7, hey Dai.
But the time is ticking, you know, it's just under 2 minutes remaining. So a lot of pressures on green and red, Takumi and Kiyoshiro, but as well as Taj, I reckon, because his backup score is not that great, you know, 270. So he wanted to get rid of that to 7-0 to secure his spot. Is there gonna be another shot for all the surfers? 1 minute and 25 seconds remaining. Wow, it's been really slow in the last 10 minutes.
Yeah.
You know? Well, Takumi is having a look, but Aiden again inside ones. Up and riding, probably going for the air. Yes, he did. Here he is at the back. 須田清志郎選手、この波にテイクオフ。バックサイドチューブ入っていくが少し深く入れなかったが、ここで大きなカットバック。これはしっかりとメイクしていきます。須田選手、必要なスコアは 5.63。さあ、どうでしょうか。
What do you think? 5.63.
To me, probably he needed to go deeper to get those scores. It was a great wave and great technique as always. And I love the big cutback right there, and there's another bonus section right there. But I don't think it's gonna be enough. But here is 中村拓海選手、最後のチャンスとなるか。ここでビッグエアを見せてくる。これは前に出てくるか。He made it, but he just couldn't come right out of it.
Yeah, that was such a shame. Kiyoshiro's last wave was a 2.9, so that didn't get him into second place. So it looks like Eden and Taj moving on through that heat.
Right, so this is a wrap, everyone. This is the last heat of the day. How was your day?
It was great. Yeah, it was awesome to watch. This last heat has been super entertaining with this guy right here. Bit of a victory lap there for Eden Hassan. Yeah, that was great to watch, Dai.
That was great to watch. So I'm not too sure, but we're gonna have highlights of the day. Okay, so we're gonna have highlight today, and we're gonna have first call at 5:45 and potential start at 6 tomorrow morning. So everyone tune in and enjoy the highlights. See you guys tomorrow.
When there's still so much I can be, do I stop here?
She don't stop. She don't stop with Como. Don't stop. She don't.
Do I stop here?
She don't stop with Como. She don't stop with. She don't stop with Como.
Do I stop here? Cut! Next! There's no stopping me. Gomo anywhere I want, anywhere, anytime. We don't stop. We Gomo.